Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, hello. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Da, da, da. Okay. All right. Now that we are here, we can officially get started. We were just streaming late. We are just streaming late today because of what happened yesterday. Okay. Let me tell you. I woke up at 10 a.m. ish and was up until the next day at 7 a.m. my time trying to get this vegan podcast up. I ran into tech issues, then YouTube copyrighted it because obviously I have, parts of the shows in the podcast and everything. And then my system crashed and it was like one thing after another. It was like the universe was like, you're not getting this podcast out, but we got it out, girl. So then I slept and I tried to sleep as long as I could and I got as many hours as I could, but it was very frustrating because I didn't foresee all these issues coming up, but they came up, no problem. Okay, we did it, girl. We did it. I think it came out fabulous. I loved it. I'm so happy with it. Please check it out if you have not already watched it. But today is officially the vegan live stream. Talk about everything veganism. Let's make some moral arguments. Let's watch some videos. Let's have some conversations. This is about deconstruction. This is about truly being open and not trying to convince anyone or evangelize. Like, I'm not interested in evangelization, right? I'm interested in good deconstruction arguments and moral stances that are subjective. I think one thing I didn't say or verbalize in my video is that I don't believe in objective morality. So for me, I think that's implied with the idea that we're evolved animals, but maybe maybe there's an argument to be had. So what I want to do is I want to invite you guys to ask questions. I want to have a casual conversation about it. But then I pulled up like 4 videos that have 2 specific people in them that I thought we could talk about the differences between their moral arguments, since both of them make a living making moral arguments. That's Alex O'Connor and Earthling Ed. Now, I like both for different reasons, but I also dislike both for different reasons. And it's not because of who they are as people. It's just their arguments I'm not a fan of. Earthling Ed seems fine. I'm going to read his book next, and I'm going to dive into his content a little bit more. He seems to make hard prescriptions, which I'm not a fan of. Alex O'Connor, I really like him, but I think his perspective is limited because of his life experience and sort of his interest in delving into different bubbles, but I still appreciate both of their insights, and I've really appreciated watching their content. So what's interesting about them is they both were friends. I don't know if they're still friends, but they both collabed in the past. Alex O'Connor was actually a pretty prominent debate vegan in the community and actually made a lot of moral arguments for veganism. And then recently, in the last couple of years, came out as non-vegan. And I kind of want to have a discussion around that without making it about the 2 gentlemen, but instead about their ideas. And I think they would appreciate that since they're both, they make a living debating people. And so I want to go ahead and focus on that today. But did you guys have any questions as we start off? Oh, and for those who had asked on the last stream, what was the first thing I ate after ending my 30-day veganism is I got a donut. I ate a chocolate donut from the bakery. That was it. That's what I wanted. I also did taste some of my partner's food. They had made some food and had wanted me to taste it. I tasted it. It was good. The donut was delicious. I love donuts. And it actually makes me regret how much I didn't frequent the vegan donut places in Seattle more, because they did have vegan places in Seattle. And now I regret not going more often. If they could make a vegan shop here in Croatia, it would not be popular, but it would be one of a kind. I don't know that it would be successful, but I would love that. Chat says no cheesecake. No, I don't like store-bought cheesecake. I only get like good cheesecake, and I wasn't about to make a trip to a bakery to go get good cheesecake. There's a walking distance bakery, there's a close bakery, a further bakery, and the cheesecake bakery is too far for me to walk. So, plus we try to save cheesecake days for birthdays and anniversaries. We usually get like special cakes for like special occasions. I really don't eat dessert very often. I don't love sweets. I've never been a big sweets girl. So that will have to wait, but we'll probably grab a cheesecake maybe for my birthday or something. I also think I'm going to attempt to make a vegan cheesecake, but we'll see. Right? Let's see. Chad says I was vegan for over 4 years and stopped when I became pregnant with my first child in 2018. Excited for this topic. I'm excited for this topic. If you don't mind me asking, was becoming pregnant, like, is that why you stopped being vegan, or was it just like a coincidence that the timing, came together? Oh, you also said love vegan cheesecake. Okay, because I was scared because I heard that it's mostly made out of chickpeas, and I love chickpeas. I had chickpeas for breakfast this morning, or I guess lunch. I don't know. My sleep schedule is now ruined because I stayed up all night getting this podcast up, but it was good. I love chickpeas, but imagining it being cake is hard for my brain, but I'm going to try it. I think it's going to be exciting. Let me see. Chad says might be easier to get vegan this period due to fasting, ? I am not sure. Oh, you mean because of Lent? I don't know, because Croatians, what do you mean because it's Lent and Ramadan? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, they just go to McDonald's. There's like fish sandwich. You even have fish. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think people just eat fish, which is, I'm not buying fish, which, by the way, love fish, but I'm not buying it. Again, if I can, the thing about Croatia is, though, there's fish, like farming fish, like, factory farming. There's also just like regular old fishermen who go out into the ocean every day with their little boats, pick up some fish and bring it back at the fish market. So then I'm debating like this idea. Now, I know with veganism, the argument isn't how you ethically eat the animal. It's that you eat the animal at all, or that you kill the animal at all. And I think that's interesting. So we can talk about that today as well, right? Again, it's hard for me to process being an evolved animal on a planet and then having the audacity to move outside of that sort of realistic part of our nature. But then there is a conversation that I am having with myself about a perfectly like sort of enlightened, in quotation marks, person. Why would they need to eat meat? But then there would be circumstances in which you need to eat meat. So the reason I posed to the vegans the question, if you're in a survival situation, can you be non-vegan? Can you eat an animal? Is because in a survival situation, you can't do certain things. Like in a survival situation, where's the justification for rape? Or where's the justification for unnecessary murder? This is not in self-defense, right? Non-self-defense murder. Like, where's the justification? So in veganism, there is a justification, but is it similar to self-defense murder, where it's almost like a form of self-defense to eat meat when you're out? But then, I don't know. I think again, I'm not trying to like get ya. I'm not trying to be like, I got you, vegans. I'm just trying to understand it, because when I watch meat eaters have conversations about veganism, I have to turn it off. They are the most obnoxious thinkers. They are so rude and just not curious whatsoever. I was watching Mike the Vegan, who I actually really do like, and watch, what's his name? Oompaville talk about veganism, and it's like Rabbit Hole or whatever. And it's the most brain dead video. I can't watch it. Like, they're not even trying to have the argument. So I am genuinely trying to have the argument, because it is exciting to me to think about the morals and ethics around meat consumption. But I really dislike the way meat eaters talk about veganism. They're not even trying, dude. Not even trying. Okay, let's see. Chat says, can you explain how you came to explore it at this stage of your life versus before? I wonder what makes us care more or care less as we go about living. That's a great question. Well, I think it had started probably from stream, if my memory serves me, where we had conversations here, and I think it got posed somewhere. I don't remember, but you're right? Like, we had the conversation here. So then it started to form around harm reduction. And then I was like, oh, I wonder if I should deconstruct meat consumption. I think ultimately I never really thought about it. I mean, okay, 10 years ago, 15, however long ago, when I was 22, 23, 24, whatever, I was living in Seattle. And I thought I might go vegan. But the truth is, I was only going to go vegan at the time because I liked the vibe. I don't think in my early 20s, I was actually, first of all, I didn't even know the word deconstruction. And second of all, I didn't even think about it that way. I do remember, so this is like 10, 12 years ago. I didn't even really think about it in that way. I just thought it sounded cool. And I thought I liked the idea. And I thought it was like, oh, like, I don't know. I was like in the hippie bubble. Then I dated a vegan and we would go to vegan restaurants and that was great. Loved vegan food. Like I loved the food. And then I kind of liked the trendiness of it. And then I realized, oh, this just feels like a trend for me. I'm not going to do this. Then now recently, I think the difference is that I'm not interested in trends, but I am interested in why I'm pulled to it. But here's the truth of how my brain works. I am pulled to almost anything that humans are doing that seems to be working, because I am deeply interested in things that work. And since I am truth seeking, I am interested in why it works for some groups of people. So I think with veganism, once it clicked in my head that it was a philosophy, like a real, and I love philosophy. Once my brain was like, oh, this is like a belief system. This isn't just some PETA thing, which peace and love, like it's not that. It's something like deeply ingrained in people's belief systems around their existence. I'm going to look into this. So I read a bunch of articles. I went through a bunch of stuff. And I came to, as I do with all philosophies, love the intentionality behind them. But with every philosophy, and maybe I should have mentioned this in the video, I don't really subscribe to philosophies. I think making a prescription or creating a philosophy that you think is for everyone and objective in a sense is a mistake. So I don't identify as a vegan. I don't identify as an egalitarian. I don't identify as a Randian. I don't identify as a Stoic. I don't identify as all these, because to identify with a limited structural construct is to deny myself the thing that I was seeking out when I was religious, which was freedom to seek out the truth. If your construct is limited and stops you from finding out things in the future, I'm not interested, right? I am not interested in owning a label that denies me the chance to try something else or experiment, because, and this coincides with my observational philosophy, the levels. One of the things, because my siblings are very religious and they talk to me about my level system, my brother will say, hey, can I become a 5 as a Catholic? And I'll say, are you willing to move outside of the Catholic construct to engage in behavior that's against your church in order to experiment with the truth of it? And he said, no. And I said, okay, well then no. Because the construct belief of a 5 is to have a lived or understood experience in life that allows you to come to a conclusion that is like deeply known, which is that everything is like a construct, right? And we're dealing with this thing that like humans created. But if you adhere to a philosophy that has limits on you experimenting, then it's going to limit you from truth seeking. So that kind of feels a little bit like veganism, where veganism feels like a limited belief system that has really good intentions, but doesn't allow for experimentation. If there's no conversation to be had about the possibility of engaging with our nature as a biological animal that's evolved over millions of years, it seems to me to be lacking something, right? So for me, I really get excited when these conversations come up because it does allow me to challenge myself. But at the same time, I just have more questions, which is also the point. You should have more questions, not less, when you're seeking the truth. So one of the comments I kept seeing on my podcast video was, you didn't go vegan for 30 days, you went plant-based. Now, I understand this is like the religious Christians coming to my comment section and saying, you didn't go Christian for 30 days, you played Jesus for 30 days, or you played Christian for 30 days. Yeah, it's called a trend on YouTube, guys. That's the point of it. The title is I went vegan for 30 days. Everybody does it. It's a trend. And then on top of it, I added in the philosophical deconstruction, which, by the way, almost no one who does this trend does. Everyone who does this trend just does the diet, right? And I did the philosophical incorporation. So that was really exciting, which means it went from my hair products to face products to anything I was purchasing, versus most of the people who do the trend don't do it. But for the vegans who came onto my comment section and said, you didn't go vegan, you went plant-based. And then the follow-up statement I saw, did you guys see this? Said, that's like saying I went non-racist for 30 days, but now I'm back to being racist. Now, vegans love to equate racism and veganism. And that was one of the issues I also saw, where I understand why you think that's like a good debate tactic, but it feels like I'm watching a Jubilee video a little bit. You know what I mean? Where like you think it sounds good, so it must make logical, consistent sense. But I actually, I have a struggle with that. Thank you, Hada. Appreciate you putting a link to the pod in the chat. Appreciate that. So what I want to do is I want to encourage us to ask those questions, but instead they make statements. So do we think that's true? Let's deconstruct that. Do we think it's true that, going vegan for 30 days is like going anti-racism for 30 days? And then now I'm back to being racist. Is that now that I'm, even though, and I'm not identifying with the vegan label because I personally don't want to be a part of your club with peace and love. I'm not interested in any of y'all's clubs. Okay. The queer community is the only club I want to be a part of, girl. That's it. And, that's not a belief system. That's just how I was born. But with veganism, right? Does it equate to sort of the racist conversation? Like, is that a good talking point? What do you guys think? Let me see here. I'll watch my vegan podcast. I'll link it and I'll pin it. Replace pinned comment. Okay, guys, don't forget to like the stream. Join us on Patreon or become a YouTube member. Okay. Chat says, but Brittany, isn't that why it is considered a moral stance? So killing animals and eating it would be kind of morally oh God, guys, irreverence. You know what I'm saying? Like racism or sexism would be. Well, racism and sexism are built into our nature. So they're abhorrent because you eventually have a much better relationship with your introspection, extrospection to deconstruct the need for it. So veganism could be similar. I agree with you. If we deconstructed the need to eat animals, would we end up needing this thing called meat eating? I agree with you that there's something about it. But the dilemma is that why is meat eating equated to our interaction with our own species, right? There's something about that. Reprehensible. Thank you, chat. Chat teaching me how to pronounce words. Sometimes you just say them so good in your head, but you can't say it out loud. You know what I mean? Discord says the fact that they compared it to only racism and never some other form of discrimination, sexism, homophobia says a lot to me about how they see races of people. Well, I think there is a little bit of a racist connotation to veganism arguments. I don't know. They feel very weird. Now, the reason I incorporated a lot of Black veganism into my podcast was because I wanted to show a non-white perspective, because I do think white people veganism tends to have connotations of like racist argumentation for their pro-veganism stance. And so the reason I used Black veganism as a part of the conversation was because I think they have a much more in general spiritual connection to the relationship to food and animals and earth, which I subscribe to as an Assyrian person myself. Like I think I want a more spiritual relationship with my food, and I feel like white veganism lacks spirituality, funny enough. But there's something about it, right? There's something about the argumentation for the objective that I don't agree with. Like if animals evolved over time, then I just think it's within our nature, but everything's within our nature. So why deconstruct everything but not eating meat? That's a great question. Like I think that's still a great question. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm going to scroll up because I feel like I missed a lot of questions, but we can go back and forth with these conversations, right? Chad says, Brittany about to begin her vegan arc. I mean, I'm definitely experimenting and I'm enjoying it. I really am, I have also enjoyed, there's a vegan Michelin star that's really successful. I would love to go to his restaurant. There's a lot of vegan cooks I've been enjoying. I even found a vegan cooking show, competition show. I'm going to try to watch it with you guys because I think it'd be so fun to do like a vegan series, maybe for a couple days, and we can watch it together. It might not take us very long to get through it, but if they let me play it on YouTube, that would be so much fun. Chat says, I think colonization really ruined our relationship with food, each other, and the environment. I would prefer to go back to living more in tune with our spaces like indigenous communities. Yeah, I think, everybody has faults in a sense, like everyone needs to modernize in a sense, but also I think there are some things that need to be refined. I don't want to go back. The scene I added into the podcast about Black communities in relationship to their food is I want to make sure that we're not maintaining traditions that are harmful to us. So I think indigenous communities have a lot of really amazing things in terms of amazing things to contribute to human, animal, human, non-human, and non-human animal relationships. But of course, I'd like to modernize in other ways. But I think the spirituality element, the feeling of one with nature, I think that would be really good. I think also human beings like have to stop denying themselves their relationship with nature. So here's the vegan argument to move forward with that conversation that was just happening a few seconds ago. If we are going more in a spiritual indigenous pathway back into our deeply agreement, like our deep agreement that we're animals on a planet, then why wouldn't you go in the direction of eating meat in the same way the lion or bear would? Why do we go in the direction of not eating meat? So what vegans are doing is they're saying the animal is just like us because we're animals. And I'm saying, yeah, we're just like animals. We're like the lion. We eat things. So both arguments are in our nature, but also one requires us to think we're sort of entitled to a better life than the one that nature provided for us. But the one nature provided for us also allowed us to have this intellect to have a better standard of living. So then that begs the question of, are vegans still putting humans at the highest hierarchy of like valued life? Because what you're doing then is you're valuing your intellect in order to argue vegan philosophy, which is so valid, right? So I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to ask why this decision and why not this decision? You know, that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? Chad says, did the stream time change permanently? No. I put up the podcast late, so I started everything late, you know? Guys, just FYI, my stream schedule will stay the same. The header has the schedule. If you ever wonder if if you ever wonder if my stream schedule has changed, just check my YouTube header. It has the updated stream schedule. It would be very bad for me as a streamer to keep streaming like at different times without announcing it. So if I didn't announce a stream change, trust me, I'm not just going to throw it at you. So if you ever wonder if my stream time permanently changed, just check the header on my YouTube channel. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through the comments. I just choked on air. Also, because I believe morals are subjective and not objective, because we're animals on a planet, it does mean that I'm open to the flexibility. Oh, excuse me. Oh my God, I died. It doesn't mean I'm open to edgy argumentation from atheists that are like, well, don't you think it's more utilitarian if we rape everybody? Like, I'm not interested in those conversations because it has nothing to do with harm reduction. You can't harm reduct, you know, through rape. Now, the question for vegans would be, can you harm reduct through eating animals? And that's a great question, right? That's a great question. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. Wait, Chad says, I guess only in that it's living by one set of morals for a while and then abandoning those morals. But I don't think that applies to you because it seems like you're taking a lot of lessons and insight from it. You mean from trying vegan to going back to vegan? So is it racism or going back to racism? Yeah, I think, well, racism is rooted in fear. So let's deconstruct that. Racism is rooted in fear, a superiority complex, and the audacity to think that you are better because you're born whatever, white, brown, black, whatever you think you're born as, okay? And the world and the way that it's going is usually like white people generally have this like superiority complex. And then a fear of that, their people like being overrun by other people somehow. So, okay, there's like a disconnect, right? We're superior, you're not. I am separate from you. There's a separation. If you deconstruct that and you realize like there is no separation, we are all the same. It is quite literally, we are literally the same species, right? We cannot be different. We're only different by categorization through perception. Okay, animals though and humans are literally different in the same way that insects are different, but they're all animals. And so it feels weird to say that they're the same because they're literally not the same. But just because they're not the same doesn't mean they're not valuable. Right? So where does eating meat come from a fear-based discrimination? I don't think so. But it might come from a natural desire for survivability, nutritional intake, maybe the way we were formed. I don't know because I'm not a scientist, but from my layman understanding, there's some argument there. But more than anything, it might come from an entitlement to people's lives and bodies and flesh in order to feel gluttonous and satisfied. I do think the gluttony era that we're in right now, especially being an American and very privileged, is disgusting. I do think we throw away too much food. We are so gluttonous. The amount of animals we breed just to kill. I think we are so disconnected from, I think what that commenter was saying earlier, that indigenous spiritual connection to having a symbiotic relationship with the earth. We're so disconnected. But again, the vegan argument also feels somewhat disconnected to me. It feels like it's a denial of our place on the food chain. So sometimes I'll hear vegans say, well, humans would only be the top of the hierarchy if they didn't, or because they have weapons. But if they didn't have weapons, they wouldn't be. Right. Like, I'm not mad at the bear for eating people. You know what I'm saying? Like, when people are in the ocean and they get eaten by a shark, like, I feel so sorry for them because that sucks. But I'm not mad at the shark for eating a person. I'm not mad at a person for eating an animal. Like, that's just like that's the circle of life, girl. I've seen The Lion King. I know how it works. So for me, it's hard for me to get upset. But I've known some humans who get really mad at me because they're like, I can't believe you're not mad at this bear. And I'm like, well, I don't know. It's a bear, dude. I don't know. It's a bear. Like, a bear is, or, oh my God, I can't believe you're not mad at this human for eating this animal. It's a human, dude. There's some part of me that can't get mad at people for being people, but how do I encourage people to be better? So this is where my levels come in. I do think with a better introspective relationship and extrospective relationship, you can harm reduce to such a point that you would have to be not vegan, because I really think that's limiting, but in a way vegan. I think the title vegan has too much philosophical baggage. There's, again, when the vegans are in my comments saying, well, Brittany's not vegan, that's fine. But that means it's too much. It doesn't make sense to be, how do I say this? Like, in a way that makes sense. I feel like you guys are going to get it, but would there be a moral obligation baked into our evolution that would make the world vegan? I don't think so. Not by the way I understand it. Not with the strictness I understand it. I don't think so. I don't know, though, because I don't know what the rules are. Because it's a construct and you made it up. You made it up. So I don't know what the rules are when I say vegan. You know what I mean? Chessa, so to be a level 5, you have to be somewhat vegan? No. I don't think so. No. Because level 5 isn't some top of the food chain enlightenment. Level 5 is a relationship with self and existence. Everything after that, who knows? Like, level 5 isn't meant to represent like the traditional ideas of enlightenment, right? The monk walking through the forest, being one with the bear, right? The level 5s are meant to process and accept that everything is sort of this constructed belief system and experience we're having through perception, right? Brittany, another question, just curious, is owning pets equivalent to slavery? Well, obviously not, right? No. Indiana Jones chose me. We have a life together. We're vibing. She's sleeping right now. She's sleeping right now under my desk. Like, it's not the same thing to slavery. We care for pets. Obviously, people misuse their relationship with pets, and obviously people abuse pets. And I was going to show some footage of like people throwing animals away or doing all those things. You know what I mean? Like, people are horrible little animals. They hurt each other. That's why I'm saying I think we should stop giving humans credit for being these great moral arbiters of justice. Like, I just think it's kind of strange to us that we give humans so much credit when they haven't earned it at all as a species. Like, give them the credit they deserve, but not more than they deserve. Humans are obviously very flawed. So I just feel like sometimes there's like a confusion, when we're having these conversations. So ideally, I have this, the reason we're going to watch this video, and I think we should definitely watch this video, is because I do think in some way, the best way to harm reduce is not to exist. But then that wouldn't make sense because all animals on the planet cause harm, including non-human animals. and so do tornadoes and asteroids. So eradicating humanity from the planet in order to harm reduce doesn't make any more sense than eradicating the Earth itself, or asteroids, or space, or planets, or gravity. So it doesn't make sense. I think we should radically accept that everything is inherently harmful. Existence is to experience suffering, but there's a way to wisely suffer. You know, so I've heard this argument. We're going to watch this little short video. Student tells vegan, killing yourself is a moral obligation. We should deconstruct that as well. But again, I just don't understand this idea of like, we don't want perfection. We want harm reduction. And it's going to be hard for me to imagine myself alone in the ocean on a raft, not eating fish if I catch one. But if I'm vegan, I don't think I should be able to eat that fish. It just wouldn't make sense to me. Right? Like, what's the justification for a vegan eating meat? You know what I'm like, what is that? What's the justification? I think I'm confused. If a vegan is alone in an ocean and they can catch some fish and eat them, are they allowed? Yes or no? Tell me. Why worry about the extreme? Because that's how constructs are formed. Right? It's not an extreme. That's how the construct is formed, right? We form it on objectivity or subjectivity. And my argument is all subjective. So then my argument is that harm reduction is the best. But vegans in my comment section said harm reduction isn't good enough. Like, being a reductionist is useless. So if vegans are making the argument, like the guy I showed in my video, saying like, no, it's either full vegan or no vegan, then the extreme situations have to come into account. Because now you're saying no matter your circumstance, you have to be vegan. And I'm asking, does that also include these circumstances? Right? And then if there's different kinds of vegans, who's the arbiter of objective veganism? Who gets to do that? Right? And I know there are websites. I've read them. I know. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Again, I'm not trying to get you. I'm just trying to have the conversation. Right? Let's see. Chat says, can you see farm animals as slaves? Hold on, let me really think about it. That's a great question. And also, for those asking, I believe in subjective morality. I don't believe in objective morality. I don't think we have access to it. If it exists, I don't think humans have access to it yet. Okay, let me see. Can I see factory farmed animals as slaves? Factory farm animals as slaves. They can't come and go as they please. They're subject to the master. They're used as I guess means of labor. Let's see. They're dehumanized or undignified in their treatment. Let me think. Are factory farmed animals equivalent to slavery? I think minus the difference between the non-human and human experience, I think it'd be reasonable to say they're experiencing slavery in a very basic sense in the way that I just described. In the ways that I just described, I would equate that to slavery. And the way a human has an experience with slavery versus an animal, I do think it's different, but I don't think it's like deeply as different depending on how and what perspective we're having the conversation. Right? I think it all comes down to the way we're having the conversation, but I'm okay saying that I think some form of factory farming, if not all forms of factory farming, are equatable is a difficult word, but a non-human slavery. Oh, okay. It is a form of non-human slavery versus human slavery, which does have differences. Yeah, I do think those have differences. Now, again, in the future, and I have this conversation with my partner all the time. Okay, what if Indiana could talk? What if we had Eliza Thornberry's ability to talk to animals? Like, does Eliza Thornberry, is she a vegan? Because she better be a vegan. But also, what does it mean to be a vegan? You know? And I've been thinking about this, of course, because I don't think we should be killing humans for meat consumption, right? I think that's a bad idea. I think I'm not about it. I'm not about that life. But I do think there are proper times to like end a life, but those are very specific. So yeah, there's something to be said that is the communication barrier, the disconnect. Maybe. I also think it's interesting when I do watch movies or shows where like Pokemon, they're eating the Pokemon, right? There is something interesting about that. Oh, the queen has awakened. The queen has awakened. Okay. Ugh. Now, another part of my argumentation that I think is really important here for people to understand is I don't actually think human beings have access to free will automatically. I think it's engaged through introspection, extrospection. I don't think humans are born with a capacity to understand their own free will. And I think there are biological components that can make it much more difficult to act on that free will. I mean, you just talk to an autistic person and you ask them about how much free will do you feel you have when you're having a meltdown? Okay. You ask a man who's angry on testosterone because he's been over shooting up, with his drugs, how much in control do you have not to have this roid rage? Right. So we have limitations based off of chemistry, biology, and our own processing of information. That's why I want to encourage people to be more introspective, because I think you harm reduce by being introspective. It's not about high IQ, low IQ. It's about the ability to introspect and ask yourself, how do I be less bad today? I'm really going to incorporate this into the way that we're having this conversation, because again, I don't want you to do more good. I want you to be less bad, because the argumentation to this idea that we are doing good, right? The road to hell is paved in good intentions, and I don't want to be a part of it, Chad says, is halal meat more ethical? Halal is correct me if I'm wrong, the Muslim word for the way that they treat the meat and ethically slaughter the meat, correct? My brother does this on his own family farm where, they're very serious. There's no laughing matter about when the animals are slaughtered. There's a prayer. There's like a lot of, calm the sheep down as much as possible, calm the animals down as much as possible. I think that's really important, and it's a good way to slaughter animals if you're going to do it. And again, like I've been there. I've slaughtered animals with my brother, or at least I've assisted. And, I've cleaned the meat, I've packaged the meat, I've eaten the meat, I've barbecued it. Like I've had that relationship to it, and I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel grossed out. Sometimes my brain did like process that I was eating a dead animal, and my brain would be like, oh, I don't know about this. Sometimes I get the ick when I'm eating eggs or chicken, where I'll be eating them and then my brain will be like, ew. And I'm like, oh, ew. And then I do feel this like revulsion sometimes when I'm eating meat. And then I start to question, like, what is that? What is that? I've never, I don't have it most of the time, but I do have it. But to be fair, I also have sensory issues around all food, including non-flesh food. So I could have that with, I have the same kind of, well, actually, I guess the sensory issue is different. No, hold on. The sensory issue is texture based, but the ew around the animal is actually that it's an animal, I think. I think that's the ew. Yeah, I think I get icked out on occasion, but it depends on the form that I'm consuming it. Yeah, it's enough for me not to eat the food, but anytime I get sensory issues or ick issues, I don't eat it. Yeah. What about eggs? I feel the same way about eggs. I go through moods where I love eggs, and I go through moods where I cannot look at an egg. I saw an egg yesterday on TikTok and I almost vomited looking at it. I was like, ugh. So I think like when I'm, trying to process how my brain is having this, like this thing with my body, my brain, I'm not doing it because I think I'm better than other people. I do think vegans, the audacity of them thinking they're better than other people is a part of the problem. It's like white people who are like, I have black friends. You're not better than other people. Okay? Because you have a black friend. Like, great. You're less racist than the other racists, but like, relax. Okay? I think there's some element of people being entitled to feeling good about themselves that does annoy me. Because I'm like, you're not better than other people. You're only better than other people on the micro. But on the macro, I can name 20 different things that is fucking annoying about you that I think you need to like focus on, myself included, Chet says, do you get the urge to hunt and kill? Not really. Do you get the natural or human instinct to hunt and kill a bird? I get hungry when I look at animals sometimes. I do. Like sometimes I look at an animal and I'm like, damn, you look good, bro. Damn, I kind of want to eat that. I kind of want to eat you, buddy. I do get that. Yeah, sometimes I look at animals and I think I really want to fucking eat you. I just want to know what you taste like. Yeah, I do get that. But I don't feel a need to hunt in the same way that I do not get the urge to garden. Okay, but when I see a tomato, I want to eat it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Chad says, what led you to deciding that having flesh products and dairy was something you wouldn't do, but having pastries made with dairy could be okay in context? I think it's about the fact that I'm genuinely not ready to give up pastries in some sense. Like I'm not ready to completely, I'm not sure if it's real. I'm good. Like first, I'm not sure that there isn't an ethically sourced way to make pastries so that I'm there, right? And then a part of me knows that I'm human and I'm not ready to say I'm completely ready. I don't want to overpromise. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to sit here and be like, I'm Brittany Simon and I'm vegan and then I eat a fucking croissant. Do you know what I don't want to be that person. So I can't promise right now that I won't eat a croissant, right? I just can't, right? Ched has so many vegan pastries. Maybe in America. Girl, I ain't in no America, girl. And also a lot of those pastries are not gluten-free. Not that I wouldn't eat a gluten item when I wanted one. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even eating gluten right now. So I don't even eat croissants. But if I wanted a croissant, I would eat a croissant. So it would be overpromising. You know what I mean? It would be overpromising for me to say that I wouldn't eat a croissant. Like, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to eat a croissant if I want a croissant. But I don't even eat croissants because they're gluten. So like that's I think the irony is like I just don't want to overpromise, especially as a public figure, right? I just don't think I'm ready to completely say that I'm not going to order a cheesecake at a restaurant. Like I don't think that's true, but there's something to say about it. Again, I think I'm open to anything that's possible, but I feel like going black or white, like cold turkey is just like not going to be a thing for me. And I also have to feel like I'm doing it for myself and not because of a pressure from communities. I don't want to be pressured. I want to be there because I actually want to get there, which is why I don't think we should pressure people into being good. I think we should encourage people to come to that consensus as they go on a journey of deconstructing harm. Yeah, so I don't want to overpromise. I think that's really important to me. Yeah. Let's see. But I will say Croatia has a lot of vegan snacks. They mostly have gluten, but they do have some gluten vegan free snacks. Like they don't have vegan pastries yet. I'm looking for vegan pastries. They have vegan pretzels and chickpeas and stuff, but they have yet to give me gluten-free vegan pastry. But once that happens, girl, I'm gonna eat all of them, okay? Like that's what I mean to say. Once I get vegan, I'm doing it all. And I don't, like I said, I don't eat croissants very often, maybe like 4 times a year. I don't have cheesecake very often, twice a year. I don't do these things naturally. But I was eating meat every fucking day. I was eating meat every fucking day. So the fact that I ate meat every fucking day for my whole life, even on days I eat vegan, I eat meat the same day. All my life, I've eaten meat every single day of my life. Okay, I've rarely been meat free, except maybe when I was a kid living with my family and we had to for Lent. But I do not go meat free. So the fact that I am even having the conversation to go basically meat free, y'all better be so fucking patient. If I feel any pressure from anybody, I'm going to go straight autistic PDA and eat a chicken on stream. I'm being slightly facetious. I'm being a little bitchy, but you know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to say is the problem with humanity. I don't want perfection at my pace. I want perfection at your own, but perfection is impossible to attain. So I'm not looking for it. I'm not looking for it. Don't make me summon the god Luffy, okay, and have some fucking meat on stream. Discourse is not a philosophical question, but someone commented this on your video. Would you be open to making a recipe ebook or something like that? I think yours would be different because it would be dairy and gluten free. Plus, you have chronic illnesses, so I assume there's recipes. Spoony, hello, Brittany. Where did the comment go? Spoonie friendly. That is so sweet. And I am so honored. And the truth is that I am not qualified to do this. Like, I am not qualified to do it. I love that. And I think there are probably so many amazing people who have recipe books already. I am not a cook YouTuber. I'm a philosophy YouTuber. And I just don't think I'm qualified to do this. And I think if I keep taking on projects that are outside of my qualification, it's just not going to make sense. Now in the future, if 10 years from now, I've been vegan for 10 years and gluten-free and all this stuff, and a company wants to work with me, then we can have those conversations. But guys, there are so many other content creators who probably have better ebooks out, you know? Let me see. Chat says, just put yourself in their shoes. It's not about us. I don't know what that means. So, okay, I was thinking about Mickey Mouse and the Great Giant. Remember the Beanstalk Mickey Mouse movie? If a giant existed on the planet, it ate me, would I be upset? Or just take it down to the bear. I'm not mad when a bear eats a human. I am sad for the human for experiencing that death. And so there's an argument to be made about that conversation. Like, I mean, who can blame the bear? Right? Why do we blame humans but not the bears for eating meat? That's the conversation I want to have. Why do we hold humans accountable in the way that we do not hold bears accountable? What is so special about humans that vegans hold them more accountable than bears? That's what I want to know. Can someone please answer that? Because now what you're doing is you're doing the thing that meat eaters do. You're putting humans above animals. You're saying humans are better than animals and need to act better than animals, which is the meat. That's the meat argument. And so meat eaters feel entitled to animal bodies because they think they're better than them. So why are we doing something different? What is the argumentation? And I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to have the conversation. I don't get the logic, right? Chat says, hi, 12-year vegan here. Love the video today. And I will be watching it again later. Love that. Thank you. I understand you're new to the idea of veganism. Explore the right side a little further, for sure. And I'll continue researching and deconstructing for sure. You know, maybe because bears don't have advanced killing strategies. Okay, first of all, you do not know that. And second of all, I think we're learning that non-human animals are incredibly strategic and very thoughtful about how they do things. Okay, so I don't know. You know, Chad says bears don't make the animals suffer for a lifetime. Humans do. I don't know what that means. Humans only make them suffer for like a temporary amount of their life and then they kill them young, right? Isn't that what we learned from the documentaries? Right? Dolphins do torture. Dolphins also rape. You better be careful of a dolphin. He'll rape the fuck out of you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Chad says we are here on the internet with the ability to introspect and think deeply about these things. That doesn't make us better, but different when it comes to moral choices. I agree to an extent, absolutely. But I also think it's subjective. I, with peace and love, don't think any of this matters. Oh, on the macro, none of this matters. Like, you know, we are the Neanderthals. We are going to die. And in 10,000 years, they're going to be talking about us as like these ancient civilizations that existed. And they're not going to have any connection to us whatsoever. So when I think about that reality, that one day we're all going to die in like 70 years, we're not going to be here. Nobody on this stream will be alive in about 70 years. We're all going to be dead. So what does it matter? Now, I would make the argument, and this is the argument I will make for my own deconstruction, is how do I become more in tune with my spirit and my limited time on earth in the most joyful way possible? And how do I harm reduce in that process in a way that makes sense and coincides with my nature? I think this is where I'm focused on. How do I, within the construct of my nature or the constraints of my nature, maintain joy? As I watch other human beings destroy each other, as I watch animals savage, like, have you ever seen a bear attack, bros? Love a bear, would choose a bear over a man in the forest any day. But also, have you seen a bear attack? They ain't playing with you. You know what I mean? Humans are similar to me. When I see another creature and it's interacting with me, that is an opportunity for peace or chaos. So how do I, as an individual, contribute less chaos to the world? And the truth is, I can't be perfect about it. I really also wonder from the vegan perspective, do you guys consider like human slavery as a part of any of this? How do you feel about the cobalt batteries coming out of Africa? How do you feel about the fact that our level of consumption and technology and everything we buy ends up in landfills? Like, how does that play into veganism? Now, I think vegans might argue that, and this is what came up with the Black Lives Matter thing. where vegans were making the argument that basically we can't pay attention to Black lives when there's like animal lives at stake, but like humans are animals. So now I'm even more confused. But also the audacity of not prioritizing human animal suffering over non-human suffering when it's so obviously a problem on the micro is so funny to me. You know, Chet says, oh, you're vegan. I am not vegan. I just went vegan for 30 days, though according to the vegans, I went plant-based. Let's see. Discord said, I've seen some vegans straight up not care about modern day slavery. Yeah, the dilemma is like, I want to harm reduce, period, not just because animals. Chad says, ideally, no one would suffer. I mean, that is wrong. I don't think ideally no one would suffer. That is the myth of religion. The myth of the religion allows you to believe that once you reach heaven, you will no longer suffer. But you have to suffer on earth first. Ideally, there would be the right amount of suffering. Ideally, we would either not, like all of humanity would not exist, society, asteroids, planets, life plant. Like in order to end suffering, you would have to end the universe. It would make no sense to ideally aim for no suffering. Like suffering inherently comes with perception. The moment there's consciousness, the moment there's aliveness, the moment there's like there's suffering. Right? Like, I don't understand the idea that like an ideal life would have no suffering because it means like no life. Maybe I'm being too autistic, but that means like no life. That means nothing exists. Chet says, I know it won't happen as a human. Well, yeah, true. Let's see. I think from my uni course, I've learned that 99% of our industries pollute the ocean, at least in the way that they work. So it's hard to avoid being part of that. Exactly. But I think we can make an effort. That's why I'm confused about vegans being so black and white about everything. Maybe because they feel like it's convenient to some extent, but I'm not sure that it is. That's the problem. If morals, I don't know. I believe there's survival morals and living morals. And I do think if you're living in a state of like non-survival mode, being vegan makes a lot of sense. I think the dilemma I have, I guess, let me see. You know, Muslims do this right. You know what I'll say about Muslims? They make recruitment very good. They're very fucking smart. I love them. They see a person doing Ramadan as a trend and they're like, yes, Habibi, yes. Yes, Habibi. You know, they're so excited. Vegans see people doing veganism for a trend. They're like, boo. Boo. And I'm like, okay, like, don't you know recruitment happens through testing? Like that's what makes me think you don't have the answer. Because if you had the answer, why wouldn't you be fucking excited to see people even try it a little bit? Do you know what I'm saying? How could you tell me you have the philosophical answer for the universe and then be mad that people tried it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of funky, bro. But then the great way to recruit people into false narratives is to also be excited that they're joining the same cult-like thinking you are. So religious people to some extent, right? There's something there that I think is very interesting, you know, but I do love that people are trending Ramadan and trying it. I think that's cute. You know, I think that's great from a philosophical meditative perspective. I think it's great to try Ramadan, to try Lent, to try fasting, to try veganism, to try anything. From a spiritual perspective, it's always great to test ourselves and deconstruct, which is why I went on this journey, right? Chad says, I think a lot of vegans are also environmentalists, so they would be against cobalt mines, at least from what I hear of them. Yeah, but like, if you, like, how do you engage in your life without engaging in, I guess veganism feels more direct. I guess on the micro, it's easier to be vegan than on the macro to be vegan or to be harm reducing. I'm very concerned with the environmental impacts, but also I'm concerned about the future. I don't think most human beings are thinking about the future. I think from my understanding, most people are thinking about their lifetime. I would love people to consider the future. You know, I would be happy. Again, I don't have a problem with vegans. I want to make that abundantly clear if you're just joining stream. Love the vegan philosophy. I love the idea of it. In the same way, I have no problem with Muslims. The only issues I have with it is the limiting perspective that makes the prescription for everybody on earth, which I think is an issue. Making the prescription for everybody on earth is, I think, a philosophical mistake, but it makes sense within the construct, right? Discord said, Brittany, do you remember the story in the Bible where the donkey was allowed to speak? I love that story. It always moved me. You know, I might have some vague memory of it, but I actually can't remember it. Oh, interesting. I'll have to revisit that one. Yeah. Okay. Now let's watch this video together and we can keep having this conversation, of course. Da, 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 da. Chat says, I'm vegan and I think it's super cool that you tried it. People just say they're reducing their animal if people just say they're reducing their animal consumption, I'm like, yay, for sure. And 99% of the reactions were amazing. Again, I'm feeling very philosophical today. So I am definitely not, this is the day Brittany's not going to get like defensive, though I might get a little autistic, but like, I am very much like open to the philosophical conversations today. So bring them my way, you know. Let's go ahead and watch this video and see what we think after watching it too. This is Earthling Ed, who's a known debater, has a TED Talk, is quite infamous on YouTube, has a little bit of a holier than thou personality, in my opinion, but maybe that's my autism. Again, when I make these statements, I'm not making a conversation about his moral character. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, he's not my favorite flavor of vegan, but he's also not the worst, but he's not my favorite. But I am very, because of how my brain works, I think you have to find the right communicator for your brain. So this is Earthling Ed and the student. It's called Student Tells Vegan, Killing Yourself is the Moral Obligation. Let's see what this is about.
You're effectively taking resources that something else could be taking. You are denying something else the ability to exist. You're being selfish and you're being immoral. If we're arguing moral obligations, killing yourself would be the most moral thing to do. So why wouldn't killing yourself be the moral obligation?
Hey Joey, pleasure to meet you. My name's Ed. And as you know, there's a banner on the front of this table and it says, veganism is a moral obligation. You've been listening to some of my other conversations, but what do you think about that statement yourself?
I like eating meat,
yeah.
And I realize that it is immoral, but I'll argue that being vegan is also immoral.
Why is being vegan immoral?
Because I think just the act, so nature is kind of brutal, right?
Sure thing.
Just
okay, being vegan is immoral is already a horrible argument. There's just like, I feel like there's no way you can make an argument that veganism itself is immoral, but okay.
Everything's always eating at each other. Everything's competing to survive.
Yeah.
There's a set amount of resources and only the fittest can have them, right? Like pretty much nature is immoral, right? Would you agree with that, or?
I think nature is mostly morally neutral in the sense of nature can't determine right from wrong. Nature doesn't have the capacities that we have or the intelligence to rationalize the morality of a certain action. Obviously, when we're talking about nature, we're talking about this huge kind of...
See, we are nature. So there's the difference in thinking, right? I do think we are nature. And I don't think all humans universally have this ability to interact with free will or dissect morals or have deeper conversations with the self. And it has nothing to do with disability or IQ, which everyone brings into the conversation. I'm talking about if you take two people with average IQ, whatever the fuck that means, and they are set to have a conversation, they will be limited by their perception, right? So Ed already does a thing that I refuse, like I dislike engaging with to some extent, is the idea that we are not nature. So nature is neutral, then humans are neutral. Like we are nature. I think we are as neutral as, you know, the bear or the tornado or the asteroid. I think we give ourselves too much credit.
Concept, something that isn't, you know, a sentient conscious being, but rather an amalgamation of so many different systems. And so nature itself is incapable of being moral or immoral. But we are, of course, not nature. We come from nature and, of course, exist within the natural world, although separate in many ways. But what separates us is the ability to make moral and immoral decisions. Would you agree with that?
To an extent, but I would like to go. So nature is a system, though, right? Where we all survive in our, you know, everything's competing. And as a system, we can judging that system by human standards. That is in a moral system. Because
I'm not judging nature. I'm judging by the system that we've created, the system of animal exploitation. I'm not interested in judging what happens out in the wild, which we have no control over and ultimately haven't created. I'm interested in judging the morality of a system that only exists because of what we humans do.
Okay, wait. That's really good. Let's listen to that again.
I'm interested in judging the morality of a system that only exists because of what we humans do.
I like that. I'm with Ed on this. That's what we should be doing. We should be judging what's within our control to deconstruct, which is the system we as a collective created, and we are all participating in it. Okay, I'm with Ed on this. This This is why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. We all participate. The reason I even looked into veganism as a part of deconstruction is to say how much of going vegan would help me decrease my participation in this state of the world. Because the state of the world right now is gluttonous, disrespectful, very hedonistic, very ugly, very hateful. It's like the most advanced and the most intellectually, spiritually devoid. And I want to not be a part of that collective. I want to move away from being a part of that collective. And is veganism a part of that journey? Right? Is that going to be the thing that gets me closer to not being a participant in the way that the state of the world is now, even though I will always end up participating because I buy electronics, I throw away clothes, I throw away trash, I am not a perfect person, so I'll always end up participating. But how do I be less bad? Is veganism an opportunity for Brittany to be less bad?
I guess, but I would argue that we exist in nature, and I think just existing by itself is an immoral thing, looking at it from a human perspective.
Are we allowed to murder because in nature there is murder?
Sorry, I see chat asking like, will you discuss with vegans on a Discord? My Discord is not a public space. My Discord is a private paid space for patrons, people who support this content and want an extra perk. So I do have a call-in ability for patrons, but I don't take calls on this stream. I don't have the manpower to like vet people and make sure they're not going to come on my stream and say something horrible to people. You know what I mean? So I don't take calls currently. I might in the future be open to free discussions where people don't have to pay to talk to me. But right now, like, that is just what I'm doing for my own spoons. But in the future, if you guys want to stick around, subscribe, join the community. In the future, I've been thinking about having a call-in opportunity for non-patron members. That might be fun. I just, the internet's a toxic place, so I don't know. But okay, here we go.
Animals kill the animals of their own species. Can we do the same because it's in nature?
I would say that is immoral, right? Just the act of killing is immoral.
Okay. So we have notions of morality, both things that are moral.
Oh, the act of killing is immoral. I don't think the act of killing is immoral. Because I believe in abortion and I believe in self-defense. And I think it's within our nature to kill things to eat them, including plants and animals. Yeah, so I don't think it's immoral to kill things, right? Chat says, is abortion killing? I think it's killing a life. It's a life of, depending on when you have the abortion, right? So obviously, if you have an abortion at 24 weeks, like you're killing like a pretty well-developed fetus, right? Pretty well-developed baby, right? If you're killing a fetus at like 10 weeks, you're still destroying the cells that are going to then form into the baby you will end up attaching to. I also think like, because I am in a lot of bubbles where I listen to people who have miscarriage stories, who have, they lose their baby through pregnancy. I think it's well within our reason to accept that that's how we make babies. That's how we make babies. That's how we make life. We birth them. We put them, they're in our wombs and they grow. And I don't appreciate pro-lifers or pro-choicers who deny the reality that there is a personal, like a obvious reason to want to end that life from getting to a certain stage. And then there are situations where, because of the health of the mother and the horrific situation they're in, some sort of abortion later in the term might have to happen whether we like it or not, because the health of the mother has to take precedent, right? I think, I think these conversations should be had, but I don't believe in objective morality. So I believe in circumstantial, being reasonable within circumstances, right? I'm very pro-abortion. I think you have the right to have an abortion. I think every situation where you have an abortion is within reason, because I don't think people have abortions willy-nilly. I think a lot of people do a lot of things willy-nilly, but abortions aren't as simple as people think they are. And also things that are defined by abortion can also include stillbirths. So I think people forget that abortion as a term does not just always mean terminating a fetus. It can also mean a fetus that's already dead and is expelled from the womb or from the body is considered a legal abortion. So we protect abortion rights because the word abortion encompasses lots of situations that we might not think is included in that word abortion, right?
Immoral outside of the context of what happens in the wild.
Chess says it's not murder if it's not sentient. That's one of the arguments from vegans I don't understand. I don't give a fuck about sentience, right? Like, I don't care about sentience. You say babies are parasites, like, believing babies are parasites wait, aren't you the vegan in my chat? Babies are parasites, but like insects aren't? Like, don't vegans believe not eating insects? Like, what are you talking about? Like, we're all parasites. All life is parasitic. Like, all life is a part of an ecosystem. Like, what are you talking about, bro? That's what I'm saying. Please fuck off. Like, with peace and love. Okay? Like, babies are just another form of life. All life is another form of life, and we eat each other. You know? Chet says, this is why you actually need to talk to a vegan. Absolutely not. Not with that attitude. Okay? Like, not with that attitude. You know what I mean? Peace and love. I don't give a fuck what you think. You know? Look, at the end of the day, I think all life is valuable and all life is subject to death because we will all die. The question is, how will they die? Why will they die? And is it within reason to kill it or to participate in its death?
Outside of the context of what happens within our society. We established that some things within society should be deemed moral and immoral regardless of whether or not they happen within nature.
Yeah.
Okay. So our consumption of animals, therefore, is not morally justified just because the wild and nature outside of a human context can be brutal. That doesn't provide us a moral justification to be brutal.
And yeah, obviously we're using the word parasitic or parasite as like very hyperbolic, right? Because obviously a baby isn't a parasite. Parasites consume their host, right? Like, babies aren't literally a parasite. Babies just rely on the mothers the way that any living creature does. Even like cows and stuff. Do we think we should be like aborting cows' fetuses? You know what I mean? So babies, like, it's a symbiotic relationship. The beautiful symbiotic relationship of the way we bring humans into the universe is gorgeous. It's also horrific in a lot of ways, right? Chet says babies offer nothing to the mother, ? Okay, with peace and love, I'm blocking you. Like, you're just such a useless thinker in this conversation. I'm sorry. No. Like, again, I want to be less bad, not more good. And obviously, like, calling babies parasites is fine hyperbolically, but makes no sense in the way that we symbiotically, like, bring life into the universe. And this includes non-human life and human life. We bring life into the universe through labor. And the labor brings us an opportunity for connection. And that connection is worth the labor. That's why we do it. Okay. Now, I do think not all human people who give birth necessarily have the biological ability to connect to their offspring. And that would be kind of a rarity, but that offspring still deserves some sort of, good life, good connection, good harmony with self, right? Jet says dairy cows are often slaughtered while pregnant. That's horrible, you know? So I'm just like, I'm devastated for this idea that we look at human life as this like gross, horrible thing, but animal life is somewhat better. We're all the same to me. There is no better. We are all the same, right? The question is, how does that play into reality when we're interacting with one another? Do you know what I'm saying? That's the dilemma. Now, I don't, like, as an example, I don't value inherently existing. Some pro-lifers will say, aren't you glad that your mother decided to have you? I'm completely indifferent. Like, again, I'm completely indifferent. I've been indifferent basically my whole life. I've never once thought, like, oh, I'm so grateful my mom had me. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm good with it. I guess we're here, you know, but no, like I don't have that relationship with existing. I have a good life. I have the greatest life. I'm very happy and I'm very joyful, but I made that life. I made that life through hard work and suffering, and I'm happy, but I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't exist. I just wouldn't have thought about it. I wouldn't have been here, you know? So for people to say, like, aren't you so happy? Like, I don't know. I'm good. If every human being became sterilized today, I'd be good with it. Just because I just don't think it's first, it's our business, but two, like, it's important. All these people that are obsessed with making more babies just to have the human species continue, that's your monkey brain talking. That's literally your caveman brain. That has nothing to do with you actually making a decision. Nobody is making a true free life decision if the only reason you create offspring is to make sure humans exist. That is your biology, which is beautiful, but I have a much deeper relationship with my biology. I think I have a higher relationship with my biology where I actually get to make the choice. And I think getting to make the choice is great, you know, but if you genuinely think you have no choice but to make babies, you are having a caveman relationship with your biology. And that's where you are. You have no way to engage with free will. So the question is, can you become introspective, extrospective enough to engage with free will to actually make the decision? And this is why we have a slew of TikTok moms and dads regretting parenthood, because they moved off their caveman brain, made babies, and then realized, like, I didn't want to do this. Before you have that baby, I would love for you to realize you don't want to do this to the best of our ability. But then I have to accept that humans are animals, so they're going to procreate naturally because their caveman brain is telling them to, right? But then at the same time, how do we create, like, again, less bad? Giving those people resources and education and ability to make a different decision, which is why conservative policy is so dangerous and threatening to choice, because they don't want to give you a choice. Fundamentally, this is why centrists are the worst, because you have the audacity to think you're better than conservatives, and you have the audacity to say, well, they might have some good ideas. All of conservative ideas, all Republican policies in the way that it is now, is all about ending choice. And if you think less choice is what humans need right now, you are missing the point.
Ourselves.
But I'm just saying that because just to exist, right, is an immoral act. That therefore, even if you are vegan, even if you are, limiting your immorality by reducing the amount of suffering you're inflicting, you still are being immoral.
But you've hit the nail on the head there, reducing the amount of suffering that we cause. Unfortunately, what we have here is an appeal to futility, where we say that we either have to kill ourselves or we can do whatever we want. Of course, we're not going to advocate for killing ourselves. That's not going to get us where we want to be. We want to create a world that reduces suffering. And that's what you've said.
I'm going to block this person in chat because you're using the wrong data. There are more than enough studies being done right now to prove that vegan and vegetarian diets are incredibly healthy and better for you when it comes to cancer, Alzheimer's. We're also concerned with why we're dying from our food, and the one product 96% of Americans are eating, you guys are in denial and refuse to engage with the possibility that it could be the meat. That's my issue with meat eaters. We are all dying. We are getting cancer at a higher rate, and there is one thing on the menu we are not questioning. The one thing that 96% of Americans are eating, and you refuse to engage with the possibility that it could be the reason. Now, maybe it's the way we're farming it. Maybe it's the way we're doing it. Maybe it's the way we're eating it. Maybe it's the amount we're eating it, but we are not even open to questioning it. So I don't know anybody in my chat talking about vegans have bad diets, or people are unhealthy, or people are this. Everybody is unhealthy, but vegans and vegetarians, when done right, are having some of the greatest results. And I am living proof that even going vegan for this last month has helped me mitigate my pain, and has helped with my fibromyalgia so much. Okay? So again, we need to have conversations about this, right? Chet says cooked meat is carcinogenic. That's why I eat raw meat. Find me one study confirming raw meat is carcinogenic. I've eaten raw meat. I've actually eaten a lot of raw meat. You guys want to hear my raw meat stories? So I don't mean sushi. When I make beef jerky, I soak the beef in soy sauce and garlic and all these other things overnight. And I literally have eaten it. I've eaten it, and my brother and I would eat it. We'd make it really, really cold, and we'd eat it, and then we'd look at each other and be like, bro, are we about to get some fucking parasites, bro? And it was so fucking good. Now, with that said, do I do it anymore? No, because I don't want to risk it. But I will say I have done it. It was an interesting experience. I have no problem doing it. I don't think it's the answer, and I don't think it's more good than cooked meat. But I think it's, definitely a risk that questionable, kind of questionable. But there it is. I have technically done it. Chad says, do you think not eating meat has helped? I believe dairy helped more. I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not sure yet if the dairy or the meat was the issue, but I will say the dairy was probably more likely the issue, as it is causes inflammation. And I'm a big dairy girl, like yogurts and cheeses and milks every day. And I love dairy. So for me, taking it out, really changed my life. Ooh, Chat says beef tartare is pretty good. It's fucking delicious. It's fucking delicious. You know what I mean? So yeah, when we have these conversations, I think if we went back to indigenous communities and we went back to sort of how they had a relationship with meat and the earth, and they weren't primarily always eating meat necessarily, but when they would, there was a way to prepare it to eat it. I think there's a relationship to be had there. Look, I think overpopulation plays a role in this. I think the way we have a conversation plays a role in this. Again, if I put myself in an animal's shoes and I was in nature and someone caught me and killed me, would I be upset? Yes, I think the animal is upset it's dying. I do not think the animal wants to die. I think we are absolutely killing this animal against its like consent. Like if I tried to kill my cat, which I would never do, Indiana would fight me as she should, and she should tear out my eyeballs. But Indiana would fight me. She wouldn't let me kill her. She doesn't want to die, right? I don't think that needs to be debated. Animals definitely do not want to die, right? We all agree? So the fact is we are breaking their consent to eat them, okay? Not because they want to die. So then the question is there a way to ethically break something's consent in order to kill it and eat it in a way that coincides with harm reduction and our symbiotic joy? And that's the question that I'm having. It's hard for me though, to be honest with you. I don't have an ick reaction to killing an animal very quickly. If the animal didn't even process, if it's so fast that the animal or the human didn't even have time to process the death, there's a part of me that can like say, well, maybe then it doesn't matter because it didn't even know. But it only doesn't matter if a larger sort of predator took advantage of it. I think if a larger predator killed me, I would be, and I didn't even know it was coming, I especially could not be upset. I think the fear is that fear you feel when you're dying. Like nobody wants to have that fear. I don't want to be afraid when I die. I hope I am not afraid as I die, right? Like that's definitely something I want to take into consideration. Yeah, I think there's something there where I don't want an animal to be afraid when it dies. And if it's afraid when it dies, then it's unethical. If there's like a fear running through the animal, then we're doing it wrong. If there's any like, you know what I mean? There's something there alone that can help me say, okay, that's one reason not to eat meat, right? You know? Indiana is not in the room with me right now, guys, but I will give her extra pets tonight, you know? So she knows you guys love her. Chad says consent is the same as survival instinct ? How do consent and survival instincts play a role with one another? Well, there are proper ways to break consent, right? We break children's consents when we give them a bedtime at night and the kid doesn't want to go to bed, right? That's like a really good reason to break someone's consent. I mean, you could say forming society and having laws is a form of breaking consent in a sense. How many people if given the choice would pay taxes, right? Like how many people actually would pay tax if the government didn't like threaten you to pay taxes? Probably not most of us, right? Most people wouldn't pay tax, right? But we have to pay tax as a part of society. We pay into society. And, they always say, taxation is theft. It's like one of those things, right? Yeah, there's something to be said about that. And again, we're having open dialogue. We're not trying to get you. I don't think anyone has the answer. By the way, I don't think meat eaters or vegans or anyone actually has the answer. I think we're just trying to get closer together. Imagine us like a group of researchers in a library. Imagine we're, One Piece, and we're that like the research community that Robin's a part of. And we're all just like trying to figure out the answers. I don't think we have them, right? Hold on. Dennis is being combative in chat. Let's go. You said, if you respect consent so much, would you kill and eat a suicidal, depressed human because they want to die? If not, then wanting to die doesn't matter since you want to respect it if they want to die. I don't have a problem with cannibalism if the person has died naturally or the person has like died of their own accord, as long as you didn't murder them to eat them. You said, if you respect consent so much, would you kill and eat a suicide? But also, why would we eat a human? It's like it's not good for us. We don't process the same. We can't eat humans in a way that makes sense for our biological experience, right? So I don't know why you're comparing that, right? Eat a suicide depressed human because they want to die. And also, I don't think humans that want to die, okay, there's two forms, and I mean this very seriously. If you are suicidal, I don't want you to be, I as a suicidal person myself, I stopped being suicidal 5 years ago because I realized I didn't want to die. I just didn't want to live in the world the way that it was. So once I learned how to live and find my place in the universe, I didn't want to die anymore. Now, that doesn't mean, okay, that a person who's chosen to die, so conscientious consenting death, and I think there's a way to do that, there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being at a time in your life where you're ready to die and you're making this out of a reasonable, logical, joyful decision, right? A lot of people do it. A lot of people who are chronically ill do it. A lot of people who have, cancer do it. I think it's really, really good that we allow people to live how they want and die how they want. But if you kill yourself because of how bad the world is, I want you to wait a second, because I think if you want to live, I think you can find a way to live a great life. Right? So if you're only killing yourself because you pushed into a corner, not great. But if you kill yourself because you're ready, I love that for you. Okay. And I think we should create government systems and organizations to help people die with dignity. Okay. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. But again, this isn't, this is like a whole complex situation because people have religions that come into play, situations that come into play, beliefs about the world that come into play, right? You said vegans often say plants don't choose to live, so fine to kill them, but not animals. The choice point regarding suicidal human was to show you wouldn't respect the choice, then so the ability to choose. Okay, I don't know who you're talking to, okay? Like, I don't know what argument you're making, but what do you think about life? What do you think you're here on the planet to do? Do you think God put you here? Do you think you're an evolved animal? Like, why are you, you're doing this thing where like, none of us are trying to do a gotcha, okay? I'm not vegan. I don't know why, come to chat, but it feels like you're trying to make a point that doesn't make sense because you're talking to somebody who thinks there's no objective morality. I think everything's a construct. We made it up. So the question is, where do you stand? What are your thoughts? Guys, don't argue other people's ideas. Argue your idea. Don't argue against my idea. You don't even know what my idea is. Argue your own points to me. Share how you think about the world, and we'll have a much better conversation, right? Chet says, did anything choose to live? Yeah, it's like as if we were all just forced into existence, right? Chet says, plants don't choose to live. Yes, they do. Plants have survival instincts and mechanisms just like other organisms. Well, plants have a level of conscientiousness, in my opinion, right? Chet says, you called an argument of mine. I don't even know what this word means. Bro, okay, I'm going to ban you because you don't feel like you're a part of this community. Jesus. Like, there are just some people who come into my community. You could tell they're so debate bro brained. Like, I'm trying to have a real fucking philosophical conversation. I'm not interested in you fucking trying to own people in the comment sections, please. Okay. Like, what do you, nobody's trying to own anybody. It doesn't make any sense. This little, Chet says, let me see. Most of existence, we don't even exist. How beautiful it is to be alive. But wait, most of existence, we don't even exist? How beautiful it is to be alive by such a funny little chance to be thinking all these big thoughts. Yeah, that's so true. Absolutely true. Yeah, absolutely true, right? Okay, let's go back to the video.
Just acknowledged yourself that veganism reduces suffering, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does that not make it a moral obligation? Because with the choices that are presented in front of us, it is the morally preferable choice as a result of it reducing suffering.
You predicted pretty much what I was going to say, which was that by choosing to exist, by choosing not to eliminate yourself, you're effectively taking resources that something else could be taking. You are denying something else the ability to exist. You're being selfish, and you're being immoral, right?
But again, we're making an appeal to futility. What you're rationalizing there is the concept that because we can't be perfect, anything we want to do is morally justified because it's futile to live in a perfect utopia. Just because there will always be suffering, just because we can never live.
Interesting. So does Ed think that to be a vegan, you have to be a perfect vegan? Because I agree with him. Like, I agree that our goal isn't to be perfect. Our goal is to be less bad. But I also think that's why vegans need to stop being so strict about what it means to be vegan. Like, every vegan comment that shows up on my video and says, like, you weren't vegan for 30 days, you were plant-based. That is not helping. That is not bringing people to your recruitment. But at the same time, like, I'm not interested in trying to be vegan, like, for the vegan community. So does Ed think, like, as long as you're eating less, like, does he care? I feel like when I watch his content, he seems to care. But I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood him, I'm not sure. Chad says, asking one more time, trying not to spam. Is Brittany staying vegan? I don't know. I'm not going to watch the video. I know, going to watch the vegan video. So interesting. Love these challenges. I don't qualify to stay vegan. because by the requirements set by the vegan community and the standards they put in place, like I can't adhere to those standards. So I won't be identifying as vegan.
A morally puritanical life devoid of resource extraction, devoid of harm in some capacity, doesn't then justify the maximization of that harm. I think that morally speaking, whilst we can never eliminate suffering, we should seek to reduce suffering.
That's a totally valid point to take, but I have difficulty kind of taking myself away from that argument, because it still is immoral, right? And to say, oh, I'm this amount of moral versus I'm this percentage immoral just seems a little weird to me, if that makes any sense to you.
Okay. So I can go about my day and not harm another human, okay? Yeah. But I'm still living an immoral life. So am I allowed to harm a human then, even though I can avoid doing so, because we live immoral lives?
I mean, yeah, it would make you more immoral.
Okay. So if I can live a life where I don't have to harm a human, and I can live a life where I don't have to harm an animal,
but we do harm humans. I think what he means is directly, which I agree with. If directly, one-to-one, you can live a life where you don't harm a human or an animal. Okay, I'll give you guys examples. Eating a croissant is less harmful than eating a burger. But yet, hold on, wait. No. Eating a croissant and eating a burger is less harmful than slaughtering an animal. In the same way, buying fast fashion is less harmful than buying a sweatshop, right? So I guess he could say, yeah, we want to do less harm. The issue I have with the word harm is harm. I think Republican policy is harmful. I think existing is harmful. I don't think it's more harmful than good, but I think it can be. Like, that's the problem, is I'm having a problem with this word harmful, but I do agree with Ed that you want to individually cause the least amount of harm. But also driving a car causes harm to the environment, but we don't want to stop driving cars. We just want to have a better relationship with emissions. Right? So like there's a line there with veganism that's similar to me, where I'm not sure eating an animal that's already dead and in the store is like less harmful. But I think because we move with our dollar bills in the United States and around the world, using your dollar bill to bring down the need for consumption is key, which is why I'm open to this idea of not engaging by giving my money to meat industries or dairy industries. Right? But I can't, I think I'd feel like I'm engaging in factory farming by going back to eating dairy every day, but I don't feel bad having a croissant on occasion. So that's where I'm at, right? Okay. Chad says, why is eating a croissant less harmful? Croissants usually have butter and milk in them, and the dairy industry is crueler than the meat industry, so burger could be less harmful. I mean, it depends on the situation. If you're getting a croissant from a factory farm versus an individual who has, it just depends. That's what I'm saying. Is it veganism? Okay, guys, help me. Is it, I feel like factory farming is the issue. If I was if I lived on a fucking farm and I had a cow that was getting pregnant naturally from a bull, and they had a baby, and I utilize that dairy, I just cannot see the fucking issue with that. But if I force a cow to live its life being impregnated just to kidnap its calf, I see the issue in that. Right? Now I have an issue. But I feel like, how could eggs from my chickens that I do not slaughter, who give me their natural amount of eggs because I give them organic feed, how is that not okay? So when vegans say like you have to be vegan, I don't know what that means. Are you, because again, it's like, are you saying, because then I have to go to every circumstance. Because why don't you just say veganism allows? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's something about it that just doesn't make sense. Chet says, Brittany, the issue with hens is that we bred hens to overproduce. I know, but that's factory farming. Like, I'm breeding hens, fine. But if we're not killing chickens, if we're not killing chickens and you have a sanctuary farm of chickens, are they not producing fucking eggs? Am I confused? If you have chickens in a sanctuary that you haven't killed, don't they naturally end up producing eggs? Or are chickens that produce eggs completely human made? Are there no eggs being naturally produced by chickens? Do you know what I'm saying? Am I confused? Like, if that's the case, like chickens don't naturally produce eggs, then sure. But if chickens are naturally producing eggs and we eat those eggs, what the fuck is the problem? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get the problem. So veganism, you know what I mean? Chad says it's not exclusive to factory farming. The species we have on farms, regardless of any type of farming, overproduce eggs. No, listen to what I'm saying. I am not talking about farms. I'm talking about a person with backyard chickens. I need to know, like, are you saying, again, I'm giving a very specific example because this is what matters to me. What matters to me when people say it's all or nothing is, do you literally mean it's all or nothing? Like, do you literally mean that, vegans, it's all or nothing? Or is there an opportunity to ethically consume eggs that, like, it's not the same thing? I'm deeply confused, right? That's what I'm confused about. What are the rules? Because if we can get to the point where we do it better, that would be great. Chat says, Brittany, it's the same. Yes. The species of hen that would have the same as the species we bred. Are you saying we should eradicate chickens then? Like, are we saying we should not breed chickens? Like, we should get rid of chickens, like let them die out? Because we also do this thing as humans where we preserve animal life. Like, we don't let things die out or we kill them because we're horrible. I'm trying to figure out what the point is, right? Like, what is the point? You know what I mean? If Discord members want to hop on and explain, I will take calls from Discord members. Do you want to do that? But you will be on stream. Just don't dox yourself or anything like that. Like, you are on a public stream. You know? I'm just trying to understand if the issue, because it feels like vegans are explaining it from the top, but I need to go to the bottom because I'm a bottom to top thinker. I think top to bottom, right? I can't think like, here's the top problem, but where did it stem from? I want to know if we because my problem with humans is it tends to have a good idea and then we tend to build and give a really fucked up solution and we fuck up the original. So, okay. My issue is that I want to know if we eradicated all the bullshit we created and went back to the foundation. Is the foundation, what does that look like? And is that good or bad? Right? That's what I'm trying to explain. That's all I care about. If it's about harm reduction, to what point? That's how my brain thinks. Okay?
The ways that we conventionally do for the food that we consume. If it's morally preferable not to harm a human in the absence of necessity, surely it's morally preferable to not harm an animal in the absence of necessity.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that's where pro-lifers would say, then why are we having abortions? And I would say, again, like, you're allowed to stop life from coming into the universe, but I think it's already, spiritually, I already think it's here. I think fetuses are already here because they're living organisms that are moving. Like, I already think everything's alive. I already think the earth's alive. I think dirt is alive. I think like everything is a living organism within the universe to some extent. I don't have a problem killing things that are alive. I have a problem in how we end up killing things that are alive, right? I want to harm reduce, but I think sometimes it does make sense. Now, in an ideal Brittany world, abortions would be so rare, we would have national mourning funerals for them because we'd have such preventative care and such an educated populace and such a spiritual relationship with procreation that people wouldn't even be having sex, right? Unless we have preventative care. Rape would be eradicated. We'd have such a perfect ideal society that we'd get to such a beautiful point, right? Where like we wouldn't need abortion, but we'd still need abortion. There would be circumstances, even in the most ideal society, where abortion would be necessary, which is why I'm pro-abortion. Because even if everything was perfect in the world, you could still have a fetus that during its growth period ended up interacting incorrectly. It needed to be aborted to save the life of the person having the baby. Do you know what I'm saying? So even if you go down to even the most ideal universe, there isn't an ideal universe where like pregnancies go perfect every time. Right? But I think like abortion makes complete medical sense, complete ethical sense. Abortion makes sense because I value the life of the person. Like the person who's alive has more of a relationship with the universe than the person who's the fetus, but they're still just as valuable to me. And that's maybe the animal argument for eating animals is, are animals having the same experience with the universe as the human? And I would say not exactly. Not exactly, but maybe for some animals it could be very similar, right? If both human and non-animal humans. Like, I don't know if my family had me in a coma for, a few years on a table, first of all, I would be fucking pissed. How dare you keep me fucking alive? You better cut that machine out, bitch. Okay? But for some people, that's not allowed. If I get Alzheimer's, you better fucking kill me, bitch. If I get dementia, you better fucking kill me, bitch. And if you don't kill me, I'm going to haunt you for the rest of the universe. But see, that's why I advocated for so vocally on my stream. So if I ever get dementia and Alzheimer's, people can say, Brittany has had this stance for 15 years. I have had the stance. Now, does that mean I think other people should go kill your loved ones if they have Alzheimer's or dementia? Absolutely not. Do I think the government should kill people with Alzheimer's or dementia? Absolutely not. But do I think we should live in a society where people get to, at some stage of their life, sign consent forms to have an ethical way of passing on to the next life? Like, yes. Like, again, if you can live how you want, you should be able to die how you want. Like, it's so funny how much we love life, but we're so in denial of our own death, And that's the dilemma. Okay? And so again, I just want to offer us an opportunity to harm reduce in different ways, but sometimes that looks like killing. I just think people look, Israel is genociding Palestine because they're claiming we have to protect our people over Palestinian babies because they say these Palestinians are going to grow up to hate them. Well, they're certainly going to be encouraged to do it now. Palestinian babies cry just as much as your babies. Palestinian children are just as important as Israeli children because they're somebody's baby. Those babies are valuable and lovable. You do not have the right to kill Palestinian children, adults, anybody. Okay? You do not have the right to kill Palestinians. What humans are doing to each other is just the most disgusting display of, human nature at best. Okay? This is human nature and we're disgusting. So the question is, if I don't think we should kill Palestinian babies or Israeli babies or any babies, then why are we killing some babies? Because depending on the circumstance, and I think it would take a pretty enlightened society to actually be wise in its decision of killing those children, it would be done in a very ethical sense, but not in the waging war, property, slavery, not in the way genociding people is not ethical. There's no ethical stance about genocide. Okay? So the issue we're going to have again, and the issue I think we're all going to have as animal species is accepting that we're animals. Humans do not accept that they're animals. They think God put them here. They think they have dominion over animals. They think they're better than animals. You're not better than animals. Okay? But then the question comes, if we're not better than animals, but we move within the circle of life, what does that circle of life look like? I think it is, in some ways, less of the responsibility of the ignorant to make wise decisions. But at some point, it is now even more immoral for you to remain ignorant than somebody else. The reason we give children some leeway over adults is there's this idea that children can't make these decisions, but adults can. But I would say some adults also lack, because of ignorance, an ability to make a better decision. But at some point, that ignorant adult is now more culpable than a self-aware adult who makes a bad decision. And I think there's something to be said about that. Yeah. There's something to be said about that. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back and we'll continue this conversation. Listen to some music by Samantha Dragonati. I'll be right back. All right, all right. Okay, okay, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Chad says, I need to hear Brittany talk about the Ethan and Denim situation because it's getting wild. With peace and love, I am staying away from that bubble. I do not know what's going on. I know very little about what Ethan is doing, but you want to talk about harm reduction? Stop platforming and engaging with this man. You know, I'm not perfect. Maybe I'll cover it in the future, but you want to talk about bad for humanity? Ethan Klein. That whole bubble that keeps platforming him, that whole bubble that keeps giving him any kind of attention. I do not care what happens in Ethan Klein's life. I wish everybody the best. I wish everybody meditation and healing. But oh my God. You know, it's just, he might be something is deeply wrong with that human. Okay. Let's see. Discord said there are wild chickens we breed from the species of wild fowl found in Southeast Asia, I believe. We bred modern day chickens to become bigger broiler to lay significantly more eggs, egg hens that were naturally meant for the broiler eggs. This to such an extent that they have to be slaughtered after a certain age because their body weight becomes too painful for them. Oh, that guy talked about that in the documentary I saw. For egg-laying genetic lines, I believe this leads to risk of infection, prolapse, and bodily deficiencies because they're not naturally meant to lay as many eggs we have bred them to produce. So the vegan argument actually is yes, to let the chicken species we bred for farming die out because they suffer because of how we bred them. Backyard hens, for the vast majority of people, are still descended from the chickens we bred that overgrow for their body weight and overproduce eggs. It doesn't matter if it's factory farm or sanctuary or backyard chickens. It exists if the chicken in question is descended from one of those genetic lines. Very interesting. You go on to say wild chickens would still exist. So you could argue taking eggs from the wild population, but the vast majority of people would not and do not have access to wild fowl. And we'd risk overassuming the natural populace. This isn't my argument, by the way, but this is what I've learned from research. If we want ethical eggs, we would have to rework the genetic lines of domesticated chickens so that they suffer less. I'll breed the harmful genetics we bred into them. Oh, very good argument for that. Okay, that makes sense to me. That processes. Okay. Yeah, that's really reasonable. Okay, there you go. Reasons why chickens. Okay, interesting. I think that's very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, that feels like a really good argument against chickens and enslaving chickens. I also feel that way about dogs. I don't like the way we breed dogs, the way we form different kinds of dogs, the way we like manipulate breeds into existence. I don't like any of that. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, listen, we have Nimbus was a breed dog. You know, he's a husky and he came from a breeder and I love Nimbus and I think he's the sweetest, cutest doggy in the whole world. But you know, I'm not a fan of the fact, like Indiana's shelter adopted. I went to the shelter, I adopted Indiana. And I think that was the better decision. I'm not saying Nimbus doesn't deserve a good life. He has such a great life with my brother. He's the cutest dog in the whole world. You know what I mean? I love him. But I think there's something more meaningful about making sure we house animals. Now, at the same time, there's some argument to be made about the fact that we domesticate animals at all. But also, I think it was within their nature to be domesticated. And as long as you have a good symbiotic life with that animal and that human, I think it's great. I also think, and I put this in the Timothy Treadwell clip I think I showed on the podcast, I'm pretty sure, that the fox he had made friends with was friends with him for 10 years. And he was a wild fox. And that fox decided to make a commitment and a communion with a human. And I think that's beautiful and possible and gorgeous, you know? I think this happens time and time again. I think that's why people were so upset about was it New York State that killed that little squirrel or chipmunk or whatever it was? I didn't follow the story very closely, but that the human had. It's like, you know, we wanted to keep certain animal and human relationships away from each other. But I think that they're a consciousness and they're forming that connection naturally to some extent, right? I even saw a video about a support crocodile or alligator, or I don't know. It was like funny, but I was like, okay, you know, there's something to be said about the way we connect to people. Chet says you wouldn't eat the fox you're friends with because of personal preference, but surely you wouldn't you wouldn't not eat any just because of being friends with one. I mean, all humans have prejudice and preference over friends. Like, some people would turn in a stranger to the cops, but maybe not their own family member. The question is, what's the moral decision to make? I always say values over loyalty. So if my family did a school shooting, I would call the cops and turn them in. But some people would say, I can't believe you're going to turn in your own family, right? I don't believe in that. But to some extent, I do think it makes sense that we make connections with certain animals or humans over others. Example, I don't save every wounded animal at the side of the road. I see stray animals all the time. I see homeless people all the time. I'm not saving those creatures. I'm not saving those people. One, they're not related to me. Two, I have no connection to them. Three, I'm not entitled to like just kidnapping them off the street to like give them a house necessarily, right? Chet says, like, if you raise a chicken right, you would not eat one surely, but if you would stop eating all chickens, I wouldn't. Okay, my brother had a cow named Annie. I used her videos in the podcast. Annie was like a dog. She would chase cars and lick our hands and hang out by the fire pits with us. Annie was a great cow. We killed and ate her. The kids all knew her. The kids named the animals, and then we kill and eat them. Because the connection I had with Annie wasn't really that deep, right? I didn't have a deep connection with Annie. I really liked her. I thought she was funny. But what happened was Annie got out of her barn area, and she cut her tit, like her little teat. She cut it and got infected. She got infected with some sort of illness. I don't know what it was called. She was trying to mate with the bull next door. She got an infection that made it extra difficult to keep her milk and things clean. And it was much harder to milk her and much harder for her to like produce babies. It was a whole thing. Okay. So they decided to slaughter Annie instead and cook her. And we ate Annie for whatever time it took to finish her off. And I think that was the best decision in the time. I think that made a lot of sense. I think Annie's quality of life wouldn't make any sense to a family that's raising a farm to feed their family. I think it'd be different if there was like a sanctuary aspect to my brother's farm, which there isn't. All the animals there are there for a purpose, and they're there to ultimately serve a purpose. In the same way that religious people think all humans are here to serve a purpose, right? You know what I mean? Like, we're all here religiously to serve a purpose. Now, I'm not religious, so I don't think Annie was there to serve a particular purpose. Now, I tried to think, okay, if Annie was my cow, would I have killed Annie? I don't know. Annie, it was pretty expensive. I mean, my brother spends an average of $13K a month to sustain his family farm. He's like a hippie conservative. They use very organic dirt. They call regular milk pus milk. They don't drink regular milk from the stores. They don't like regular products from the stores. My sister is like a granola conservative. My sister-in-law. She's like a granola conservative, right? She's very, she's like got a degree in like dirt, and she's very big on like, you know, what's in the dirt and what's in this. So, and they make really good money, right? He has his own business. He works in a good industry. He's a high school graduate, and they live, you know, they live really good. And they have like, if I video time them, they have like prosciutto hanging all over the kitchen. They have like literally dried meat all over their kitchen ceiling. They have like, you know, farm parties with their neighbors. They're all, you know, they have like 20 acres of land, you know, all their animals like run free and stuff. But then of course they're eventually slaughtered. You know, it's hard for me because the animals have a pretty fucking good life on my brother's farm before they die. And he just believe in killing them as fucking quickly as possible. He took lessons. He uses the sharpest, you know, knives possible. He doesn't want them to feel any ounce of pain. And even before he kills them, he says, like, if you put fear in their body before you kill them, like, that's fucked up. You know, you got to do it when they don't even know what's coming. So he kind of holds this like very strong belief to the best of his ability to make the animal's death as like unknowable as possible. Like, he doesn't want them to even realize it's happening. Of course, ultimately, veganism would say, why are you doing it at all? And I think there's an argument to be had. I'm just sharing the kind of perspective I had, you know, with a family member. Yeah, I I don't know. It's hard to not see some sort of positive symbiotic relationship with this. It's hard for me not to be very Mufasa from The Lion King and be like, yo, even though the deer and stuff are coming to your, your birthing, Simba, we're also going to eat them later. It's like, it's kind of hard for me not to see this as like a positive symbiotic relationship, because I do think like humans consume the same as any other animal. And I think it's a matter of like having a better relationship with that consumption. I think we're so hedonistic and so gluttonous right now that it's hard to not feel disgusted at the way that we consume, right? I'm trying to think, like, yeah, I think out of all the ways people do it, I think my brother does it in one of the better ways. But I also think my brother is a farmer at the end of the day. He's not attached to his animals. Like, my brother doesn't have personal relationships with his animals in the same sense. I mean, he thinks they're cute and he's like, oh, so cute, cute. And he thinks they're adorable and he tries to like pet them and hang out with them. But also ultimately they were there to die or there to be the farm dog. My brother is he's like a sophisticated Neanderthal. He's not the most like introspective, but he's not the most cruel either. Like, I don't know how to explain it. He's like kind of a big Neanderthal, like he definitely has his limitations with his extrospection, but he teaches his kids not to take for granted what's about to happen so they can eat food. And I think there's something about that I respect more than gluttonous meat eaters that feel entitled to the animal. I don't think my brother feels entitled. I think he feels grateful to feed his family. And I think there's something to be said about that. Also, I found it ironic that our family friend was so mad at my brother for killing his own animals, but ate at Burger King. Like, girl, you eat factory farmed meat. She'll eat factory farmed meat, but that hates my brother for killing his own animals. But like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you care about the animals, buying factory farmed meat is not the answer. Actually, I would say there's this argument vegans have that you can't be an animal lover and eat meat. I would say you can't be an animal lover and buy factory farmed meat. I agree to that extent. I don't know if you can't be an animal lover and eat meat, but I think that's also a good argument to be had. Yeah. I think there's something to be said there. Chat says, he's talking to somebody in chat, sorry. I think plant-based foods aren't ethical either. Okay. Obviously, they're more ethical. Plant-based diets and vegan-based diets, I think, are objectively more ethical. They're more ethical for humans, disease control, the environment, status and quality of life. They literally objectively cause less harm. If you are only interested in causing less harm, plant-based diets, plant-based living is 1000% without a doubt, hands down, the most ethical way for people to exist. Period. Like, the most ethical way to live. Meat eating on a spectrum is one of the worst ethical decisions to make, generally because of the way that we feed this 9 billion person population. I think that's important. Yeah, I think there's something to be said. Chat says, can you be an animal lover and be dairy product consuming vegetarian? Not if you buy factory farmed. Because look, remember that video I showed you in the podcast of the Australian dairy farmers? They were like, look how sweet it is. This mother's life, she gets 2 months off and then she comes back to have a baby. She's only having a baby to produce the milk that we drink. That's not a natural life. That's a very gross way to produce milk. So the only way to produce milk is to make sure this cow is always fucking pregnant. I'm good. Like, I don't wish forced pregnancy is not good. I'm not about it. I'm good. I'd rather go dairy free. I ain't gonna participate in no forced pregnancy for humans or non-humans.
So in that context, then, if we establish, and this is the only thing we need to establish to, make this statement on the banner correct, if we establish that with the choices that we have, veganism is the morally preferable choice, even though it's not perfect, but it's morally preferable, substantially so, then that by default makes veganism a moral obligation.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, right?
Okay.
But ultimately, I still do feel like if we're arguing moral obligations, killing yourself would be the most moral thing to do. So why wouldn't killing yourself be the moral obligation? Well,
killing yourself, not so much, but maybe again, I'm so curious what Ed will say. Actually, let me listen to Ed's perspective first, because I am curious, and then I'll share mine.
Because if we do that, we can't seek to create a better world. We can't seek to create a world that reduces suffering.
What?
Because if we do that, we can't seek to create a better world. We can't seek to create a world that reduces suffering. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what we should strive to do is create better systems, create better relationships with humans and non-human animals. And with the life that we have, we can debate the morality of bringing more life into existence. But with the life that you and I have, we should seek to try and create systems and change that implements less suffering in the world. That's what I think, And it's just not a...
Ooh, okay. No. Okay, I'm with him. I'm with him that ultimately there's one argument to be had about procreating more life, including animal life. Like, that's a problem, guys. If we're breeding into existence billions of animals that would not naturally be breeding at that extent, and we think this isn't going to impact the planet or anything we're doing, that's where humans are just, I can't tell, are we not smart enough? Do we not know? I didn't know. I need graphs. I'm such a little autistic learner. I needed some graphs. And once I saw the graphs, I was like, wait, we're birthing billions of animals into existence that would never have been here, that consume all of these resources. And then we're wondering about overpopulation. Overpopulation isn't just about human overpopulation, it's about animal overpopulation, like non-human animal population. Oh my gosh, like absolutely not. So, again, if we want to be more efficient, if we want to be better, then I agree with Ed here that we want to, while we're alive, harm reduce. And then we can talk about whether or not procreating makes more sense.
Tangible thing, nor is it an ethical thing to talk about taking life. The whole concept of what I'm discussing is the concept of trying to reduce life that is taken, reduce the suffering that is caused. And so really at the end of the day, what we're creating is a really extreme hypothetical option, which isn't really a part of the possibilities of what we can do, but we have to eat. And so faced with the option of necessity to eat, we therefore are compelled to make the choices that we can make when it comes to the reduction of the suffering that those choices make. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, yeah. Like if you want to be a moral person, veganism is, theoretically more moral than not being vegan. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Where does that leave you then? You're faced with two choices: to pursue an option that you have just accepted is more moral, or to continue doing something which you have accepted is immoral in the context of having another option that is more moral.
Like I said earlier, though, they both seem, immoral to me relative.
Okay, so I'm going to answer this question for myself. If I've already decided factory farming and all this stuff is unethical, that it makes sense, why aren't I going vegan today? And again, I think this is important, right? That I be honest with you. I am such an open-minded person. But at the same time, I do not transition very well unless I feel like I'm making the decision because I really think it's the right answer. And so my brain, and I think this is most people's brains, and I'm telling you this to make your arguments better and your patience better with people. Look, I also want people to change, but only because they really got there authentically, not because they felt bullied or forced to. So the reason I'm patient with people is because I'm patient with myself. If I know how hard it is for me to make the transition, and I really want to make it from head to toe, I want to be so sure this is the reason, it's got to come naturally. When I first got diagnosed with fibro, my nutritionist, who I spent way too much goddamn money on, oh my God, not worth it. Anyways, with peace and love. When I was going through that process, she would try to restrict my diet and I just couldn't do it. I was like, no. And I had to pay this woman whether I was restricting my diet or not. It was a horrible experience in some ways, but I didn't know I was autistic and I didn't know the transition was so hard. But I was like, I cannot do this just because you told me to. She's like, but here are all the health benefits. Here's all the data, but it wasn't enough. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't fucking do this. Now here, I went gluten-free so fucking fast. I took out dairy so fucking fast. I was like, I'm out. It's good. I'm looking at the benefits. I'm out. Right. And my partner was like, why is it so easy for you to do it now? And it's one, because of the timing. Two, I'd done all that work, like building up to the transition. It was a 2-year transition. And two, I'm making it because I want to do it. No one's forcing me or guilting me. No one's bullying me. I'm making the decision. And I'm making the decision whether other people want to make it for me or not. I don't do things because people think it's right. I do things because I think it's right. And I want to make sure I come to this decision because I think it's right and not because the world is telling me it's right. And I think this is the dilemma of being a human being. Because talk about free will. Why can't I engage with my free will and just make the switch? Why am I hesitating? Because it doesn't feel like a choice. And if it doesn't feel like a choice, I'm frustrated, right? And it doesn't work within my deep, I don't know how long it will take me to integrate it. I don't even know if it's where I'm going to end up because I can't predict the future. But I will say that I think eventually there's a high probability that I might, even if I don't call myself a vegan, I might be quite literally in practice a vegan. But again, I think owning that title comes with way too much baggage, like way too much responsibility, like saying I'm a Catholic. If you're a Catholic, you better be fucking following the 10 Commandments and doing everything fucking right. Because otherwise, like, I'm not interested. Because if you think it's literally true, and this goes on to our next video, if you think it's literally the right decision, then why aren't you doing it, right? I think there's a part of me that still isn't sure veganism is correct, but I'm very convinced by the argumentation. Alex O'Connor was a vegan who debated veganism points, who fought for veganism, but recently went back on it. And we're going to watch his video on why. And then this is why. Did Alex really come to veganism because he thought it was correct? Because there is no way I would say that I was vegan and I would not stay vegan even out of inconvenience. Because again, if you're only vegan because it's convenient, like, I'm not interested. Either veganism is correct and we're going to do it even when it's inconvenient, or it's situationally correct, right? There's something to be said about it, right? Okay, let's finish this video out and then we'll go to Alex's video.
Relative to, I realize
That's not true, though. But we're not going around in circles, because you're contradicting yourself. You just said that it's more morally preferable, and now you're saying that it's morally comparable. But it's not morally comparable. You and I have both just established that. So, because one is preferable over the other, regardless of the fact that we can't live a perfect life, in the context of the situation that we have today and the recognition that we have.
P.S. Discord's talking about coffee, and I'm not sure that coffee is like ethically sourced. It's like really hard to find ethically sourced coffee. I am drinking vegan coffee right now, but I will say my nephew, he just told me that he's been making coffee in quotations at home. And I was like, you're drinking coffee at 10 years old or 9 or 8 or whatever he is. And he was like, no, Auntie Brittany, I think it's acorn coffee. And I was like, I think it's acorns. And I was like, acorns? He goes, I take the nuts and I roast them and I crush them and I make coffee. I make a drink. And I was like, what? And so the kids have, quote, coffee, and it's made out of nuts. And I was like, oh my God, my genius little nieces and nephews. And so I might switch over to that and then do other things. But I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. So yeah, they go out into their little 20 acres and get their own little acorns and they make their own little coffee. That's what I mean to say, like, my brother's farm might slaughter animals, but the kids are also getting access to so many different ways of existing that, like, I wouldn't have thought of growing up. I didn't forage for acorns as a kid and make coffee. You know what I mean? So I just thought that was really cute.
Both made that the vegan option is the preferable option. What then stops you from making that change?
It would be my immorality.
Chad says, is there some coffee that's not vegan? Veganism isn't just the lack of animal product. It also has to coincide with sort of the consumption of the item. So vegan also includes not testing on animals, how the product is curated and created, and then, of course, if it has animal product at all.
And my desire to eat meat.
And does that justify it?
I mean, it's not very justified, but I mean, like I said,
See, that's the problem with Ed and these people is people aren't going to have a switch overnight. That's not how it works. Nobody changes their mind overnight. People come to a conclusion and have a realization. Now, some people, like my dad, went cold turkey on cigarettes the moment my mom was pregnant with me. And that's pretty fucking rare. And maybe that happens with some people. Or maybe my dad just never really cared about smoking, right? Not everybody who smokes gets addicted, even though smoking is highly addictive. So the problem with these arguments is that I never expect the person across from me to switch their mind that time. I just hope to plant seeds in a direction that I think is harm reducing, but not in a direction that's prescribing. I don't want to make a prescription, but I do want to encourage harm reduction. So Ed's doing a great job, except I do think his body language would annoy me, because I think from my personal journey, I've come to the conclusion that I must accept that humans are inherently harmful, and that they do not change their minds overnight, but hopefully will change their minds soon. I love the comments I get from you guys that are like, I watched you 2 years ago and you pissed me off and I really hated what you said. But then one day it kind of clicked and I'm back again. That's great. I fucking love that. I love the idea that you watch a video of mine and you fucking just hate my guts. And then 3 years later, you're like, oh, I just got it. I got what Brittany was finally saying. That's fucking great. That's my only hope. Right? Sometimes I think with these conversations, they literally think like, oh, this guy's about to become vegan right here now. It's like, okay, maybe not though.
I think we live
but maybe sometimes, right? Maybe sometimes.
in an immoral system. We've established you cannot be the perfect moral being.
Yes.
There's some immorality in just existing itself.
So are you comfortable maximizing suffering then?
Well, Well, maximizing would be, going around killing hundreds of people, and then
Or potentially tens of billions of animals might be a situation of.
Okay, I'm about to block you in chat. Did you say, you said my friend, he was a vegetarian due to religious reasons. I got him into eating meat. Just to be clear, are you saying you convinced your religious friend to be tempted against their religious values to do something they think is a sin? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying he left the religion and is now eating meat? Because I don't like people who tempt Muslims into eating pork or Christians into watching porn. Like, at the end of the day, that's not your job as a friend, is to look at your friend who's vegan and sneak meat into their food, or your friend who's religious, like, to tempt them away from their principles. Like, there's a difference between changing somebody's mind and then doing something that's fucked up against your friend's values. So I just want to be abundantly clear, chatter, that if you don't answer me in the next 30 seconds, that you did not brag about tempting your friend out of their religious values. Okay. You said we talked about it and he changed his mind. Okay. What's wrong with that? It's only wrong if you are actively working in temptation's way to convince somebody out of their belief system because you think you're better than them. Okay. I just want to make sure. But if you're saying, so don't brag about it. You're bragging about it in my chat. Like, my friend was this way, but I convinced him to eat meat. Okay. You're being weird. Like, why are you bragging about that? Just be like, I'm glad my friend came to a realization of having more of a harmonious relationship with their joy through a conversation we had. But see how that wasn't the way you said it? The way you said it was braggadocious. I don't like that. Okay. You said, I don't think it's weird. It's a weird brag. It's a weird brag. I disagree with you. I disagree with you enough, and I'm going to block you for the sanity of my own chat. I love blocking people. It feels so good, bro. Free will, control. Blocked.
Maximizing suffering.
it is a system where suffering is definitely increased relative to, a vegan society.
And you're comfortable with contributing to a system that increases suffering?
I think you can certainly find ways around to try and minimize the suffering.
How do we minimize the suffering to its fullest extent?
Minimal. If you wanted to minimize, you would be vegan, right? But if you wanted to work around that, and if you wanted to remain a meat eater while minimizing suffering, you would probably go with the standard options, right?
What, the factory farmed options?
The standard, non-violent, which would be the non-factory farm options, right?
Do you say non-violent?
It's non-violent. The less bad ones, right? I'm not too into it, so I don't really know much, but I know there's non-cage stuff, free range stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
But still within those systems, suffering is caused, and the moral objections of taking life is still found.
I mean, suffering just exists in life, right?
But we've already established that morally we should seek to reduce suffering.
Mm-hmm. We should seek to suffer wisely, which I think is a part of harm reduction. We should reduce suffering and learn to suffer wisely, right? I'll share something as a chronically ill person. And I'll share something that I think might offend some people. So get ready. I mean, we're already talking about veganism, right? I think a good example of how I think about this personally is unwise and unethical suffering is becoming a cruel person because you're chronically ill. I've met a lot of people that became chronically ill and became bitter, ugly, became resentful of family members, became gluttonous, and became a mooch. And I think this is unwise suffering. If we're going to suffer because of our chronic illnesses, I think we should suffer wisely with kindness and compassion for both ourselves and the people in our lives. We are not a burden to people because we suffer, but I think if we create a thought system around our suffering in order to become a burden, I think that's cruel. I think that's wrong. I don't think it's okay because you suffer to hurt other people, but I think it's necessary to remind ourselves, we do suffer and it is hard. And I don't want things to turn us ugly. The world is already ugly enough because of suffering. I think if we're going to reduce suffering, we have to learn not to be ugly in our suffering. So we have to suffer wisely,
So,
but if
are you comfortable purchasing products that maximize the suffering that's caused? Are you comfortable purchasing products that increase suffering when you don't have to?
Look, I mean, suffering is just caused by existence, right? If we wanted to decrease suffering, we would kill everything, right? And there would be no more suffering because nothing would exist.
Are you comfortable? Let me ask you the question again. Are you comfortable purchasing products when you don't?
I think we pick and choose. It's easier for me to go vegan than to stop buying computers, right? Like it's easier for me to go vegan than to never buy electricity. So if I don't think I think Ed's argument is fine, but I think, what if it wasn't veganism? What if people who ate meat also got rid of everything else they do that contributes to harm? Could they still be vegan? Because what it feels like the argument is choose veganism over every other form of reducing harm because it's the best one, which I think is actually a good argument. I think there's a possibility that of all the forms of suffering we amplify as humans, veganism is the quickest, easiest, and most efficient way to reduce suffering. And it allows you to maintain your work jobs, your relationships, your functionality within society. For the most part, if most people went vegan, it would probably be an easier transition than most people not giving into fast fashion or not buying electronics or not driving a car, right? I think it would be the quickest and easiest way to help everybody. Yeah. I think that could be correct. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why I'm mostly convinced by the veganism argument, because it's the easiest thing I can do that would help decrease, if everyone did it, the most suffering for all categories of concern that we have: environmental, human quality of life, and non-human quality of life. Yeah. But I wouldn't be doing it because it's objectively moral if the state of the world was the way that it was. If the state of the world was different, I'm not sure veganism would be the answer. And that's my biggest struggle. Am I only vegan? Am I only going to go vegan if I do because of the state of the world? Or am I going vegan because I think it's objectively true regardless of the state of the world? That's why I don't like it when vegans equate it to slavery and racism, because I'm like, slavery and racism is never ethical. Like, it's never okay, regardless of the state of the world. I want to be abundantly clear. Like, racism and slavery is never okay, regardless of the state of the world. Though I think it's subjective and I think there's no objectivity to it, I think that is true for my belief system. Okay, that's Brittany's construct. And the question is it ever okay, regardless of the state of the world, to consume animal products? That's the question. And that's hard for me to answer. I don't know. You know, chat says, I was wondering about that. Could veganism be the most effective pathway? Your podcast made me think a lot. Thanks, Britt. My pleasure. It's been a great journey. And you guys are helping. A lot of the vegans in my audience have been very helpful, you know. Chat says, do you think America made it affordable to maintain a vegan diet? Definitely. I mean, I think the world does for the most part. If you live in any kind of developing world, you have more than enough access to a vegan lifestyle because you're eating fruits and vegetables and rice and grains. There's so much vegan option, right? Yeah. Chad says, technically, you might be tempting Christians by promoting veganism into committing the sin of following doctrines of devils, forbid meat eating. Timothy 4, just saying. I don't think being vegan is anti-Christian. Lots of Christians are vegan. The Seventh-day Advents are vegetarian. I shared that in the podcast, right? Did I have to cut out that part? I think I kept that part in the podcast because I had to cut it out. I think I had to cut it out because of copyright. But Seventh-day Advents are primarily vegetarian, apparently. And because of that, they live an average of 10 years longer, according to that study. I think that's interesting, you know? But I don't think, I think veganism as a religious could be anti-Christianity. I think you're right there. I think if veganism remains like pretty black and white and you have to do it or you're a bad person, then I would think it was anti a doctrine to commit. I think it would be anti most religions to adhere to it, unless veganism was built into the religion. Yeah, I think that's true. Because veganism, if it plays out like a objective black and white moral system, then yeah, you can't have Christianity and veganism. But if veganism is simply a decision to harm reduce and it has nothing to do with black and white, you're not a real vegan the problem is once you say real vegans if there's a real way to be a vegan, then 100% you can't integrate it into religion or into or into belief systems in the same sense. But if you're saying veganism is simply a lifestyle decision to harm reduce, then I think religious people could be vegan.
Don't have to, that increase suffering.
I guess so, because I don't really like eating vegan food.
Okay. So
You just haven't had good vegan food. But also, I want to say that the reason, and I share this story not to diminish other people's communities, I share this story to give you insight into how I was raised differently from everybody around me. When I say my parents made food at home and didn't make frozen food, I don't mean vegetables that were frozen. I mean prepackaged, heavily processed food that's so calorie dense that you're overeating and adding to the obesity epidemic, right? When I say my parents fed us food, it means that, you know how people will go on clean diets and it's just like food? You know how people are like, oh, I'm eating healthy, but the pictures they show me is literally just like food? I'm like, I didn't eat. The only reason I was told I was eating healthy growing up was because everybody else was eating not food. Like, it's food, you can eat it, but it's not food. Like, it didn't grow in your garden. The food I eat can grow in a garden. The food I eat can come from the earth. That's just called food. It's, you know what I'm saying? That's just eating. But food is so fucked in the United States that what people think is food are things that are so heavily processed that, yes, it's food, but you know what I mean? Like, you can, it's the relationship we have with the way we produce food. I'm not saying it's not food. I'm just saying the reason your communities are dying from it is because it is manufactured in a way not to consider your health. A TikToker said, why does restaurant food taste so much better than home cooked food? Because restaurants don't care about your cholesterol. They don't care about your health. Restaurants want you to pay money for something you feel was worth it. They don't give a fuck if you go home and have a heart attack. Okay? So the way we have a relationship with food is gluttonous and it is unhealthy because it is like, I'm going to enjoy it now, regardless of the consequence later. But then we wonder why our communities are dying in their 50s. Guys, we're not having a better relationship. Chess says also MSG. First of all, I add MSG into my food. I feel like, from my understanding, all of those studies on MSG like are not true, but I don't know. I add MSG into my food and it's fucking good. I do. Fun fact. I use MSG. From my understanding, the anti-MSG rhetoric comes from colonizers and colonizers' thoughts around MSG, but also the way we use our products is actually what's bad. I don't know, though. I don't know. Because I will just tell you, I love MSG. I've got to read about it more, but from my understanding, there's a racism element to being anti-MSG, and I'm concerned about that. But I don't know. Because people of color, our communities, you know, we're not always perfect with the way we consume food either. So we also have to think about that, right? Okay, let's see.
then it comes down to taste, doesn't it? Does sensory pleasure morally justify what we do to animals?
It is immoral.
Okay. Yeah. So sensory pleasure doesn't justify it. We've gone round and round, and we're reaching a really nice point of commonality.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It is immoral. Like I said, I'm sure you don't want to argue it. But
Chat says hot Cheetos are ingrained in my DNA. That's another thing. If I go vegan, I can never eat hot Cheetos. Can we get some vegan hot Cheetos over here, please? Actually, I also decided my partner and I are going to try to make our own vegan hot Cheetos because we have corn puffs here in Croatia that are vegan. I'm going to try to figure it out. But yo, I cannot guarantee you that if I go to the United States, I'm not eating hot Cheetos. Like I cannot, I'm asking my sister if she comes and visits me, if everything goes okay and Trump doesn't make it crazy to travel, I'm going to ask her to bring me hot Cheetos. Do you know what I mean? And that's not vegan. So.
But I would say the most moral thing, killing everything. You can't really do that. So
What can you do?
you can decrease it. Like you said, you can be vegan.
Okay. All right then. That brings us to the end, obviously, because where else can we go?
Okay.
You know, where else can we go from here? Except the
Now I want you, so look, okay, that was Ed, Earthling Ed. I'll go ahead and link his channel. You guys can check it out. The next thing, okay, so Ed has been friends with Alex O'Connor for a while. And just like 2 years ago, they were talking about veganism together, right? But then Alex 2 years ago, actually, let me look at when this was posted. April 20, and this was posted March. Oh, so I guess, I wonder if this was recorded before or after. I haven't watched it. I don't know. I haven't seen this podcast. Maybe I'll like it better. Because I do like, maybe I'll like them together better. But this video I wanted to share with you, this is from Alex O'Connor. And I want to listen to his reasonings for not being vegan.
Cosmic Skeptic
Hello?
just reversed position on
Why the
vegan.
fuck is that happening? Stop. Ew. Okay, let me see. The fuck? I just got fucking
Look, I'm not some kind
jump
of
scared. I just got jump scared. Okay, I want to watch this and see how we feel about it because I do like Alex, though he's really got to stop platforming predators. Okay.
So as you can imagine, the past couple of weeks have not
Brittany? My boomer ass.
been particularly easy for me. So as you can imagine, the past couple of weeks have not been particularly easy for me. But of course, this is something that I expected. When I made my community post announcement about consuming animal products, I expected that there would be a great deal of sadness and disappointment. And
I do love Mike the Vegan watching so-and-so is no longer vegan videos. I do love it. You know what I mean? I really do love the so-and-so isn't vegan anymore. I just love those videos, you know, if they're nice and compassionate.
hatred and anger and all of these kinds of things. So I want to be able to get back to producing regular content, and I've been working on a new project that is launching very soon. It's going to be the next thing you see on this channel, but I wanted to make sure that I at least spoke about this on camera before doing so. I don't know what kind of video this is. I don't know what I'm going to call it. I'm basically just trying not to sensationalize this. I recognize that this kind of video can cause a lot of drama, bring a lot of attention, a lot of negative attention to the vegan movement, to animal advocacy. That's really something I'm trying to avoid. You know, I've been thinking a lot about how best to approach this whilst doing the least harm to animals and the least harm to the vegan movement as a whole.
I really appreciate this, actually. This is why I'm a little confused. So when we talk about like objective morality, if humans have access to it and all of that other stuff, I think there's something to be said about this, right? Like, Alex was such a staunch vegan and used to debate it. And the fact that he went back to animal products, and we'll get to his reasoning why, that argues this idea of objective morality to me that I'm fascinated with.
So I'm not entirely sure what that looks like. Of course, ideally, you would have wanted me to just stay totally plant-based, but I'm hoping to explain some of the reasons why I didn't do that. But crucially, and I should say this from the outset, even though it should be obvious, look, I'm not some kind of nutritionist. I'm certainly not a nutritional expert. And so I'm in a bit of an awkward situation here in that, you know, I feel I want to explain some of the problems that I was facing in maintaining a healthy plant-based diet. But I want to clarify that shouldn't be informing your position on the viability of a plant-based diet for yourself. A lot of people have been sending me studies, in particular the American Dietetic Association study that being vegan is healthy at all stages of life, including pregnancy, as if this is new information to me, as if this isn't something that I was already aware of and wasn't citing myself. Of course, the American Dietetic Association says that a well-planned vegan diet is healthful at all stages of life. The key point is well planned there, and my problem is not with the idea that every nutrient that's required to be healthy can be found in a plant-based diet. I think that it can. My problem is with the practicability of maintaining it for myself. So people have been asking, well, what's this magical nutrient that you can only get from an animal product that you can't get from plants? I want to clarify from the start, there isn't one. Every nutrient that you need to be healthy can be found in an adequately planned plant-based diet. I just want to talk to you about some of the reasons why I found it very difficult to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. I also want to clarify that I really don't know what my diet's going to look like going forwards. I don't know if I'll continue to eat these foods or whether I'll be able to abandon them again in the future. I really don't know. So I'm not trying to do...
So would you say Alex was never a vegan? Like, would the vegans say Alex was never actually vegan because he didn't actually adhere to a vegan philosophy? Or was it just that he had a vegan diet? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't think veganism is inconvenient enough not to be vegan. Like, the only chance of veganism being inconvenient in the developed world is if you are stranded on a fucking island, or if you are literally in a desert for 500 miles of desert and you're not even near civilization, right? That's where I'm a little confused. Like, how could it be inconvenient to be vegan in the developed world? Like, I mean, in such a privileged position where if you have mass-produced factory farm meat, then you have other things. You might have to travel. You might, but like Alex, like, isn't he a YouTuber? He works for himself. What does that look like? Now, don't get me wrong. It's a lot of work and inconvenient for me to take a bus ride to the local health store. For sure, right? It's too much work for me. So I just settle for the local grocery stores I have accessible, right? Chez says, what about disabled people? Well, again, I think that plays a role in veganism being objective or not. If we can make reasons why disabled people don't have to be vegan, then it's definitely not objective. But if you think veganism is objective, then it doesn't matter if you're disabled. What does disability have to do with anything? Right? Like, are you not allowed to rape now because you're disabled? Or like, can you rape now if you're disabled? That's what vegan arguments are. Vegans claim being vegan is like being racist. Being disabled doesn't make you less. You can't be racist because you're disabled. So I'm trying to understand that. I'm not arguing this. Brittany is not arguing this. Brittany is not arguing this. Brittany is not arguing this. This is the vegan argument. Brittany is not arguing this. I am not arguing this. I'm all about do what you need to do to harm reduce. If you can't get vegan diets, do what you can. I am not arguing this. But if the vegan argument is that, it's either vegan or not vegan, then it wouldn't matter if you were disabled, right? So when Alex was vegan, did he believe that or not? Right? I'm confused on that. If he says veganism is still correct, then inconvenience is not a reason not to be vegan, right?
An ex-vegan, anti-vegan thing. I'm not trying to come out and say veganism did this to me, I had a horrible experience, and this is why you shouldn't be vegan. Like, I still want to encourage people to be vegan. I still want to encourage people, of course, to care about animal suffering and to help bring about the end of factory farming. Like, the fact of the matter is, I still think animal suffering matters greatly. I still want to see the end of factory farming as soon as possible. All that happened was, in practice, in my life, I found it difficult to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. That's it, really. I understand why that would annoy people or upset people, especially given that I'm somebody with a public platform.
Again, from a human perspective, I don't care. I'm not vegan. And I know people are on a journey, but from a logic debate bubble, it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure. This is why I say morals are definitely flexible, but I couldn't imagine it being that inconvenient, because that's what I was told. I was told I can't be vegan. It's too inconvenient. Brittany, it's so inconvenient. It's not that inconvenient. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not that inconvenient, but I know how to cook. And I still think that plays a huge role. Does Alex know how to cook? Right?
But that's what this breaks down to. Now, for most of my life, I've had a particular set of health issues, just like most people have some health issues, that I must stress are unrelated to veganism. They're not caused by veganism. I had them before I was vegan. It's nothing like that. But for instance, one of the most important or relevant here is IBS, or irritable bowel syndrome, which people have to varying degrees. I've suffered with it quite severely for most of my life. It's not been as bad as I've been getting older, but it essentially translates to having some severe stomach problems, as well as, I don't really know how to put it, but you need to make sure you have access to a toilet. For most of my childhood, one of the great miseries...
Yeah, IBS is definitely an issue. I feel like vegan diets could help IBS. And I'm a little confused about that as well. Like, how is heavily processed factory farmed meat better for your IBS? I'm not sure. You know what I mean? But I don't know. IBS is personal, and I don't want to go after his physical health. But I couldn't imagine somebody having IBS, and again, I know people with IBS, it's a real disability. It's like a real issue. I'm not sure that would be a reason not to be vegan if you think it's morally correct to be vegan. I think there's a question there, but again, I'm not trying to attack people with IBS, right?
Of my life was that I essentially wouldn't be
I'm going after the argument about veganism being correct.
able to go anywhere that didn't have an immediate toilet access, because otherwise I'd be absolutely stuck out, and the anxiety
Chad says, do you think you could have been a debate bro in your past life? I was a debate bro in my past life. That's literally what I used to do on the internet. I used to do debates and stuff. I don't do it anymore.
of just being there and knowing that that was the case would be enough to bring on the symptoms of IBS, and I'd just be paralyzed by it. This was livable. That is an important thing to stress. It's not like the pain that I experience when I suffer from these symptoms is completely and utterly debilitating. As I say, as long as I'm in a situation where I can deal with it, as long as I have a toilet nearby, as long as I don't need to be doing something important. But the problem is that, of course, when there was something I needed to be doing, so if I was giving a talk or a debate, or even if I was attending a lecture or a debate or something like that, or indeed if I was just hanging out with friends in a place that didn't have toilet access, if we were just going for a picnic or like hanging out by the river or something, I knew that if I was going to eat something and then go to these things, there was a good chance that I was going to run into quite a bit of trouble. And so what I would do is have a very restricted relationship to food in these instances.
I've heard that veganism can cause eating disorders in people, and I want to say, I think anything that you force yourself into, you will have a complex with. Anything you force yourself to show up for when it doesn't feel like it coincides with your joy, I think will fuck you over. When I say you need to be in your joy, your real joy, meaning in symbiotic peace with your decisions, you need to go to bed feeling good about your decisions and waking up feeling good as you face your decisions. So when I say joy, I'm not saying happiness. When I say joy, I mean it in a philosophical sense. You have to really feel good when faced with yourself. So if your joy is ruffled because you're facing yourself and you're getting to your next version of self, there's like a level of wise suffering that has to happen there. But there's a level of unwise suffering that coincides when we don't face ourselves or we face ourselves poorly. So what did Alex just say? Hold on.
Or something. I knew that if I was going to eat something and then go to these things, there was a good chance I was going to run into quite a bit of trouble. And so what I would do is have a very restricted...
He ended up creating like an eating disorder almost. I think it's not the veganism that causes the eating disorder. It's the restrictive part of it that makes you feel guilty for engaging in feeding yourself. That's why I brought autism into the conversation for my podcast, because as a person who has like all of her safe foods were non-vegan. Guys, all of my safe foods are non-vegan. Isn't that crazy? All of the foods that I default to when I don't want to eat anything are basically not vegan except French fries, potato. That was such oh my God. I was like, really like, whoa, beef jerky, hot Cheetos, chicken nuggets. I can't even hamburgers. Like truthfully, I can almost always eat a hamburger. Ooh, yum. I can almost always eat a hamburger. Yo, I've not had a hamburger in so long. I do love vegan burgers. I've been really, really enjoying vegan burgers, like a little too much, honestly. I can eat like 4 a day. I've been really enjoying vegan burgers. Yeah, so like I have been really consuming a lot, or consuming very differently. But I think that's why I brought autism into the conversation. I think people forget. That's why I don't like this idea that like, oh, you heard this amazing logical argument about how eating meat is wrong. I'm going to start tomorrow. Some of us need time to transition. Like some of us can't just transition, right? And by the way, do you guys remember why I said I went vegetarian before vegan? Because I had never been vegetarian and I had a feeling that if I went vegan, I might not be able to go back to vegetarian. And I'm glad I did that because I'm not eating dairy anymore. So now I have the lived experience of both being vegetarian and vegan. And now I don't have to go back to vegetarianism unless I want to, or back to veganism if I want to. I can just say I've had both. I mean, obviously I'm basically a vegetarian right now, but I'm not even a vegetarian because if my partner makes themselves something with meat and they're like, hey, can you try this and tell me what you think? I'm going to try it. Because my partner hasn't made the decision to go vegan or vegetarian, which is their prerogative, their journey. Our marriage isn't dependent on them going vegan or vegetarian, right? Like I said, if my mother-in-law brings us over some dinner and it happens to have meat in it, I'm going to eat it. Chet says, so you're a flexitarian? I don't even want the label. I don't want to be a part of the community. I don't want a label because the label doesn't make sense to me. Why do I need the label for? I eat what I want to eat. I am just a person who's eating what I want to eat to the best of my ability while I harm reduce. It's no one's business what I eat. The moment you add in a label, now people have comment on your diet. My diet is none of your business, right? What I eat is no one's business. So I'm a Brittany who eats what she wants to eat every day. That's what I am. I'm a person who eats what I want to eat every day. So I'm not interested. And you're like in that now categorize wise, I love a category. So if in this bubble, the category is flexitarian, I'm cool with that. But outside of the bubble, right? I don't want to do it. Right. But I agree with you, chat. Sorry. I did not mean to go off on you in particular. You said, sorry, I'm not trying to force a label. Just thought it was pretty interesting. A useful way to communicate. If I'm in the vegetarian vegan bubble, yes. Sorry. If I'm in their bubble, I'll use their language. But outside of the bubble, I'm nothing. I eat what I want every day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In my own life, because look, if I'm at a family gathering and they offer me food, I just like, I'm not going to eat that. And they're like, why not? And I'm like, oh, this is why. But if I eat, whether you say you're vegan or you explain it, they're going to make you explain it. You know what I mean? They're going to make you explain it, but that's not true. If I'm at a family gathering and there's meat, I'm probably going to eat it. Unless there are veggie options. If there are veggie options, I'll choose the veggie option. But if I'm at a family gathering and there's no veggie option, I'm eating the meat. I'm going to eat it. Or I'll bring my own food. You know? So that's why I don't even think the label makes sense because I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what the rules are to the label. So I'm confused. Like, you know what I'm saying? Once you, like, being queer, the only rule to being queer is being born away. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I think of vegan, I feel like there are rules now I have to play by, but I don't know the rules. So I feel confused. you know, but I don't need to, being queer isn't I was just born that way. You know, it's like I don't have to justify it by acting a certain way. Does that make sense? So what do you guys do when you take those things into account? That means I'm not part of any of the communities, right? It wouldn't even make sense to label me at that point. Right? You know? Chess says, so is it different when your mother-in-law brings you food versus when you're going to a family barbecue? Okay, good question. If my mother-in-law brought me food, okay, first, my in-laws know that I'm on this diet journey or on this like consumption journey. So they're very supportive, and they ask about my needs. So first, my mother-in-law wouldn't do that. But if you have a mother-in-law that doesn't know, or if my mother-in-law doesn't check the items and gets us a gift, and she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I got you milk chocolate instead of vegan chocolate. I'm like, don't worry about it, girl. I'll enjoy it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Right? But my mother-in-law wouldn't go out of her way to buy me non-vegan things or non-vegetarian things because she wouldn't want to do that to me. But if she on accident got me something and didn't think about it, not a big deal, right? Now, my family, I would not put it past my mother to get me a non-vegan, non-vegetarian dish on purpose. I don't know if it's true, but I think that's true of my mother, not of my father. I don't think my dad would care, but I think my mom has a habit of pushing her beliefs on other people because that's my mother. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think the difference is that if someone brings, okay, so now what's the difference from going to a gathering? If I get invited to somebody's dinner and I show up and I don't bring my own food, but I don't eat their food, first of all, maybe I'm just too Assyrian for this. Not eating someone's food is so offensive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just walk into someone's home. They offer you food and you don't eat it. Like, rude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't go to someone's food gathering. They work so hard all day and you don't eat food. Like, I mean, I'm there culturally where I'm like, you can't say no. You know, you can say, you got to find something you can eat. You got to find something you can lick the plate about. Okay. You can't do this to people. So, you know, if you're going to show up to a party, bring your own food, or tell the host ahead of time, or, you know, find something you can eat that they're offering. But I think there's a community element here that I don't want to disregard. That ultimately, I believe in community, and I believe in bridges, and I believe in love as a form of harm reduction, as much as I believe in not buying factory farmed animals, you know? Yeah, that's a part of my harm reduction. I want to harm reduce by saying yes to community. I want to harm reduce by being grateful for people sharing their sustenance with me, sharing their goods with me. Like, I'm never going to say no to that, right? Okay, let's go back to Alex.
Relationship to food in these instances, it meant essentially not eating or eating very minimally and safely whenever I was in one of these circumstances. So sometimes, you know, we'd be out and people would be getting food and people would notice that I'm not really eating anything or not finishing a meal that was in front of me, or being really picky with my food. And a lot of the time I'd have to politely decline to eat various foods because I was just so worried that it was going to set off a reaction.
I'm confused. What does this have to do with being vegan? Isn't this more about IBS? I'm confused. Like, I don't know. IBS is such an interesting ailment, and it's still being studied as like what exactly I think causes IBS. I don't know. I don't have IBS. But from my understanding of people that have it in my life, it's very confusing about figuring out what foods are going to upset you, or what stress is going to upset you, or what, you know, trauma upsets you. So I'm a little confused. But he's saying that it was so inconvenient when in these social situations. But isn't that the IBS, not the vegan diet? Because is he saying he can't have red peppers or bananas or strawberries or grains or pizza, or, well, I guess it'd be vegan pizza, but you know what I mean?
In my stomach. And
again, I'm sorry, I'm only watching this video if you just came into stream to dissect the ideas behind Alex's content, not him as a person, because Alex makes a living debating people about their belief systems. I am not here to tear Alex down as a person.
Worst things about it is that it was quite unpredictable. I never knew when the stomach was going to flare up. So sometimes I'd be able to eat and be fine, but I didn't want to run that risk. And so in any of these kind of circumstances, I'd be restricting my eating very greatly. And this is something that I did before I was vegan as well. So I was well adjusted to it. But essentially, if I was going out and doing something, like if I was going out to a field somewhere, or if I was going to give a talk, I just wouldn't really eat, or I'd eat very minimally, and I'd eat very safe foods that obviously weren't particularly nutritionally adequate, but would help me to get some calories in. And then hopefully after I'd finished whatever it was I was doing, we'd go somewhere more suitable and I'd be able to eat more food. Now, this clearly isn't ideal, right? Like, this isn't a particularly healthy way to live, but it was essentially a choice between that or just turning down all of these opportunities and not doing any of these things. I'm well aware of the fact that every nutrient we need to be healthy can be found on an adequately planned vegan diet. My problem is with the practicability of this. You can imagine in a situation like the one I've just described, how it can be difficult even to make sure you're getting the right amount of calories, let alone...
Is he saying that he was on the road 24/7? Or on occasion, once a week, when he was out at a work event, he would struggle to eat? The man never heard about packing a lunch? Again, I'm just trying to figure out, when we're talking about veganism and whether or not it's the right or wrong answer, it feels weird that veganism is all of a sudden not the right answer because I couldn't pack a lunch. I'm a little confused. I don't think everyone always says this, like they can't figure out like how to eat or what vegan options are at restaurants because of the oils and stuff used. I do think that's too restrictive. I do think if you're at a restaurant and you order some fries, that's better than ordering a meat meal. But if the fries are dipped in butter, like, and you have no option, or the oil isn't exactly vegan, like, again, it's about harm reduction in that social situation. So I think that's fair for Alex not to call himself vegan, because that's fair. If that's how strict veganism is, then I agree with Alex. Like, if he can't go to a restaurant and order the fries because they're not vegan, then you know what I mean? Like my fun fact, my in-laws and I, we go to this restaurant where we get beef liver. It's the best thing I've ever had in my life. It's the best beef liver I've ever had in my life. Beef liver in America is disgusting. Beef liver in Croatia is the best. It's so good. And we get beef liver and French fries. And it's so good. And that was like our ritual together, right? We have like our dinner night together. And when I was there last time, I was on the vegan vegetarian stuff. So I didn't order the lamb and I ordered French fries instead and grilled veggies. And my partner was like, hey, how strict do you want to be? Do you want me to ask if she uses butter on the veggies or anything? And I was like, no, bro. First, I was vegetarian when I was there. I didn't go when I was vegan. I went when I was vegetarian. But two, I was like, damn, I'm not going to work that hard. Like, for the restrictive diet, yes, but not in my life. Like, not in my life now. Like, my partner says, if we go back to that restaurant, are we going to double check there's not butter on that item? No, bro. Like, fuck, nobody's got time for this, okay? With peace and love. Croatia's not going to offer me that many options. The staple in Croatia is meat, specifically veal. You want to talk about unethical consumption? The primary meat available at my butcher is veal. Veal. Where they have to chain baby cows to fences so they don't get around or move a lot and then kill them young. Veal. Do you know what I'm saying? Croatia's not about to cater to some vegans, bro. Okay? So, peace and love. Love it. Love it. Love the food here. But I do my best to harm reduce in those situations. But if that is enough, and it is enough for my understanding of veganism not to be called vegan, right? Veal is goat, right? No, veal is baby cow. What is veal? It's baby cow. Yeah, it's baby cow. It's a calf. It's a baby cow. It's a baby cow, isn't it? Veal is baby cow. But anyways, so if Alex is saying that when he's traveling with work situations and he can't get vegan, then, and he doesn't want to pack a lunch, then yeah. But like, why do you have to go completely not vegan? Because on your work, on situational, rare situations when you're working, you can't find vegan food. That feels confusing to me. Let's see.
Making sure that you're on top of your macro and your micronutrient balance. Now, it's important to stress that I don't have any health problems, at least to my knowledge, that are caused by veganism, right? Like the IBS thing. I'm not saying that veganism causes this.
Right.
And of course, even if somebody's a non-vegan living in this way.
Yeah, like, I don't understand. I mean, it's hard for non-vegans to get their right nutrients. That's the problem we're having. America is sick. The world is sick. Like, the developing worlds, we're sick. We are struggling to get in the right nutrition, like in nutritional needs. So it feels weird to me so far, but okay, let's keep going.
Way is not the healthiest way to live. You're still going to run into problems if you're not eating for a whole day and only eat like a couple of meals or one meal in the evening when you get the opportunity. But because of the fact that it is easier to get the nutrients that are required to be healthy on a non-vegan diet, which, say what you like about it being easy to live healthily as a vegan, which I believe in many cases it can be and is, it is easier to not be one. I found that in practice, despite obviously having a lot invested in this, I wasn't able to make it work.
Okay, despite having all of the investment in the belief system, I wasn't able to make it work. I mean, I think you have to be more intentional, which is less convenient, but I also think gluten-free, being gluten-free is so much harder than being vegan. Period. It is literally so much harder. Period. I stand by this. If being gluten-free, if I wasn't gluten-free, and I really hope, my hope is maybe I'm going to try to incorporate it back into my body to see if it's still hurting me. But if I can get back to breads and gluten without gluten-free flour is fine. It's just not the same. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things where, okay, I like that he's owning to it. I'm just confused on why he argued so hard for veganism the way he did and still says it's the right way to be, but isn't doing it. Do you know what I'm saying? It adds to the subjectivity of the veganism as a philosophy thing, which I believe in anyways. By the way, I do believe everything's subjective. So, Discord said a bit behind, but IBS is why I stopped being, quote, vegan. I hate the label purity mindset, but was in practice vegan for a decade. It was hard to get enough protein without getting too much fiber for my body. Tofu is bomb, but I couldn't live off it. Adding eggs and little dairy back helped. Okay, there you go. And I think that's important, right? I think that's why veganism might not be the most realistic objective philosophy, but I think since we're animals on a planet, but I do believe in terms of harm reduction, if you can do it, it's really great. But I don't think it's necessary to be completely strictly vegan. But I still think like there's nothing wrong with being vegan. I love that you're vegan. I fucking think that's great, right? It's just from the philosophical perspective, the idea of saying people should be vegan. That's interesting to me, that idea of should.
And so I ended up experiencing a lot of the typical symptoms that you hear in these kinds of videos. So these are the typical things that you hear about. I was experiencing fatigue, but at the same time as insomnia. I just wasn't sleeping properly. I was experiencing brain fog. I was unable to properly focus. I was feeling physically weak. But I was also experiencing other commonly reported symptoms. I was having, a lot of bloating and a lot of gas, like a lot of gas. I was experiencing joint pain. I was experiencing all kinds of things.
I will say there was that, do you guys know her name? I can look up the video really fast. A vegan lady, very pretty, non-American. I think she's from Greece, and she has like plants in her background, and she recently stopped being vegan. She used to be a fast fashion girly and then was huge vegan girl. And then all of a sudden it was like she married a Trump supporter or something. Her argumentation was so fucking Trump supporter centrist. Her argumentation about eating animals and that, and now she went back to being a meat eater or something. But the way she used her argumentation to explain why was very much like she married a Trump supporter. And I was like, weird. Versus Alex is not giving that. Alex is giving, Kristen Leo. Thank you guys. Yes, chat. Kristen Leo. Alex is giving I personally fail to live up to the standard, but the standard is fine. Oh yeah, look, I watched Mike the Vegan talk about it.
Hey, it's Mike here today. Kristen Leo, no, my favorite Greek vegan YouTuber has decided to apparently no longer be vegan. I super appreciate all of her fast fashion industry exposés. She had a super creative video of like a day in the life of an influencer past the climate change sort of apocalypse, as well as really just her vegan content I loved. And all of that vegan content has been deleted.
See? She deleted all of it. That's what's crazy. She not only deleted all of it, but came back with like Trump argumentations. It was very weird. Okay, going back to Alex, but like that's the thing that I thought was so interesting. Like, oh, I'm very confused at this decision she made, right?
Things that I found it very difficult to know what was being caused by my diet. And crucially, as I say, this isn't something that's caused by veganism. It's not caused by a vegan diet. It would have been caused, if it was caused by my diet, by the way that I was doing this vegan diet. But also there's something that I don't want to mention it, but I want to mention it in this context, which is that there have been various things have happened in my personal life at points have led to something of a mental health crisis. I don't really know what to say here because I'm sorry, but I'm just not going to give you the details about that.
Okay, good.
I haven't given the details
Smart.
about that to my closest friends and family, so I'm certainly not going to talk about it on camera in detail. I mean, except for the fact that I've been experiencing something like it. And again, crucially, I'm not trying to say that this was caused by veganism, but look, there were days when I would be eating 0 calories and periods where daily I'd maybe be eating between like 0 and 700 calories. And it gets to a point where you think, look, I'm just going to have to get myself out of this hole somehow. And one of the most important first steps is physical health. But being essentially unable to eat, I found that if I could stomach anything, I wanted it to be nutritionally dense. I wanted it to be something that was going to give me the best chance of improving my physical health. So look, I'm really not trying to make this some kind of sob story. I mean, it's impossible to do that, I guess, without giving you all of the details. It's really difficult to find a balance here between trying to talk about my experience whilst trying not to make it just sound like I'm making a bunch of excuses and trying to make you feel sorry for me. I must say that I'm not going to be able to give you all of the details of certainly the mental health stuff that I was talking about.
Which I think is fair. Like, I think there comes a point in our life where we have to experiment with different things. And so I'm glad that he's working on that stuff. It's been 2 years later, so we're going to see an updated response in just a second.
I know that people are upset and people are angry, but the amount of vitriol that I've received, I've seen people just obviously the constant DMing and the comments and people making memes and this kind of thing. And as I say, I understand that that's going to happen, but I'm just not going to let people start doing that about my personal medical history. I'm just not going to let people be memeing about that and making YouTube short.
Chat says, Kristen always seemed overly snarky to me. I never really got into her content very hard, obviously, but I always kind of felt like she suffered from pretty privilege. She's very pretty. And I think she got a lot of praise for doing something very brandable and MO-ish. I'll show you Mike's video in a second too. But something about the way she created content to me said she relied heavily on people wanting to be her, which is why she got angry with her audience and she didn't fully come out. That's the thing, is like she's been hiding behind the fact that she's no longer vegan or who she built a brand of being, which is interesting, which it says she's out of her joy for me, but peace and love.
About it. It's just not something that I'm willing to do. What I'm trying to do instead is get across the point that when I'm talking about the practicability of living a healthy plant-based diet, I'm not talking about the idea that a plant-based diet isn't or can't be healthy. What I'm trying to get across is that even if in principle it can be healthy and it's perfectly possible to be healthy on a plant-based diet, for various practical reasons, that might be something that's unattainable. And to not recognize that, I think is a mistake, and I think it's going to do harm. Which
I think is true. I think it's weird coming from him because I'm pretty sure he lives in a developed country, like a developed world, like a modern-ass, accessible, privileged position. Yeah, I think that's true. I think the reason veganism isn't objective is because it's not realistic for universal experiences. But I would say that eventually in a privileged position where you have options, it could make sense for harm reduction. But it's not about accessibility, but it is about accessibility. Again, I don't think veganism is objective, but I think it is one of the greatest ways to reduce harm. But it feels weird coming from a privileged person in a privileged position to say that it's not attainable. It's confusing. But I'm curious about what that privilege looks like. Does he just look privileged because of where he lives and what he looks like? Is he privileged? I mean, obviously, factory farming is a form of privilege, right? Just to live in a world where there's factory farmed animals and you always have meat on the shelf is a form of privilege, right? And maybe he didn't go back to eating meat. Maybe he just went back to eating cheese or something. I don't know.
And on that point, I should talk about some of the reactions that I've received just from the statement that I put out. I mean, there have been some responses that have been perfectly fine, disappointed or trying to understand or whatever.
And I do think that parasocial relationship with people is like a little cringe. I can understand it though, from a moral perspective. You feel like, oh, this creator, he identifies with my morals and he explains them so well and he debates so good. And now he doesn't agree with me and I feel like heartbroken. I get it.
I mean, you don't need me to tell you that there's been a great deal of hatred and vitriol. You can see it for yourself. Of course, what you can't see is the things that people are messaging me privately. Maybe I can...
Oh, I want to read... Okay, hold on.
Responses that you don't need me to tell you that there's been a great deal of hatred and vitriol. You can...
Go fuck yourself, you animal abusing cunt. Well, that's not very nice.
see it for yourself.
How dare you betray the animals, Alex? You'll get what you deserve. Okay, relax there, buddy. Block.
Of course,
Candace Owens, tier grifting LARPer, as someone who's willing to do the bare fucking minimum and not pay for animal torture for minutes of taste pleasure, but nope, you're not even willing to do that. Your ideas, philosophy, lectures are near meaningless now, with everyone knowing how utterly two-faced and detached you are. Hold on, I gotta minimize this. You're not even willing to do that. Your ideas and philosophy lectures are near meaningless now with everyone knowing how utterly two-faced and detached you are from your own actions, your selfish choices. Then you use your massive audience to proclaim that killing animals is okay. You alone are responsible for so much death and suffering, and choosing to legitimize animal abuse just for selfish habits. Absolutely insanely reckless use of large platform. You're personally now responsible for so much suffering and perpetuating a narrative to hundreds. I don't give a fuck about this person. That's what I'm saying. Look, no person who sends a message like this, you should pay attention to. Don't pay attention to them. That's why I say don't become ugly because the world is. This is ugly behavior. Sending this DM is ugly behavior. Anything you stand for with this amount of ugliness, I do not care about. With peace and love, I do not care. I do not care. You know, if you're advocating for something you really believe in, you better use love and compassion to communicate it, given most circumstances. Most circumstances.
you can't see is the things that people are messaging me privately. Maybe I can show some examples on the screen. It's been relentless, and sometimes from from quite established figures, blue tick vegan advocates sending me messages saying that I'm.
Hold on. You know all these vegans you could have reached out to who are thriving and have been for years. You know it's possible even for you. You're not special. No wonder your debate with Michaela was pathetic. Ooh, thought you were smarter than this. You aren't. You're fucking R-worded. Great job you're doing here. Blood is on your hands. Spare us with your nonsense reasoning. You're just a fucking bitch. Yo, he should have named names, bro. Alex, name names, bro. Name names. Who's that ugly, bro? That better not be Mike. Can you imagine? Hey, you better name names, bro. Nobody gets it. You know what I'm saying? How is this helpful? How is this fucking helpful for anybody? That's vile.
Quote, fucking retarded. As well as I saw that vegan teacher said that if we were living in a time where it was still legal, she'd be calling for my public hanging. You'll forgive me if I
well, that's ridiculous.
Said that if we were living in a time.
Alex waved a huge red flag on Peterson's podcast. Look, Alex does raise a red flag for me as a progressive that he platforms Michaela Peterson and talks to just about everybody. He also talks to Dawkins, who's a huge misogynist, Jordan Peterson, who's a huge transphobe, Destiny, who's a huge sexual predator. At the end of the day, Alex O'Connor platforms a lot of really fucking vile people. And so that is a red flag, right? But at the same time, the vegan teacher is pretty infamously known as a piece of shit person, as well as Vegan Gains, as well as, what's that banana girl? Freely the banana girl? Totally racist, right? Is she the one who is talking about how black people aren't under threat by white people, by other black people? Was that the right one? I don't want to miss the girl. She was bouncing on anyways, I'm not trying to name the wrong people here, but yeah, Freely. Okay, yeah. Fuck all those people. They're so outside of their joy. But with peace and love, I wish them the best, healthy, living and all that jazz. But yeah, Alex is honestly questionable about the people he platforms. I think we should be weary of Alex O'Connor's value systems, but also he doesn't seem like the most evil person, but I would say the people he hangs out with be pretty bad,
Time where it was still legal, she'd be calling for my public hanging. You'll forgive me if I'm not going to.
Chess says, is Alex progressive? I thought he was more centrist. Well, yeah, I mean, crime in of its own, Him being a centrist, huge red flag, right?
I give you the details, certainly not of my mental health experiences, when I know that there are people out there who are just waiting to essentially make content out of this. I've already seen people just making all kinds of videos and memes. I've been doing YouTube a long time. I built up a thick skin to this kind of thing. I can deal with mean comments, but I've had a lot of people reaching out to me to check that I'm okay. People seeing the responses and messaging me to be like, man, are you doing all right? I mean, this looks horrendous. And a lot of it has been horrendous. But as I say, I can deal with it. The thing that I want people to be careful of here is how is this going to look to other people? I still want to encourage people to try veganism. I still want to encourage people to join the movement against animal suffering, against factory farming. But imagine somebody's on the fence about becoming a vegan. Then they're not really sure whether it's going to be for them or not. And then they see what's happened here. Right? They see somebody who says, look, this wasn't working for me for various reasons, and I need to let you know about that. And seeing this kind of response, seeing this kind of this hatred and unforgiving vitriol, what is that person going to think? They're going to think, I obviously don't want a part of this, because is that going to be me if I then end up changing my mind? I understand the anger, I understand the disappointment, but believe me, it's not a good look. And a lot of people have said, look, it's so much worse because you've got this platform, but if you're commenting this kind of stuff underneath that platform, all of these thousands of people are going to see your comments too. So of course there are still going to be people who think that this is inadequate. If that's because I haven't really gone into any philosophy, I
would have loved a philosophy video on this, which we're going to see an update in just a second.
I guess I decided that it's best to separate out these two things.
True, I could see
because
that.
I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to make some case against veganism, or that I'm trying to just rationalize the problems that I've been having. What I really wanted to do is just expand on my post and say, look, this is the experience that I've had. It's not that I think that you can't get all the nutrients you need from plant-based sources, as some people have assumed, and quite understandably, that I meant. That's not what I meant. I was talking about the practicability of maintaining such a diet, and that you shouldn't come to me for nutritional advice.
True.
Telling you what's happened here, because it's obviously something that I have to address.
Right.
But I'm not trying to offer you some kind of advice here. One thing that I said at the end of the statement that I put out was that I was sorry, especially to people who'd become vegan activists or advocates on my account. And a lot of people misunderstood that. I'm not sorry that I've turned people vegan. I'm not sorry that I've made people advocate for this cause. I'm just trying to say that I'm sorry to them for the disappointment that they might and do feel because of what I'm doing here.
Exactly.
I'm not sorry that they've become vegan activists. So I do, of course, still want to see the end of factory farming, and I hope that vegans don't see me as their enemy on this front. Like I'm hoping we can still work together in our advocacy here. But
okay, so he wasn't vegan necessarily in the same way that the vegans say to be vegan, which is like philosophically focused, right? It was more like out of like a reaction to factory farming, right? That's why vegans say, oh, you didn't go vegan for 30 days, you went plant-based. Oh, you didn't go vegan. Vegan is a philosophy, like a religion. Like, oh, you didn't go Muslim, you just practiced Ramadan this month for fun. You didn't go Catholic, you just did Lent for a challenge, right? That's how they see it. So it sounds like Alex maybe wasn't deeply in the bubble so much as he was advocating for the bubble because it was reasonable from a logic standpoint, right? Maybe that's the perspective. Also, chat, thank you for checking on my sacrificing sleep schedule today. It is 10:14. It's way past when I'd be streaming normally. But because I stayed up all night to do the podcast, I'm now up now. So we're going to be here for just a little bit while more. I have like a few more videos I want to do with you guys.
As I say, I understand the reactions that I've been receiving, and I find it difficult to predict how those reactions will evolve or change based on this video. But thank you for your time. Thank you.
And I think something I said in my podcast, which is so important, I reserve the right to change my mind. We have got to be able to reserve the right to change our minds with good and new data. Vegans feel like you're not allowed to change your mind. Meat eaters feel like you're not allowed to change your mind. It feels like with all of these communities, we're not allowed to change our minds. But as Khadijah says, you're allowed to change your mind. We are allowed to change our minds with good data. I will always move with the data. The reason I can't say lifelong vegan is because I don't know what the world looks like in 20 years. What if you want lab grown meat? That's not very vegan, but also like it kind of works. So like if lab grown meat is an option and it fucking tastes good and it doesn't harm an animal, let's fucking do it. You know what I mean? If it's nutritionist and it's good for us, blah, blah, blah. So like I can't say lifelong vegan. I can't say lifelong anything because I don't know what the future holds, but I will say that I will always aim to move within my values, which are fluctuating, and I'm allowed to change my mind. I'm allowed to update them with better data.
For listening. I didn't really know how to begin the video. I don't really know how to end it.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Peace and love. Now, this is an updated video from 2024 April. He's doing a Q&A, and I just want to see him make this reaction.
Don't want me on their site. Has anything about your stance towards veganism changed since you last spoke about it? There have been a lot of questions about this, of course, understandably. I did recently speak on the Trigonometry podcast about this briefly.
What a red flag. I got to stop watching Alex. Fuck. Oh, I'm not even subscribed anymore.
One thing
I wonder if I mentally already unsubscribed from him because of that reason. Trigonometry is a red flag for bigotry. If you go on that podcast, you're a bigot. You're a prejudiced, bigot, centrist. So that's probably why I unsubscribed from Alex. I didn't realize I had done that because I do watch him. He comes up on my feed sometimes. But yeah, I must have done that. Maybe I even did it. Do you guys remember if I did it on stream? Man, trigonometry is such a fucking red flag for me.
Is that the main reason that I stopped being a vegan was a practical one. I found that I practically couldn't keep it up. And so, of course, I've thought about this philosophically and I have ideas that I can share, but it would be wrong of me to imply that these are the main reasons why
And by the way, Trigonometry is the kind of content creator that helps fuel anti-trans or pro-trans hate, which is what this administration is doing right now to trans people. It is absolutely platformed on that podcast. That podcast is the reason so many more people are transphobic, because it platforms transphobia.
that happened. It was a practical consideration. I felt like it would be wrong of me to be publicly advocating.
Chat says, does he push back on any of those podcasts though? Doesn't matter. Engaging with these people is a form of platforming. And I see it more and more every time. Every time we allow flat earthers to be in the same conversation of middle ground to not flat earthers, we are engaging in an ability that allows them to be on par with the science, and they're not. Anti-vaxxers and vaxxers, we have nothing to talk about. Okay? We have nothing to talk about at the end of the day. There is no middle ground to anti-vax or pro-vax. Okay?
For a position that I myself couldn't practically keep
Same with homophobia and transness and gayness and interracial marriage and all of those other things. There's no middle ground. Thank you.
up. In terms of philosophy, nothing that I've said about factory farming has changed. Factory farming is still a moral abomination. However, the thing that has changed is, I suppose, my approach to solving the problem.
Okay.
This is what I spoke about on trigonometry, where my approach has shifted from a sort of individual boycott approach to a top-down legislation and industry reform type approach. And if you want to hear more about that in a discussion with the Trigonometry boys, then
No.
I'll put a link to that in the description. So there's that, but factory farming is still a moral abomination. One thing that I suppose I did think about a lot was the concept of veganism outside of factory farming. So the wrongness of killing animals and causing suffering to animals unnecessarily, even outside of factory farm conditions. Because a lot of vegans will say, okay, sure, you can sort of raise a cow in relatively humane conditions, that is humane relative to a factory farm, but you're still killing them, right? And as long as you're causing any amount of unnecessary suffering and certainly death to an animal, that's something that's wrong. I started to realize that I don't think you can concretely hold to this principle, that unnecessary infliction of suffering on animals is always wrong.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. It started when I was thinking about the concept of vegan junk food. So that is food that you don't need to eat to be healthy and might actually be bad for your health, vegan chocolate, vegan cakes, whatever. And the sort of vegan approach to eating these products. I mean, I don't see a lot of vegans condemning the concept of eating vegan junk food, but it's worth reflecting on. The concept of crop deaths comes up a lot in this vegan discussion, and it's kind of memed upon by the vegan community because, of course, it's ridiculous to suggest, as many people do, that you shouldn't be a vegan because don't you know that animals are killed in crop production? It's a silly thing to say because we kill far more animals in the production of crops that we then feed to livestock than we do in the production of crops that are eaten directly. So that crop death argument just doesn't work at all, and like I say, it's sort of a joke. However, there is a crop deaths related consideration that we should reflect on, and it's to do with this concept of unnecessary vegan food. And like I say, it started with the junk food consideration, but a better example, a more concrete example, and one that I spoke to Peter Singer in my second podcast with him about.
Oh, Peter Singer's weird, dude. I went down a rabbit hole of Peter Singer. He's fucked up. Like, I'm very confused on why Peter Singer is being upheld as some fucking interesting philosopher. He's got a fucked up philosophy. Like, very confused on people's obsession with Peter Singer. And I feel like I must have heard of him at one point, but I went on a rabbit hole of Peter Singer stuff because I was researching him for the podcast. He's gross. He's like a gross person.
Is the concept of a vegan bodybuilder. So
Alex talks to a lot of bad people. Not a good look, Alex.
Bodybuilder, at least when they're bulking, when they're trying to grow, is somebody who will intentionally eat an extra maybe 200-300 calories every single day, maybe even more. And they're doing so for reasons that, strictly speaking, are completely unnecessary to their health. It's health related in that they're trying to sort of, reach peak performance or peak size or whatever it is. But you don't need to grow to remain healthy. You can eat your maintenance calories for the rest of your life and be perfectly fine and thrive indeed. So if you're bodybuilding, if you're trying to build muscle, you are eating food that you do not need to eat to be healthy. Here's the thing. So long as animals are killed in crop production, then as long as you're eating food that is unnecessary to your health, you are causing unnecessary suffering and death to animals. That means that if you are a vegan bodybuilder, if you're eating a few hundred extra calories every day on purpose of vegan food, you are causing unnecessary suffering and death to animals. Now, of course, it doesn't follow from this that therefore eating animals is fine. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I suppose I'm trying to answer the question. I mean, the question is not, justify eating meat or something. The question is, has anything about your approach changed? And this is something that I was reflecting on a lot. This idea that I would often say, I'd say it all the time, unnecessary death and suffering to animals is wrong, is always wrong. But if I held to that principle consistently, I would have to condemn, for example, vegan bodybuilders. Now, of course, eating the vegan food that a vegan bodybuilder will eat is nowhere near on the level of eating factory farmed meat, for example. I mean, the life of an animal that gets...
I just want to know if Alex is eating meat. Is Alex eating factory farmed meat? That's all I care about. Because if he's eating it, I call, is he ordering it? Is he paying? That's all I want to know, Alex. Are you eating it? Are you buying it? Again, okay, are you going to the store and spending your money on factory farmed animals? Because if that's the case, I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to hear anything else.
Killed by a combine harvester is going to be infinitely better than the life of a pig on a factory farm. Again, don't misunderstand me here. What I'm trying to say is that the principle that causing unnecessary harm and suffering to animals is always morally wrong entails the condemnation of vegan bulking bodybuilders. And yet it seems just intuitively the case to me, and I would imagine most vegans feel the same way, that vegan bodybuilding isn't unethical. In fact, a lot of vegans point to vegan bodybuilders as examples of what veganism can do. But what they're pointing to there is an example of someone who's unnecessarily eating food that they don't need to eat to be healthy, that results in the unnecessary suffering and death of animals. And that's the very thing that outside of the context of bodybuilding, vegans are usually the first people to condemn. Now,
he's talking about animal insects, right? He's talking about animal in the form of insects. He's talking about unnecessary. That's why I say, I don't know if veganism makes sense as an animal species. We consume other. Okay, that actually, I didn't bring this up in the podcast, but eating insects could be a very viable way for a lot of people to get a lot of nutritional needs met. And the idea that we're not eating insects is also strange to me. I know they're animals, I get it. But a part of me, I've eaten insects. Okay, 2 stories. One, I've definitely had a lot of dried crickets in my life because, and they're usually done in a challenge sense. Oh my God, you're about to eat a cricket. I'm sorry, a cricket. And then you eat it and you're oh, it tastes like sunflower seeds. Whatever. And then when I was in Belize, we came across on our hike these huge termite nests on trees. And the guide was basically I dare you to poke one and eat one. I was like, can you eat them? Are they dangerous? He's like, nah, they taste fine. You could do it. So my friend and I stuck our fingers in the nest and I ate a couple of live termites, which is like eating a live animal. And it tastes like wood, right? I wouldn't do it again. I'm just a kind of a fucking whore for a challenge. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't do it again because eating a live termite was so unnecessary. But when I eat roasted termites or maybe you know what I mean? Powdered insect powder, flour, all of these things. But I think it's the unnecessary part of things. Is eating vegan cake necessary if the vegan cake requires that much more water to create the product in the first place? And this is why harm reduction is impossible to do it perfectly. So actually, I want to make a video on this next week, kind of about why it's hard to be a good person. But basically, the dilemma with being a good person is again, it's not about doing more good, it's about doing less bad. But because again, if you take it down to its old logical conclusion of how to create the least amount of bad in the world, you might end up doing what the kid at the beginning of the stream did, which is okay, we have to eradicate humans then. Okay, relax. Everybody relax. We're moving for a symbiotic joy with existing and existence. Who am I in relation to myself? Existing. And who am I in relation to everything outside of myself? Existence. Okay, we are aiming to have a positive symbiotic relationship with self. We are not looking to harm reduce to the point of destroying the literal universe and everything it creates because the universe doesn't care about us, you fucking egotistical narcissist. Human beings are so narcissistic that we think if we destroy all of human beings, we'll eradicate harm. I'm sorry, do asteroids not exist? Does life on other planets not exist? What, you think you're the only people who care about stuff? The audacity of human beings to think that like we're the problem. We're not the problem. We are by nature imperfect. And so we are the problem in many ways, but not in the ways that people think, you know? So yeah, bro, you know, we can't, you can only, these extreme measures people take, right? You don't need to be extreme, but you could always do less bad.
Of course, look, I can see people reacting to this and stopping me and going, yeah, but how does that justify, you know, forcing pigs into gas chambers? It doesn't. That's still a moral abomination. That's still absolutely horrendous. All I'm saying is that in terms of my approach to the discussion.
Oh, Chet said he's also talking about rodents that are killed in farm combines. That's a great point.
Of animal ethics, one thing that's changed is I've realized that if we are going to condemn something like factory farming or farming.
Chad says, how do you feel about seafood and the way they handled it? Actually, I had this whole section in my podcast about seafood that I didn't even put in. But what I learned about like salmon farms, oh my God, I've never been more disgusted in my life. It's not like our salmon is being like naturally caught from a stream and ethically sourced. The way we have ruined the oceans, like we are so destructive. Like we as a species are so destructive, but we're like, you know how humans have to eradicate certain species from the ocean because they're overpopulating and they're invasive? We're the invasive species. That's us. But we're not bad because we're an invasive species. No more than these species are bad because they're invasive. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, but I think what we are is out of sync with our joy. We're out of sync with our harmony. When animals in the ocean are overpopulating and invasive and they're reacting to something, it means we're out of sync. I feel like Moana, we need to watch Moana again. And you know how the goddess island, she like went out, there's an out of syncness and therefore the waters are being polluted and things are like not working. There's a lack of harmony. Where's our harmony with the universe, my bros? Now, the question is, can humans attain harmony? On mass scale, no. Individually, yes. But that doesn't matter much. Human beings haven't evolved to that point, but they might one day. They might. Why is every futuristic film where the like wonderful ideal society is actually a trap that's made to look good, but once you get into it, you realize people aren't free to make their own choices? Because human beings as a species, when we think about making the world better, we think about the ways to restrict ourselves instead of the ways to find symbiosis with nature. We think of like these extreme ways to destroy things instead of finding ways to build on what we already have or to move things around in different ways. Like we don't have very many tools for solutions, but we're really good at making them. Bad solutions, but like we're good at making them. So I feel like we're not accepting that humans are going to human. We're not accepting that we are an animal species and we are limited. We are limited. And it's not because everyone's so stupid. It's because we have evolved to be at a point where everyone is allowed to remain ignorant like our ancestors were because the world goes round anyways. Your ignorance is absolutely causing harm, but it's just going to be another thing we talk about in 1,000 years. I really do think ignorance, not in the way that we talk about it now in society, but a lack of curiosity in a philosophical sense will and always has been the destruction of humanity. Why do philosophers always get killed? Right? Why do we always talk about these great philosophers that got killed? Because they went against the grain. They dared to say, maybe we should do something different. And the something different, though wasn't perfect and necessarily universally good, just the suggestion of it was enough, right? So again, I don't think we should be afraid of the suggestion, but we should be moving in a more cohesive direction. The fact that Nazis are making a resurgence and people are just so casually letting it happen, the fact that Trump voters are happy with the way Trump is doing his Trumpiness, we're not ready. The fact that people are ugly towards people who regret their vote for Trump, we're not ready. We're too ugly as a species as a whole to be ready to be any kind of one with nature. We're not ready. But we're heading in a good direction. My life is great. I hope your life is great. If I can help individuals have a good life, you know, while they're here, while doing good and being less bad, I think that's good, right? Now, again, Alex, do you eat factory farm meat? This is the question. Why isn't he just saying what we all want to know? We still have more to go. So he better just say it, bro. He better just say it.
In general, I don't think it can be on the principle that unnecessary suffering is always immoral, because that would involve condemning a number of things which intuitively to me just aren't that condemnable. I mean, I can't remember the last time that I saw someone condemn a vegan bodybuilder on the grounds that they were causing unnecessary suffering to animals. And so, look, if you're not willing to do that, then you have to admit at least that the position you're holding is not one that causing unnecessary suffering is always wrong.
Well, it's also not just, it's just not logical to say that. Just like I'm pro-choice, but I think we should reduce the amount of abortions to absolutely necessary, but they can't become absolutely necessary because all abortions are necessary until we get to the point where we're doing a lot of preventative work. Like, this is what I'm saying. All abortions are necessary, but we wouldn't be having as many abortions if we were preventative in our work. So it's like, you know, I don't know. There's like something you said about how bad we are at creating solutions because we're held to different standards. Pro-lifers wanted less abortions, they would be so much more educated on birth control. But you see how their ignorance allows them to cause, by proxy, more abortions because they refuse to educate themselves on birth control? Ignorance is the greatest sin. It causes a lot more harm. I wonder if they get to heaven and Peter or Jesus or whoever is going to be like, you could have caused way less abortions if you were just pro-condoms. Dummy. Stupid, you know?
You may want to say the difference is that in one case you're intentionally killing an animal for food, whereas in another case you're sort of accidentally killing them as a byproduct. There are a few things to say there. The first is to say that I don't think it makes much difference to the animal what your intention is. The second thing to say is that, like, look, if somebody goes into a supermarket and buys an animal product specifically because it's going to cause suffering to animals, because it's going to kill an animal, I think that would be morally wrong.
There are those people. There's those people who are like, I love this meat. Fuck you, vegans. Blah, blah, blah. Those people are dangerous. I do. I think people that brag about how much meat they're eating and say fuck you to vegans, like, I think they are dangerous. Like, I think they're the same level of the vegans who messaged Alex. Like, they're the kind of people who have like lacking of empathy, like no way to understand, you know, people are just different. But they're in their, you know, they're ugly, right? It's an ugliness.
In other words, when somebody's eating a meal, I don't think their intention is, strictly speaking, to cause harm and suffering to an animal. Their intention is to eat food. They just know that it's a foreseen but not intended consequence of this, that animals are going to be killed, or at least they're contributing to that industry. And that's something like what's going on with crop deaths. You know that an animal is inevitably going to be killed in the process of producing this food, but it's not like that's your intention. You're not intending to kill those animals. I think the same can actually be said of at least most people who eat animal products. They're not intending to kill an animal. They're intending to eat food and see the death of an animal as a foreseen consequence of that. That's just like what happens at the moment, at least, with crop production. You may also say that it's because crop deaths are a contingent problem. You can imagine a world in which...
I think that's true of me eating croissants, but not of people eating factory farmed meat. I think if you're eating factory farmed meat, if you're eating any animal meat, then you are indirectly, but the closest to directly responsible for that animal dying. But if you eat a croissant, you are indirectly but directly responsible for contributing to a community of people that abuse those cows and probably lead to the death of those cows in a way that's unjustifiable, right? So like, I think when you eat like fruits, or not fruits and vegetables, but like kind of like when you eat, everything we do is harm. You cannot eradicate harm. You can only harm reduce. So we pick and choose the levels of harm we engage with. You can spank your kids, but I think there's more harm in spanking your kids than not spanking your kids. The fear people have of not spanking their kids, that their kids are going to be unruly and undignified and, you know, just a bad person in society, is outweighed by the data that shows that spanking your kids causes more harm. But for the people that keep spanking their kids because they feel like that's how they were, I don't think they're all abusers that need to have CPS called on them. But I think once they learn that not spanking kids is actually better for their kids, they'll stop spanking their kids. But the dilemma is that when people think, well, it worked for my daddy, it's going to work for me, we forget of how important that is to our brains. We forget that we are animals. So our parents teach us how to do things and we repeat patterns. And so to break that pattern is to do a lot more harm in the short term, because you have to like break that generational curse, but also much less harm in the long run. You know, it's much less harm in the long run because you deconstruct and you break a generational curse. But for the short term, there's going to be harm because it's going to, you know, ruin reputations, relationships with family. Your family's going to feel offended. They're going to like maybe stop talking to you. Like there is a level of harm and sacrifice we make for long-term growth. Like short-term growth, I think there just comes a time in life in order to break from the mold and what people have been doing, you have to take on the burden that many of us find it so difficult to take on, which is to love people in a way that they can't love you. That is the greatest, most difficult thing that most people can't do. These vegans who are writing Alex, they don't love greater. They're not better people. Right? To love people, to stay within harmony, to stay peaceful, to not become ugly, it is the greatest and the most written about in philosophy and religious bubbles goal to attain, but it's so difficult for people. Like, guys, this is why we say no one is perfect except God himself, because the myth of God allows us to assume that made in his image means we could even attempt to be as good as him, even though we never will be, right? To remain compassionate while people are ugly is so difficult. But that's why people mistake enlightenment as like disconnect. Oh, I'm enlightened, so I don't care if people say things about me. But I think enlightenment in the mythical sense is actually accepting and taking that information and putting it in its place. That the enlightened guru or the enlightened person sees the anger and ugliness from around them in nature, and instead of becoming ugly itself, finds a way to move in harmony with it and to allow that anger to dispel over time on its own journey, right? It's not absorbing it, but you're having a relationship with it. I think that's really difficult. Most of us become ugly and angry and bitter and violent. That's usually our response to the world being ugly. And though I can understand that perspective, and I do, what a thing it would be to attempt to break that learned habit, that formed habit that we have through nature, you know?
Crop deaths don't cause any animal suffering, whereas you can't imagine a world in which animal products don't involve any kind of animal suffering or at least death. And I would say, okay, but when that world materializes, we can have this conversation again. Right now, if you're an animal, it's not going to matter to you if the reason you're being ground up in a combine harvester is because of some kind of contingent problem that is...
I just think like animals eat animals. Like we can't stop other animals from eating each other. And we can't stop other animals from impacting one another. It just feels weird to hold ourselves to a standard that we don't hold other animals to. We're holding ourselves to the right standard because we're the kind of animal who can. I feel like these things are different. We must do our best to harm reduce, but accept that no matter what we do, we will cause harm to an animal. The question is, how do we cause the least amount of harm?
Foreseen but not intended. Doesn't matter. The suffering is still there. And by eating extra calories that you don't need to be healthy, you are inflicting this unnecessarily. Now, of course, this also doesn't mean that therefore inflicting any amount of unnecessary suffering just becomes okay. All it shows us is that the conversation can't be one of a strict principle that unnecessary suffering is always wrong inflicted upon animals for unnecessary food. It has to be a case of how much unnecessary suffering and in what contexts we allow in order to produce our food. And I think that factory farm...
Hold on. Discord said absolute freedom equal chaos, reducing harm, restricting freedom. I don't think reducing harm restricts freedom. I think freedom is an illusion of being able to make all choices, even bad ones. I think you're trapped in destruction is not freedom. I think freedom is a different form. First of all, there's always chaos, but freedom is a different form of chaos. I would say reducing harm, if done properly, is the most freeing decision. I would say the proper way I practice harm reduction. This is why I don't call myself a vegan yet, because I want to do it freely. I want to reduce harm freely. I don't do it because I want to restrict my freedom. The best way to be free is to come there out of joy. So Yeah, Discord said reducing harm within your values is freeing. Exactly. Reducing harm within my values is I feel the most free. Reducing harm because of somebody else's values is going to feel like a trap, right? Because gay people will say, oh, not gay people, anti-gay people, like homophobes will say, reduce harm by not letting gay people be parents, And I'm like, I'm not sure that causes more harm or less harm. Right? Like they come up with all these reasons, and it's not within my values if that's reducing harm, like I'm not going to do that, because we're also choosing different ways to reduce harm. I kind of reduce harm overall. Do you ever see video game stats where you click on a video game character and it will say like agility, I don't know, strength, weapons, and it will have like bars, and then you choose each character and it has different. I want to choose the character that has like the least amount of harm overall. Does that kind of make sense?
Farming is well in the condemnable space. Like, there's no way that unnecessary suffering can be justified to produce the food that we eat. However, this consideration of vegan bodybuilders made me realize I'm unable to say as a principle that unnecessary infliction of suffering is always wrong, unless of course you want to condemn vegan bodybuilders. I have also heard people make the argument that when it comes to crop deaths, we're essentially protecting our property. That is, we have our crops, we need them to survive, to eat, to be healthy, and when animals come onto the crop fields, we're essentially killing them in defense of our property. A bit like if someone breaks into my house, I can justifiably attack them or kill them because I need to do so to protect my property. I have heard this argument being made. The big problem with this that I see immediately is the question, like, who's breaking onto the land here? We have this vision that we've got this farm and rodents are coming onto the farm and we have to kill them to protect our property.
Oh my God, that reminds me. Gophers or squirrels. Do you know how many gopher traps I grew up with my whole life? Gopher traps are so a part of animals killing other animals in order to protect their crops. My dad, my grandpa killed a lot of gophers growing up, right? Gophers are the ones that fuck up your gardens, and gopher traps were everywhere. And I'd feel horrible for the gophers, for real. But it was a matter of like, if we want to grow our own food on our own land and have our own fruit trees and everything, which we did growing up, then we have to stop these animals, or like you have to do preventative care. Now, I don't know if there's a better way to keep gophers away from your trees without having to kill them, but gopher traps, crazy. Okay, Discord, slow down. Discord said, are you still losing to your wife in Smash? Okay, first of all, okay, it depends how tired I am. Okay, we do play daily. Okay, that's usually our time. And we usually do best out of 3 or best out of 5. Okay, and I would say I still feel like I can contend. Okay, but she's going to get better than me faster than I'm going to be able to keep up because I have a life. I don't play video games for fun. It's not my hobby. Okay? I just do it with her because it's nice. Okay? Okay? Okay. Also, I added Pikachu into my roster. So, I'm now playing Pikachu pretty frequently.
But did we not invade their space by laying down the crop fields in the first place? In other words, I don't think you can say, well, I have the right to kill animals.
Oh, chat says I gave up gaming for Ramadan and Lent. Wow, good for you. That's pretty cool.
Animals in the production of my property when we're the ones who invaded their space. Don't they have the right to protect their land against us? Why should we get to make that imposition? So I don't think that argument works either. But again, look, I know that people are going to respond to this and react to this, and they're going to be pausing it and saying, well, how does this justify this? Or how does this justify that? That's not what I'm doing here. The questioner asked, is there anything that's changed about your approach to veganism? And that's one consideration that I've been thinking about. Am I right to be surprised to hear?
Okay, now that was Alex's updated answer on veganism. Not as interesting as you would think. Let's check out Mike the Vegan together, and then he'll go over Kristen, and I thought that might be interesting to watch, just to get another vibe of a vegan I really liked, and why I did like these, oh, this person used to be vegan but isn't anymore videos.
It's completely gone, and we also have her just recently. Hey, it's Mike here today. Kristen Leo, no, my favorite Greek vegan.
So this girl, right?
Climate change sort of apocalypse, as well as really just her vegan content I loved. And all of that vegan content has been deleted. It is completely gone. And we also have her just recently moving to the US and a bunch of other factors, as well as recent.
I'm telling you, she married a Trump voter. It's the feeling I get. I'm not saying this for real, but it feels like she married a Trump voter and then moved to America.
videos of her explaining in a really roundabout way why she has made some lifestyle change.
I feel like she married one of those tech bros that's like, I voted for Trump, because I'm in the industry, you know? I'm totally making this up. I know nothing about her partner.
Changes without really ever saying that she is no longer vegan, which is interesting.
See, if Alex had done that, that would have been crazy.
You want to save the planet. You want to make the world a better place. But at the end of the day, you can't.
But yeah, all signs.
So she makes this video where it's basically like she feels overwhelmed and she feels like she can't do enough. And that's why I say I don't do anything because the world is doing it. I do it because it's right. I don't care if it works. I don't care if the world benefits. I care that I get to die knowing I did the right thing. Chad says, I think she's with a girl. She married a lesbian Trump voter. The lesbian Trump voters are crazy, you know? But that's the point, is that I feel like Kristen got overwhelmed with the weight of the world and realized like I can't save it, which by the way, where I was in my 20s. But now that I'm in my 30s, I was like, oh, I'm not trying to save the world. I'm just trying to do the right thing. And I think that's pretty meaningful. That's a meaningful change. It means that no matter how crazy the world gets, I don't change my course. I don't change because of the world. I don't care if the world is melting around me, which it is. I stay the course, like Luffy on one of his ships.
Point to her quitting, we'll go into that and the reasons that she gives, or let's just say ones I haven't quite heard before, a little bit unique here, so I just could not resist responding. So let's go. And I will say, first of all, though, that she recently made a video talking about really being broke and things not going her way and feeling like a loser and all these things. So, I don't really want to be like kicking her when she's down, but I also want to give some input on this topic. So I'm going to try to go a little bit on the softer side.
I think mental health plays a role in it. See, I feel like the idea is like I have this philosophical truth. I made a career on it. I made money on it. I lived by it. I went to events based off of it. But she got, mental health, spiritual health, philosophical health. I feel like Kristen went through a journey, and I don't know her content very well, but like went on a journey where she felt like she knew what she was doing. She knew her place. She knew what she was supposed to do. And then she had like and same with Alex O'Connor, where it feels like they knew what they were doing. They were advocating, but then life didn't go perfect. And so their choices had to change. But I can't believe she took down all her vegan content versus Alex didn't. Why did Kristen take down all her vegan content?
And I hope the people in the comment section, which is...
Well, to be fair, I do take down content that I think is outdated and doesn't match my current belief system, which I know a lot of YouTubers don't do, but I think it's bad to keep harmful content up. So maybe she didn't believe in veganism so much that she took it down because she thought it was more harmful to keep it up.
Is anonymous and brings out the worst in people, still decide to not be super duper harsh. And also shout out to my friend Catherine Klein.
Oh, I watched this video too.
A YouTuber who did a video on this topic. Otherwise, I would not have even realized because it's so sort of under the radar. But first, I want to address the topic of whether or not she's even a real vegan, because so many cases of people quitting what they claim to be a vegan diet or veganism, it's really just been on some weird fringe plant-based diet. And so it's not really an ethical stance that they're quitting. It's just on to the next weight loss diet or whatever. But this appears to be a case where she clearly was ethically vegan. She cared about animals. In an interview a few years back with another Greek YouTuber, she was asked to describe vegan in one word, and she said compassion.
How would you describe in one word veganism in one word for you?
Compassion.
Compassion.
And then elaborated on how Earthlings, an ethical documentary, was a big part of her going vegan. And her website even says vegan for life on there.
Ooh.
Which, I can't imagine the Kristen...
See, saying vegan for life is like, I know I can't commit to that. I know I can't commit to it. You know what I mean? Because I can't commit to anything for life. I don't know. I don't know who I'll be in 20 years. But I think that's why the weight of it is so much harder. Because if you identify that's your whole brand, you rose to prominence, and then you have a realization where you might not be that person, it might be really hard. And you saw the death threats and horrible messages Alex O'Connor got. Imagine what she's getting,
And in the past, who wrote that seeing herself now, I feel like would be pretty sad. And because covering ex-vegans can be a little disheartening, I wanted to create something a little bit more goofy, and that is my ex-vegan bingo.
Oh, also, oh my God, I just inhaled air. Also, Mike the Vegan, I found out I have an app on my phone. It's the vegan app. It's called Vegan Guide app. And I guess he's like a creator of it because I downloaded it, not realizing it. Because I told you I was really like going into this vegan thing, bro. And it like helps you go like day one, why are you vegan? And then you can watch a video by him and it like, you know, it has his face and stuff. And then you can kind of do daily quizzes, my recipes. It has like a really cool functionality to it. How to use it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Support the Vegan Society. So that website, the Vegan Society, that's Mike's initiative. I guess Mike's a part of that initiative or is the initiative. I don't know. But yeah, like, you know, there's a whole way to engage even from a tech perspective with the vegan lifestyle, like our vegan philosophy.
Card here, largely from Ex-Vegan Traits from my level 5 vegan ebook, with some extra ones added. If you want, you can turn this into a drinking game. You can take some wheatgrass shots and we'll see where we are at the end. And I will say, so far, she hasn't given her full story yet, but she hasn't pointed to any health reasons like a lot of ex-vegans use as an excuse. And this does actually match up with the facts. A Funnelytics study, an anonymous survey of ex-vegans, found that really 70% of people who quit didn't even have health as a major concern. So the vast majority don't, even though it really takes over the narrative. And well, in one of the videos she does say that she messed up her gut by taking antibiotics as a result of a spider bite.
Oh, and I also got bit by a spider. I had to take antibiotics for that, which messed up my gut. And then I got depression because my gut was messed up because of the antibiotics.
But isn't blaming it on a vegan diet. However, I feel like there's room here now for her to say that because her gut was messed up, that played a role. You know, I've been burned too many times, so I'm just gonna assume that's what she's gonna say. The point is we can't say that she was a fake vegan or never vegan or whatever, but let's just move on to the actual evidence that she did quit really fast, in addition to just all of her vegan videos being gone, which is a pretty clear signal. We also have a comment from one of her recent videos talking about personal choice and control, which we'll get into. And a commenter on there said that, you know, what she was saying, the way she was talking was reminding them of Elise Parker or Kalel right before they quit or quitting videos. And to that, she responded, goals. And of course, Elise Parker, if you don't know, was, you know, sort of wishy-washy vegan YouTuber who had all sorts of...
Oh, and then there's the whole raw vegan movement, which is a whole other bubble. Very interesting.
Mold issues and a bunch of convoluted reasons for quitting a vegan diet, and then immediately went to carnivore diet sponsored by ButcherBox.
Crazy. This story was crazy. How you gonna go straight to the because that's great for branding. Ex-vegan becomes carnivore diet. What a fucking joke. You know what I'm saying? What a fucking joke.
Well, if I recall correctly, was saying that it's too hard to be perfect on a vegan diet, so, you know, she might as well quit in addition to some other things. And the common ground there could be just a lot of word salad that doesn't really give any good single reason that's compelling. And in that recent video about control, she, in my mind, said that she wasn't vegan anymore, really reading between the lines with all the evidence very clearly saying it. Here she is.
Yeah, for me, I personally let go of being hyper-controlling over the ethics of my food and the ethics of my lifestyle. I try the best that I can.
You know, stopping being controlling over the ethics of her lifestyle, to me, is a way of saying I'm no longer vegan, but I don't want people to pounce on me. And then the final kicker for me was just her Instagram post of her farmer's market basket with eggs sort of buried in there. But
Chaz says, is it all branding in your opinion or something reactionary in their personality? The eating meat thing? Like, it's grifty. It's not serious. Like, you're not even slightly, like, it's one thing if you're Jordan Peterson. Listen, I really love meat. I love it so much. I love so many dragon meat, Ethan Klein meat. I just love meat. I could eat all of it all day. You know, Jordan really feels like the carnivore diet, like, saved him or helped him health-wise, helped his daughter, right? That's not grifter behavior because he really believes in it. But it feels weird to be like, I'm fucking vegan. I'm going to make all these views on veganism. And then I'm going to do a fucking 180 switch on veganism. Fuck veganism. And then get sponsored by ButcherBox. Then it feels like a grift. Like, girl, to go like, because unlike Alex, who we watched, who's like, here's the reason I had to stop being vegan, health issues. That feels real. Kristen, who says like, hey, I'm really going through some shit right now. Okay, fine. Going from vegan content creator who makes views being vegan to ButcherBox like partnership feels just very unethical. You know, does very feel like grifty to me.
but there were eggs in there, as well as like an artsy stall of oysters. So, I don't
Hold on, chat. You're gonna get banned. You can't say ex-vegans have no integrity. Alex is a joke. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What part of you isn't ugly right now? How is that not the ugliest sentence I've ever heard? Okay, not literally, but come on. What part of that is dignified? What part of it? Okay? You said you said earlier, no excuse to exploit and harm animals needlessly. Everyone should be vegan. Well, you just harmed Alex needlessly. Alex is an animal. I don't know why you're being so fucked up about a person who's going on a journey and is having genuine issues. I think vegans have a problem where you really don't mind when humans animals suffer. Human animals, we need to reduce their suffering. Non-human animals, we need to reduce their suffering. So we need to see where people are at. We need to understand people. We need to understand why things end up the way they do. So you can be mad at Alex for not being logically consistent, but saying all former vegans are a joke, all former vegans are animals on a journey.
I don't know if she's gone to a vegetarian diet, if she would call herself pescatarian, or if like 90% of people that quit a vegan diet is eating meat, which they do eventually. And this one's a bit more abstract, but in her Instagram post, she also posted...
Which is why I assume Alex eats meat, but won't say it out loud. Because he's right. Like, if you're going to quit veganism, you might go back to eating meat. But I just want Alex to say it. Because I don't understand how Alex does make the argument that he's anti-factory farming, but might eat meat again. That feels weird, right? You said Alex isn't the victim. The animals he harms are the victims. Everyone has health issues. Some just don't murder animals again and find nonviolent solutions. Do you realize a journey is a vegan mean? No, I don't know who you are and I don't know what you're talking about. This is a philosophy channel. Everything's a journey. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about. I agree with the premise, but I don't want you to dehumanize Alex in order to uplift animal life when Alex is an animal. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, if that's your vegan stance, if vegans believe in harm reducing animal harm, then like, are humans a part of that animal harm? You know what I mean? I'm not a vegan. I don't have to do this. Okay. Discourse said vegans will make ex-vegans for saying they're on a journey. Will meme? Oh no, I don't know anything about this. Vegans will meme ex-vegans for saying they're on a journey. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know anything about that.
The book The Vegetarian, which is actually a novel.
That's so funny. I literally mean everyone's on a journey. The problem is like, while you're on your journey, you might have to be held accountable for your decisions. But also, I don't want to hold you accountable by being cruel to you, right? It doesn't make sense. Chet says he needlessly kills. If I go to France, I'm not going to throw my values away. Alex literally made me vegan and he's a massive hypocrite. With peace and love, get off the parasociality train. And if you're going to be on my channel, think about this from a philosophical perspective, right? Alex isn't a hypocrite. He said he's non-vegan. He's only a hypocrite if he's a vegan who's secretly eating meat. It's not hypocritical. Now, I do agree with you. It is hypocritical if he's anti-factory farming, but eating factory farm meat and dairy. I agree with you. I need a confirmation on that. I'm not seeing it, but maybe I'm giving him too much leeway. You're right. That is hypocritical. But I don't think becoming non-vegan is hypocritical. I think this is the dilemma of being a person. How do I harm reduce if, like, how many disabled people do I know? How many progressive people do I know who spend all their life screaming that billionaires are unethical while promoting like billionaire companies, while having to feel like they have to work for them or be with them? This is the conundrum of humans. How do we harm reduce if we also, when faced with these like moments, don't know what to do? I'm not saying Alex is perfect. I don't want to defend him, but I don't like the way you're going for him in my comments either. Not because of him, but because of you. I want you to feel like you don't need to be angry at Alex for going on a journey, but you can be disappointed, you know? Discourse said being mean to people on the internet is non-vegan. I think we can push that movement online. I think we should definitely. I just feel like it's silly to be like humans and non-human animals are all animals, but I'm going to be mean to these animals because they're mean to these other animals. It's like, I love bullying a bully too. I just feel like Alex could have made a better reason for why he's not vegan, but I also don't need to be ugly towards Alex to feel like, yeah, I don't get it. You know, I feel like he's in a really good position to stay vegan, but I don't know his personal life. It's not my job to try to read his mind. So he must have a good reason. And if he doesn't have a good reason, okay. He's the least of my worries.
but I feel like it fits with her claims here that we'll get into, because it's about, as Wikipedia says, a woman who becomes vegetarian, and this abstention leads her to become distant from her family.
Okay, so that's what the irony is. Like, I feel like Kristen. Okay, no, see, Chat says he was never truly vegan because he doesn't believe in animal rights. He's a utilitarian who only cares about suffering and animal welfare, just like Peter Singer is a joke as well. Hold on, let me engage with you. I might agree with that, but I don't. Hold on, I might agree with that. I might agree with that. Okay, hold on, chatter, hold on. Wait, chat says, read the comment again, please. He was never truly a vegan, Alex, because he doesn't believe in animal rights. He's a utilitarian who only cares about suffering and animal welfare. Just like Peter Singer is a joke as well. Okay, I think you might be right, because I think that's what I took away from Alex's video as well, is that he wasn't actually a vegan, but he was living a vegan lifestyle because it was the greatest logical argument he could come to. Right? Chat says legal animal rights. Wait, legal? Wait, what do you mean? Did I miss something? Because I think Alex is making, I don't like utilitarians for this reason, because I think you can utilitarian your way right into like really bad argumentation like Peter Singer does, right? So I don't want that to be the requirement. Okay, I'll agree with this chatter. I think they won me over. Now I get where they're coming from. So I will say I was wrong, I think, with assuming that they hadn't just genuinely disagreed with Alex's stance. But I will say that the way you came off initially made me think that you were being like quite ugly towards Alex, because I don't think of Alex as like, I don't think of human being, well, I don't know Alex, but it feels like he genuinely is struggling with the journey of it all. Same with Kristen. I think Kristen is struggling, and I do feel for people who are struggling, because I think life is hard. Like, life is a struggle. I think life is deeply difficult, and I think we take for granted how hard it is to be a good person. I think it's very hard to be a good person. And I think that's just a fact, but you know, Chet says that vegans are abolitionists who don't want to exploit or violate rights of animals. He doesn't care as long as there's no suffering. Yeah, I don't think animals have animal rights. Let's talk about that. What does it mean to have animal rights? I don't think humanity believes in animal rights, even from a human perspective, right? Like, this isn't something that's within our nature yet. We haven't evolved to this point. We do not care about animal rights, whether it's human animals or non-human animals. We think we do, but right now, human animal rights are being like violated right now. You know what all the time. So I think I struggle with this idea. I think deeply, from outside of any perspective, like, have humans evolved to care about animal rights? Only in pockets, only a little bit, right? I don't know if it makes sense. I think harm is inevitable. You cannot eradicate harm to any animal life. You can only bring down the harm. So I do struggle with this idea of like animal rights. Do animals deserve rights? We're not talking. None of that makes sense as an argument to me when we know for a fact we enslave people. We literally enslave people. So we obviously don't believe in animal rights. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you bringing up chickens when we're doing it to people? Like, you know, of course we don't believe in animal rights. Like, it's just so obnoxious for people to think humans are going to give a fuck about a chicken. We don't give a fuck about trans people. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. Where's the logic? Where's the fucking logic? Idiot sandwich. You know what I mean? I've been watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay lately. Okay, I'm kind of bored with this video. Let's find another one. That might be fun. Hold on, give me a second. Banana beanie. Okay, let's watch this one. We're gonna watch animals suffer. Let's talk about the suffering of animals.
Imagine intelligent aliens discover Earth. We're in complete awe at the elegance of their language, their art, technology, and their wisdom. But shortly after they arrive, the aliens begin to put us in cramped stalls. They force females to breed, take their babies away, and drink their milk. They force us to eat from morning to night so that we're so fat that even as children we can't stand on our own. Finally, as teenagers, we're carted off to factories to be slaughtered on assembly lines. We protest, but the aliens don't understand our outrage. They're far too intellectually superior, and they like the way we taste. Of course, we wouldn't agree with the aliens' behavior, but would it be morally wrong?
Yo, this is a pretty good analogy for God, bro. God literally puts you on the planet and then like tortures and kills you and gives you disease. Like people always like it was in God's plans for me to get cancer. Yo, that's wild, bro. You know, it was all in God's plans for me to be raped. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like God be out here just like bringing animals and like putting them on a planet being like, oh, let's see what they do. And then he's like, I'm bored with these ones. Boom, kills them all. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun.
When we gaze into the heavens, we might sometimes wonder how our actions will be perceived throughout eternity.
Some people would think that the question of what is right
This is Peter Singer, so just keep that in mind.
or wrong is entirely subjective, that it's up to me. What I think is right or wrong is what counts, and what you may have some completely different view, and we're just exchanging
Right? I just learned his face, but I'm pretty sure that's him.
preferences, just like maybe you like Indian food and I prefer Chinese food. I don't believe that that's true.
Peter Singer at Princeton University is one of the most influential philosophers today.
Yeah, okay.
I believe that there is scope for reason and argument in discussing ethics. And at the very least, that there are people, many people, who hold positions that they haven't thought about, haven't reflected on, and that when they do reflect on it, they find that many of their beliefs are not really consistent.
Peter Singer's worldview centers on the doctrine of utilitarianism.
So the reason Peter Singer has been so controversial over the years is depending on when you see him in his career. He's advocated for things like bestiality or killing disabled children or, you know, all kinds of things. So because utilitarians are fucking sociopaths, you know what I mean? They're fucking psychopaths. But it's like one of those things where there's like, I don't know where he stands in 2025, but that's, you know, why he's so controversial.
It is trying to weigh up the net balance of pleasure versus pain, or happiness versus suffering, and to maximize that. So the right action for a utilitarian is the action that has the best consequences for all of those affected, and best consequences here means promoting the greatest amount of well-being for all of those affected.
If we took a utilitarian perspective and had to decide between several possible actions, we would have to consider how each will affect the happiness of all those involved. Let's say we're expecting 10 guests for dinner. 3 of them like roast beef, 7 like chicken. What should we cook? As a doctor, should we give preference to other doctors in a disaster so that we can work together to save more people? Should we help the tobacco lobbyist who asks for directions to the German parliament, even if he's likely to cause great social harm with the extra office time he gains by getting there quickly? As utilitarians, we calculate what each possible action would contribute to the total happiness in the universe. Then we choose the one that maximizes it. We direct the lobbyist to the woods. Prioritize the other doctor. And naturally, we'd make chicken. That's the way utilitarianism works. But Peter Singer has taken it
No way. Chad says a natural vegan is a big Peter Singer fan, has many similar views. Would be interested to hear your thoughts on that, seeing you largely liked her content aside from the BLM stuff. Oh, I stopped watching that bit. Brittany, I stopped watching her because of her BLM stuff. Nah, not another white woman comparing animal life to black people. Nah. Nah. So with peace and love, I was starting to get bad vibes from her, but nah. Don't like her, unsubscribed a while ago. Fuck that.
Step further. He asks, what about the interests of the chicken?
You can't draw the line between the species because I don't believe that species is itself a morally relevant criterion any more than I believe that race or sex is a morally relevant criterion. And if you want to move to something that may be a morally relevant criterion, like capacities of various kinds, mental life, then you're always going to get the possibility of an overlap between humans who lack these capacities because of brain damage or genetic abnormality and animals who have these capacities, therefore to a higher degree than those particular abnormal humans.
If we look back in time, we can see how the concept of a species has no clear boundary. Imagine you take your mother by the hand, and she takes her mother's hand, and her mother takes her mother's hand, back through the family tree. You follow it down for thousands and millions of years. And there's a chimpanzee somewhere in Africa doing the same thing. He takes his mother's hand, and the mother takes her mother's hand back into the past until you find a common mother. The chain of human beings and primates would be about 1,000 kilometers long. You and the chimpanzee are distant cousins, reaching out to each other across the ages. If species were a moral boundary, then at some point there would be a mother and a child. One would be human and the other animal. One would be our moral equivalent and the other not at all.
You know, Kerchak once said, "You'll never be us, Tarzan, you dumb bitch." And I have to say that I agree with a motherfucker. You know, I agree with him. I think realistically, Tarzan was one of them, but would never be one of them because we are not them. We are all animals, but we are not the same kind of animal. Okay? And I love that for us. So when we're having these conversations, I think equating like a fish's life to a human's life is like, it really is, it's apples to oranges, guys. Like we're all fruit, but we're not all the same kind of fruit. Do you know what I mean? So like, I get you. I do. I see it. But there's something missing, like a logical consistency that's missing for me. And I think it's the discrepancy between that gap that's really fucking with me. I hear the vegans. I'm with you. Meat eaters, horrible argument. Like just illogical. Those people who feel entitled to animals, different. But what does a life look like between animals and non-animal humans in which there isn't an entitlement? And that is interesting to me. What does life look like if we don't feel entitled to something, but we have a relationship to it? Yeah. There's a discrepancy, like an ant versus my life. I love ants. I think people who, I think a lot of the way that we treat insects is just unethical. It's not good. But I can't equate an ant's life to a human's life. It feels very different. Now, if you gave me a choice of saving, a person who's a rapist and a colony of ants, and you said who to save, I'd say save the colony of ants. You know what I mean? But if you said, because I wouldn't prioritize the human life over the colony of ants, but I would say that as animals on the planet ourselves, our job is to do our best to find harmony within that experience, within this temporary experience, right? Yeah. Let's see. Chet says comparing injustice to injustice is a valid argument. The choice is not between humans and animals. It's between animal lives and your taste buds or convenience, which I can get on board with, right? I can't. So, okay, here, you can answer me then, because you seem passionate about it. If a vegan is trapped in the wilderness and needs to like find civilization, are they allowed to eat animals as a way of surviving the situation? Or are you never allowed to eat animals? Can they eat insects? Can they have honey if they find it in the forest? Can they eat ants if they can, are they allowed to in a survival situation eat animals? Or is it just, no, like never animals ever? And are you supposed to, like, you know what I'm saying? Are they allowed to do that in a survival situation? Because this is very important to me, because I think in a survival situation, humans shouldn't be killing other humans to eat them and survive. But I think in a survival situation, you should be able to kill an animal or an insect in order to survive. I think that makes sense based off of us being evolved animals. I think that makes sense for our evolution. It makes sense for harm reduction. It makes sense for how we live in the world, right? I can't see the moral argument against that. But I also don't think it's wrong if the human decides not to eat the animal and decides to die instead. I think that's also valid, Yeah. Chad says, would you say animals will have the same approach to us in the wild? I say it's a possibility. It depends on the animal. Yeah, it depends. I don't think every encounter with a bear leads to death. I don't think every encounter with a mountain lion leads to death. I don't think every encounter with an animal leads to negativity. Some animals will connect with you. Some might help you. I've had animals interact with me throughout my life in which I guarantee you they were communicating with me. And like Indiana does that. She's very good at telling us what she wants. You know what I mean? She's a good communicator. Indiana usually is pretty good at communicating. But I think my cat is like a full-on consciousness. Like she got a lot going on, So I've had some really amazing moments with animals, including insect animals, where I was like, oh, I think they know what's going on. I think they got a little bit of a communication thing going on right now. But then I've met a lot of animals that I'm like, I do not think anything's happening. I do not feel like we're communicating, Let's see. Chess says that's up to the individual. Some might say you shouldn't otherwise give a pass. If it's not possible and practical and you need to survive, that's one thing. Buying flesh at the store is indefensible. Okay, because I can get on board with hold on. Okay, second question. Is it indefensible to buy meat at the grocery store was it unethical for Neanderthals to eat meat? That's the question. Is it unethical for early humans to have eaten meat? Was it always unethical for humans as an animal species to eat meat? That's the other question. Is it always unethical, or is it only unethical in modern times with all of our supplements and everything? You said yes. Yeah, that's a struggle for me because I see humans as evolved animals like any other animal. So human beings did what they did to survive, like you know what I mean? Like eating animals was just a part of survivability. Not that they were gorging on animals like we are, right? They're definitely not gorging on animals like we are. But yeah, humans are animals. It's so weird to me to think that we out of all the animals have to be less animal than other animals. Like we are animals. We do not transcend nature. I think humans think they do because they're narcissistic. I think this brain tricks us into thinking we've transcended our nature, right? Like the panel I had with the guys, we've transcended nature. You did not transcend nature. You just convinced yourself you did. So I struggle with that idea, Chet says, luckily we live now, so that question is kind of irrelevant. It literally wasn't possible to live as a modern vegan 100 years ago. Luckily now we can still make better choices. Yes, but that means veganism isn't objective, it's subjective, which I agree with you. If vegans would agree that veganism is subjective, I'm on board. But if you're going to make the argument that it's objective and always morally wrong, I just can't understand how that makes any sense from a scientific perspective, from an evolutionary perspective. Like we're not there yet, right? But if I'm fucking all about veganism if we make it more realistic for the human as an animal. But I can't get it because it's so where we are evolutionarily, it doesn't make any sense to me. If it's only contextually available, then it's not objective. It's just available, which I agree we should do. I think veganism is the right decision in a lot of people's lives, but not the right decision outside of those contexts. Maybe. That's where I am right now, though.
We humans are far closer.
Wait. Chat says, I don't know if anything is objective, though. The world as we know it is based on our perception. I agree with that. I don't think anything is objective. But I think veganism as it stands as a philosophy, They've already like come into my comment section and said like, you can't be vegan temporarily. You were like, even you said, Chatter, right? Alex wasn't a real vegan. I agree with that idea, but I think you're asking people to evolve to a situation to internalize a process to them that isn't natural to them. It is not natural to be vegan. That's why we're not vegan. Except it is natural to be vegan because some people are vegan. It is just as natural to be vegan as it is to be non-vegan because everything we do is our nature, right? Just as by your own subjective values, most people agree that veganism, when they're not agree with veganism when they're not trolling online. Everybody is against slavery and murder, so that should be consistent. That should be vegan to be consistent. It's not, I don't believe in consistency. I think life is tiny contradictions. The consistency is in the reality that it is subjective, which means it's contextual. It's situational. Consistency is irrelevant to actually how humans work. Consistency is the problem with Singer, who says the consistency of utilitarianism allows bestiality. I don't want to be consistent. I want to be within reason, compassionate and logical in all unique circumstances. So like the dilemma with saying like we should want to be consistent, if this is what you say here, this is what you have to say here, that's why utilitarianism leads to bad logical conclusions. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I don't want to be that person. I don't want my logic to bring me to bad conclusions. I want them to bring me to good conclusions with new data. I don't think you can be vegan for life in a good conscience, say you're operating within new data. I want to be somebody who's willing to always change as the truth becomes more clear to us as a species, whatever that means, right?
To a chimpanzee than a chimpanzee is even to a dog, let alone to an oyster or something that's not even a vertebrate.
But our legal system traditionally recognizes only one distinction in the animal kingdom: Homo sapiens and everyone else.
Well, here are our choices. I could sit here in the witness box, and the metaphor is that I'm a witness testifying for animals.
Gary Francione is professor of law and philosophy.
Or I could sit here in the jury box. I'm one of the jurors. Or
he pioneered teaching animal rights in the 1980s.
I could sit up here where the judges sit.
He's closely examined the history of the relationship between animals and the law.
Your choice.
In the West, before the 19th century, animals were largely excluded from the moral and legal community altogether. They were regarded as things. I mean, you had people like Descartes, who did not believe that animals were sentient. So he didn't think that anything he did to them mattered because they didn't have any interests. And so he used to cut the animals up and the animals would scream. And he dismissed this as being, this is just a machine made by God, but is really no different from a machine made by humans that needs oil. When a machine made by humans needs oil, it makes a squeaking noise. When a machine made by God is adversely affected in some way, it makes a screaming noise. But there's no pain perception there. There's no mind. There's no sort of...
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Humans evolved over time as an animal species to become more self-aware, to be able to even ask ourselves these questions. And I can't, like, again, we have to meet people where they are. Like, but obviously I felt like this guy must have been a fucking psychopath. It's like, was he missing some sort of like ability to just witness? Like, what are you fucking crazy? Like, he's not having an empathy situation. Chez says it's like feminists who claim to care about women's rights but support violating female animals daily. People should care more about moral consistency. I do. I don't value people because of gender. And feminism isn't about... Okay. I think humans are weird. I think we are weird, fucked up little biological bundles of joy. I think we're just so fucking weird. And we get up here and we think we know everything. And we get on our little chat box and our little YouTube video and we just think we're so fucking smart. And I'm just aware of how stupid I am. And I am too stupid to say with my full chest that I think I know what is so objectively correct in a universe in which I don't even fucking know the basics of how we even ended up here in the first place. But if it's anywhere close to the theories, we are not that special. We are simply here experiencing life. And I think, again, regardless of the argument you're using, you're holding humans to a standard in which it doesn't reflect where they are as an evolved species. We're not there yet. Where we might never be, but we could be. But it feels like we're prioritizing non-human animals and almost infantilizing their perspective or where they're at, as if they wouldn't fucking claw out our throats if they wanted to, or fucking infect our brains with their little bodies like worm brains. You know what I mean? I don't think all of them care about us, and I don't think we need to care about all of them, but I think we need to harm reduce, because some of them might care about us and some of us might care about them. But I just don't think it's 1-to-1. And in some way, if I ever got worms in my brain, I would kill the fuck out of them. You know what I mean? If I had a little parasite in my body trying to kill me, I'd kill it. If I had any kind of animal, you know what I mean? There are situations in which we should harm reduce for sure, but we're still just animals. You know, we're still just animals. So I agree with this idea that we should harm reduce. I like some of veganism's ideas. I just think it really isn't realistic to say that like human animals and non-human animals are the same, but that doesn't mean they're not dignified the same. But to say like enslaving humans is the same as enslaving non-animal humans, it's not the same, but it doesn't have to be valid. I really think if we focused in on realizing like female humans and female animals are not the same. They don't have to be to dignify them. But when you say they're the same, my animal brain wants to slap the shit out of you. Because my animal brain tells me right now, not only are they not the fucking same, but you don't even think they're the same. And I really think given the situation you are in, you will find yourself picking to murder the female animal over a female human. Probably. Like, it just feels really strange for me to believe that a human animal has the audacity to equate it without recognizing the beauty of our differences and yet the sameness of our dignity. Non-human animals deserve to be dignified. I think there's dignity in death. I think there's dignity in life. We as a species overall are not dignified. Not non-human animals, not human animals. As a species, we lack dignity. Okay? And that is a part of our biological experience. But this audacity of maintaining that humans are the highest of the hierarchy seems to exist in vegan arguments and in non-vegan arguments. It's very confusing to me. Which is it? Are humans at the top or are they not at the top? You know? But if you put the responsibility on us, you are saying we are the top. And therefore, you are saying we are better. And that's interesting to me. Like, Chet says slavery is wrong to me, no matter the species being enslaved. If you don't think that they're the same, then someone should name the trade on you and see how you like the answer. Okay, I'm going to block you. Yeah, see how we're not there yet? See how the vegans with their own argument are making it clear we're not there yet? How can this animal come into my chat and say something so undignified about other animals? No matter how you place it, okay? Like, we are just animals existing to whatever best ability we can, and it's flawed. We're flawed animals, you know? Okay, let's go back to this.
Mind that has a preference, a want, or a desire for that pain to stop.
Today, many countries have animal protection laws. They forbid causing animals unnecessary suffering.
The thing is that because animals are property, our moral thinking is tremendously skewed in a very bizarre, weird direction.
Gary Francione explains what he sees as a contradiction in animal protection law.
The laws that provide for the protection of animals are interpreted in a way that reflect their status as chattel property. And it means, in essence, that the laws can't really apply to them in a meaningful way because the laws don't permit us to look at use.
The concept of property means that the owner is able to use it, but they can't without violence. If a person wants to keep livestock, the animals must be confined, and those who want to eat animals must kill them.
Then the only question becomes,
Yeah, see, I think all this is fucked up. Like, all of this is gross.
is the treatment necessary, given uses that may not be necessary? Because the reality is we don't need to eat animals.
By declaring animals as property, the law puts economic interests in competition with animal interests. That's why we accept that female pigs can be left in narrow cages for weeks, and that 23 hens can live in...
Yeah, see, this isn't good. This is how people feel when they say humans all like living in New York City in these apartments, and they'll say we're not meant to live like this. We're not meant to do anything, really. That's the problem. I look at this picture of these chickens and I think this is not how it was meant to be. But also, nothing was meant to be. There is no meant. There is no meant to be. There's only how to be less bad. And I feel like we could be less bad by not having this be the way we do things. Right? Like, we don't need to do it this way, you know? But we don't need to do a lot of things this way. I think the way we're consuming and gluttonous right now, I think the United States is such a perfect example of it. You remember like how we'd buy new TVs every Black Friday or buy new things every Black Friday? The way they would get us, bro. We really are the Who's in Whoville. We really are the Who's. The Who's aren't bad people, but they're not great people either. You know what I mean? And that's us. And the Grinch was right, but he was wrong. You know, the Grinch was right, but he was wrong. The Who's were right, but they were wrong. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's so wrong and everybody's so right. And I just feel like we need a third option, people. We need a real opportunity to find a new option, but I think the option's already been out there. I really do. I think philosophy bubbles and a lot of people who are seeking joy and peace and symbiosis with nature, I think they have the best answer. And I just don't think it's like angry vegans on the internet or angry meat eaters or all of this fucking stuffing chickens this way or hens or the way we all live, like disconnected from our life and we're all just like hustling 80 hours a week for what? You know, like, yeah, none of that stuff is good for us. But it's also our doing. It's all us. It's all of us. You know? Like, it's us. We did this. All of us, me included. I ate meat every day of my life, forever. You know how many of these chickens produce my eggs or my chicken wings? I love chicken wings. You know, chicken wings are my favorite. And you only get 2 a chicken. I'll love me a chicken wing, girl. I'll love me a chicken wing. You know how many chickens die so I can get 20 chicken wings? You know what I'm saying?
1 square meter, and turkeys who are so overfed they can't stand up. We cut off the pigs' tails and turkeys' beaks. We separate newborn calves from their mothers and simply accept that pigs in stockyards scream for their lives before they're slaughtered. We accept it all because we have to in order to use animals effectively.
So what does it mean to say we shouldn't inflict unnecessary suffering on food animals? What does that mean? It means that we shouldn't inflict unnecessary suffering on animals. We shouldn't inflict gratuitous suffering on animals. The laws assume that institutionalized exploitation is a legitimate exercise of property rights. So what you end up with are cases where kids are lighting dogs on fire, cats in microwave ovens. That's what you have for animal cruelty. All right, have a safe week, everybody.
Francione says there's only one way to end the routine torture of livestock. Animals need rights.
I subscribe to a rights position, that is, I'm not a utilitarian, and I believe that all sentient beings have the right not to be regarded as property.
He believes in inalterable...
This is the pro-life argument about abortions. That babies don't deserve to be aborted because they're sentient. And they have the right to live. So women have to be forced to give birth to their babies, their fetuses, because they're sentient. Get sterilized, ladies, or they're going to force you to have babies. Get sterilized, people. You know, do something. Get ready. Do you know what I'm saying? This is why it's interesting. You know?
rights and responsibilities that always apply. In deontology, the ethics of duty and obligation, there's no weighing the good and bad consequences of an action. Instead, there are universal laws that all reasonable beings in the universe can agree on. That's how Francione differs from Peter Singer and his utilitarianism.
People who think that humans have rights, and also those who think that animals have rights, say there are some things that you must never do to a human, no matter what the consequences. So,
oh my God, my whole chat is getting sterilized. Sterilization by choice, not by government intervention. Your body, your choice. We love to see it, girls, boys, they, thems, whatever. We love it. Me too. I'm eventually going to get it done. We're doing like the meetings sort of to ask the doctors, like, what does it take here? How do I do it through Croatia Healthcare? What are my options as an American here? Let's go, girl. Paying my healthcare. Let's go.
a difference in the case of humans might be, suppose that a terrorist had put a nuclear bomb in the center of New York, and the only way you could find the bomb in time to disarm it would be to torture the terrorist. Well, a really strict human rights advocate would say torture is wrong. We never have a right to torture. It's always a violation of a human right. A utilitarian would say, if you've tried everything else and this is the only way to stop the nuclear bomb going off in the center of New York, you would be justified in torturing the terrorist.
Yeah. You can't torture the terrorist.
Utilitarianism and deontology are two of the most important schools of thought within ethical philosophy. Often they result in opposite conclusions. Someone basing their choice on the ethics of responsibility would treat an injured doctor first, even if that meant you'd save fewer people. A deontologist would show the tobacco lobbyists the way to Parliament, because telling people the truth is a fixed rule. But when it comes to eating animals, both schools of thought have come to the same conclusion.
The only real instance in which we'd have a debate would be about the use of animals in biomedical research to cure serious human illnesses, where there's a real conflict. That's the only situation in which there is a plausible conflict that would justify using and killing animals. And so, in a sense, we suffer from what I call moral schizophrenia. And I'm using that literally. I'm saying it's sort of like a moral version of classical delusional thinking. On one hand, we all accept that animals matter morally. No doubt about that. We accept that they matter morally, and we have moral obligations that we owe directly to them to treat them humanely and to not inflict unnecessary suffering on them. But yet, we all engage, or most of us engage, in behaviors.
Wait, no. Wait. Let's deconstruct that. So let's listen to that again.
Delusional thinking. Yeah, and I'm using that literally. I'm saying it's sort of like a moral version of classical delusional thinking. On one hand, we all accept that animals matter morally. No doubt about that. We accept that they matter morally, and we have moral obligations that we owe directly to them to treat them humanely and to not inflict unnecessary suffering on them. But yet, we all engage, or most of us engage, in behaviors which are inconsistent with that.
I think this goes back to that idea, do we do right by people because they're people, or because it's the right thing to do? I would say I try to do the right thing, not because they're people or animals, but because it's the right thing. And I think the argument he's making is like, we do the right thing by them because they're an animal or because they're sentient. But I don't think that's how I think. I don't think I'm going to do right by this person because they're a person. My brain thinks I should do right by this person because it's the right thing to do, but not because they're a person. What do you guys think? Chet says, are you the strongest because you're Gojo? Or are you Gojo because you're the strongest? Yes, the real question. This is the real Gojo emoji in chat? That's the real question, you know? It's like, okay, you know how in the JJK universe, Gojo thinks we should protect non-sorcerers or humans because they're weak and need protection, versus Geto thinks they're like below him and they're like animals that should be destroyed. And he's sick of being at the mercy of them in a sense. I think both, I disagree with both. I don't think sorcerers have the obligation to protect humans, non-sorcerers. And I don't think non-sorcerers are below sorcerers. I just think, hey, that's life, man. We all live together. Some people sorcerers, some people not. Like, I don't really think sorcerers are morally obligated to protect people. Like, I think their world setup is fucked. I think it's a fucked up system, right? I just finished season 2, but I think the way the world is set up isn't what I would think is ideal. You know? So I think I struggle. Yeah, I think people create morals out of external. So when I say introspection versus extrospection, I think a lot of people extrospect, but don't introspect as well. And since I primarily focus on introspecting and extrospecting, I think I decide how I feel about my place in the universe first. And then I decide how to move within my values that are a construct of subjectivity. And then I think of how they relate to the extrospection. I think a lot of people are trained to extrospect. So thinking about themselves in relation to everybody outside themselves, which I think is why the world's so fucked up, because it never takes the time to introspect. Which is why you have people having children and regretting it and being like, I didn't actually want to become a mother. I just thought I had to, because when they extrospected, they thought of their place in the universe in relation to others. You have to make a baby. We need people to be mothers. Versus, do I even want to be a mother in the first place? You can't eat animals. The animals don't want to be eaten. Yes, but do I want to eat animals? And it's like, well, why do I want to eat animals? Do I need to eat animals? Like, I try to say, like, why do I want this thing? Why do I think this is moral or not moral? Why do I think this is good or not good? Why do I think cheating is unethical? Why do I think it's harmful? Who cares if people cheat? Am I right? Like, but why do I think it's so harmful? Why do I think cheating is more harmful than necessarily consuming a fish from a river? Why do I think it's okay to eat a fish from a river and kill it and eat it? Then why do I think that is less harmful than cheating on your spouse? Well, first, they're both just a part of nature. They're both part of our biological experience. But I think there's less harm done by killing a fish and eating it than by cheating on your spouse. Because one, the fish is dead and doesn't have to experience any aftermath from the killing, except that it's dead. But I don't value being alive like that. Like, I don't value living in that same sense, because I think death is nothingness. So if you're dead, it doesn't matter. You don't know you're dead. But I also think, like, I don't know if the fish is having like a perception of that death in the same way, but the human who got cheated on has to live with the repercussions of that cheating. So maybe they need therapy now. Maybe they're damaged. Maybe they have trust issues. There's trauma inflicted, right? There's lifelong trauma that comes after cheating, versus if you kill a fish, there's no lifelong trauma, though the fish now doesn't exist. And when I say these things, I know some people say, oh, so does that mean people can kill you? Well, I would prefer you didn't kill me. I won't know any different if I'm dead. But obviously, I have a preference for you not killing me, right? But if you killed me, I also wouldn't know. So, but my loved ones would know, and the repercussion from that is obviously all of their mourning, right? Now, animals, we know, do mourn for their offspring. And we know animals can mourn for their children. Now, I don't know if Indiana thinks about her children. Indiana, my cat, had a litter of kittens before I adopted her. I don't know if she thinks about her children. I don't know if she knows she has children out there. I don't know if it matters to her. I don't know. And I don't think we'll know that. Now, if I was Eliza Thornberry, I would talk to Indiana and she would be like, oh, I think about my kids all the time. And she'd have the same relationship with her children that I think human people do. But even human animals don't have the same relationship with their offspring. Plenty of human animals have offspring that they do not care about, that they rape, that they kill, right? Chat says Indiana specifically or cats in general? Indiana specifically. Because she's the queen of them all. So we know human animals don't universally care for their offspring or care about their well-being. I think that's true for non-human animals. I think some non-human animals don't give a fuck about their offspring and would eat them up. And I think some non-human animals care about their offspring and will mourn them and get into a depression. There has been documentation about depression in animals over loss of offspring. And I think that's very true. So my theory is that some animal humans and some non-animal humans have a level of consciousness that allows them to process similar feelings of mourning, loss, all of that stuff. And then some human animals and some non-human animals don't. And now it's two groups of people interacting with each other. That is my lived experience. That's what I think the data shows. I think it's going to continue to show us. I think there's a denial because we want to believe like all human beings have this ability, but we just know it's not true. And that's what's interesting. And then some animals, we want to believe they never, like, oh, non-human animals never care about their offspring. But we know that's not true. We know they do care, some of them. I just don't think it's one-to-one. And so the value of the situation comes down to that for me. Now, in some ways, I'm a hypocrite because, or not a hypocrite, but I acknowledge the differences is that I don't think we should be killing humans. And I think we should put dangerous humans in facilities that treat them with dignity. Same way with animals. I don't think we should kill a bear because it killed a human. And I don't think we should kill a shark because it killed a human. I think we should either put them in different facilities that keep them free and safe or just let them live in their own habitats because that's where they're from, right? But I think humans as a species has impacted everybody else so much. We're always impacting each other, but human animals as a species impact the most. We have the most environmental impact compared to non-human animals in a sense that we really fucked up. I don't want to say nature, but because we are nature, but we're so fucked up as a component of nature that we continuously add to the chaos. And I think that's why people create the myth of God, because it allows you to make sense of the craziness. And I think that that's interesting. But it makes sense why you would do that, why you would have to create this, God put us here, or there's a meaning to this, or because it might feel really overwhelming, like really overwhelming. But I think I take comfort in my personal relationship with radical acceptance, which is like, oh, like we really just evolved like the bird, or like the shark lasted all of these extinctions. Like we're here, like we are just a part of it all, you know? Yeah. But we're such a significant part of nature that of course now we've evolved to try to solve the problems we created. I just think the way we try to solve things is so bad. I think humans are horrible at solving things. I think we've probably always been. And I think we still are. I think we're so bad at solving problems, especially problems that we created. And I'm curious if we can get better at problem solving, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get better at problem solving because I do think we're really bad at it.
So you'll have a situation where tonight, some people will be watching this documentary and who believe that it's wrong to inflict unnecessary suffering on animals. And while they're watching your documentary, they're going to be eating their meat and their fish and their chicken.
True.
And drinking their milk and eating their eggs, which is bizarre when you think about it. They don't need to be doing that. And if they really believed what they say they believe, they wouldn't be doing any of that.
Does moral reflection inevitably lead to the conclusion that we must do without animal products entirely? The common starting premise is that animals like us are sentient. But what do we actually know about the inner life of animals, which many of us eat every day?
Pigs are extremely clever. They can learn all sorts of
They're really smart.
things.
University researcher Sarah Hinze is analyzing the emotions of livestock in Vienna.
As you see, they have fun doing all sorts of things, especially getting into mischief.
She wants to understand their inner lives.
The most important thing is that we ask questions in a way that can be understood in a piggy way.
So, ein freiwilliges Schwein bitte. Dankeschön.
In the experiment, the pigs ring bells, open doors, and push buttons.
We're trying to draw conclusions about the animal's emotions from their behavior, physiology, and cognition.
The pigs solve complex problems. They're able to learn what happens behind each door and differentiate between long and short sounds.
Ja, super. Fein gemacht. Gut. Dankeschön, Sigmund.
The researchers' current project is focused on boredom. They want to find out if pigs, which are held in conventional bear holding pens, get bored.
Yo, dogs get hella bored, bro. You ever see a dog go... They really just be out here being like, ugh. Oh, Nimbus, my brother's husky, he get bored. Let me tell you, bro, this way they get bored. He like, I gotta do something. He's like, are we gonna do anything? Are we just gonna sit around all day? He judges us. He's just like, let's do something with our life, please.
Bored.
This is about chronic boredom. It's not like this. It's Sunday afternoon and things are a bit dull. This is really about...
Yeah, wait, are vegans anti-pets? No, they can't be. But isn't that a form of slavery, keeping a pet? What about caged birds? Oh, that's a great question. Are vegans anti-pets?
Chronic boredom, which we know can trigger alcoholism, suicidal thoughts, and depression in humans.
Hinze and her team have created a complex experimental environment, allowing them to study pigs' behavior and reactions to certain stimuli.
The basis for this test is the study of human psychology. This study showed that when humans are forced to sit for a certain time, let's say...
Discord said veganism isn't anti-pets yet. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I'm not trying to, again, we're not trying to do gotchas. Like, we're not trying to be like, gotcha. But I'm curious about it, you know? It says vegans tend to be anti-breeding and some are just anti-pets. I definitely am anti-breeding. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, interesting. There are vegans that are anti-pets. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's so many different, veganism isn't monolithic. There's so many different kinds of vegans.
Say 15 minutes, for example, and they're not allowed to dream or daydream or sleep. Then they begin to...
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, Discord said, I meant yes. Veganism is anti-pets. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I read yet. I get it. Okay, you misspelled it. Got it. Oh, it is anti-pets, according to most of chat. Okay. Well, I ain't gonna be vegan, girl, because Indiana is my best friend and she lives with me. To be fair, though, Indiana actively chooses me. Like, actively. She chose me at the thingy. What is it called? She chose me at the thing. She chooses to be with me. When I took her on road trips and everything, if you take Indiana off leash, she will eventually come back to me. She always comes back to me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, remember that fucking... For new people in my audience, I was on a road trip with Indiana Jones, my cat, and we did like 40-something states around the US, okay? And I went to pee in the middle of the night, in the middle of mountains, dark forest, so dark, there was no light pollution, that when I turned off my car, I was just enveloped in darkness. So I went out, I was paranoid about peeing, but I really had to pee. And it was the middle of the night, and Indiana and I are in this mountain, and I waited to see how many cars would pass by. And it took about like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes for a car to pass by me. So I was like, okay, I'll have time to pee. So I opened up my car door and I was so terrified because it was just like a forest, you know, like a forest. And I was like, God, if there's a bear in there, I'm going to die. So I go outside of my car and Indiana Jones jumps over my head and into the middle of the road. I have never been more stressed in my life. And I was like, Indiana fucking Jones. And I was like, no. And I was like, Indiana, don't you fucking move, Indiana. And I knew in that moment that if Indiana sprinted into the forest, I would have ran after her and I would have died. I just know it. I could feel it in my guts. I was like, oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die tonight. I'm going to die. Because I know myself. I'm going to run after her. So I was like, okay, Brittany. I was like, Indiana Jones. And I do talk to Indiana like a person. I feel like she understands English. I was like, Indiana Jones, do not move. So she sat in the middle of the road, just whipping her tail back and forth. Just like, guys, in middle, you don't understand. I could never explain to you how dark, how just scary it was. I pick her up and I'm so mad at her and I put her in the car and I was like, don't you ever do that again. And I was like ranting at her. Like, I don't even have to pee anymore. You scared the pee out of me. I was so terrified for her. We get back on the road. We drive for about 5 minutes on the road. And there it is, baby. Cubs and the mama bear, little cubs. And I knew the mama bear was nearby. I didn't actually see the mama bear, but there were her cubs right there in the street. And I said, And I looked at Indiana Jones and I said, you almost just got me killed, girl. But you know what? I would have done it. I would have ran after that bitch because she's my bestie. Would I have run after another cat that wasn't my bestie? Fucking no. Would I have ran after any children that I saw? Yeah. If I saw a human child run into a forest, I would go get them. If I saw another cat that wasn't my cat run into a forest, bye, bitch. Good luck, ho. Ain't gonna be me, girl. So that's the thing for the vegans. If you see a 3-year-old kid run into a forest, do you go save them? If you see a cat you don't know run into a forest, do you go save them? With peace and love. Make it make sense. With peace and love.
To give themselves electric shocks, even after being told beforehand that these shocks cause great discomfort.
Apparently, boredom is so bad, we would rather harm ourselves than experience nothing.
In this test, we want to find out how ready the animals are to work for something, even if it isn't always positive, as it's been in the past. Instead, it might be neutral or slightly negative. So we're not working with electric shocks.
Cecilia.
Cecilia.
Instead, the
That's such a
researchers
cute pig name. Cecilia the pig. That's so cute.
work with a burst of air, which the animals find unpleasant. The pigs spend up to 12 minutes alone and completely isolated in a box pen. It's Cecilia's turn. At first, she shies away from the hostile blast of air and stays away from the buzzer for minutes at a time.
The data hasn't been analysed yet, but we've already seen that at right around 12 minutes, the animals start to say, well, I don't want to push it again. But
Ooh, that's a good point. Chet says many non-vegans are running after the random cat. I guess they would be animal people, right? Because animal, that was the question. Can you call yourself an animal lover if you're not vegan? But I think it's pretty animal loving to run into a forest after a cat you don't know, whether you're vegan or not.
towards the end, they actually begin to give themselves this burst of air.
Cecilia is even quicker. At 4 minutes and 15 seconds, she begins accepting unpleasant experiences in exchange for boredom.
Wow.
That's just like humans with electric shocks.
And these are actually pigs that will later be fattened, slaughtered, and the meat sold. That's also quite relevant for us. You also see that these animals have such a rich repertoire of behaviors. They can learn, and we see what types of personalities they have. No pig is like another.
Okay, that is true. I think all humans and non-humans have personalities, but I think some non-humans and humans have more relationship with that personality. I really do think I see some people and I see some animals, and there's just like, there's not much going on over there. Like there's something going on where I'm like, hello, do you have a personality? Hello, are you a person? I'm saying like, are you aware that you exist? Hello? And I don't mean in a disability sense or in a coma sense, right? I'm talking about regular ass people who don't have an explanation for why the fuck they looks like nothing's going on up there. But like they have every reason to have something going up on there. I think animals, non-human animals are the same. Some non-human animals got nothing up going on over there. They're just a dog. They're just a cat. But we love them, you know.
You can tell them apart from their character. The animals have names. The doctoral candidates work with them every day, and they really know them. And that's not easy. We talk about it a lot. And it works for me personally, for example, because we are hoping to generate data and knowledge that will actually help a very large group of animals.
And it's not just pigs who are surprisingly like us. Many farm animals have astonishingly complex inner lives. Chickens are able to add up to 5. Sheep can distinguish between photographs of different people.
Chickens can add up to 5? What?
Lives. Pigs who are surprisingly like us. Many farm animals have astonishingly complex inner lives. Chickens are able to add up to 5. Sheep can distinguish between photographs of different people.
Whoa.
Researchers have even been able to demonstrate that cows actually experience joy when they learn something new.
Ooh.
The basic hypothesis of animal ethics, that animals have feelings and interests, can hardly be rationally denied. But where do we draw the line? Do mushrooms maybe have minds? Or bacteria? Or plants?
This is the Horton Hears the Who argument that pro-lifers loved. A life is a life, no matter how small or whatever it was. My mom was like, Horton Hears the Who is so pro-life. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And there's something to that. Yeah, I do think like fetuses are alive. I do think mushrooms are alive. I do think everything is alive. That's why I say I think we're animals on the planet. I think if we're really worried about killing things that are alive to live, we're running into a denial of our biology. We're running into a denial that we're animals. We're trying to once again rationalize the fact that humans aren't animals. You are an animal. You are an animal who has the ability, because of evolution and the way that it happened for us, to operate differently than other non-human animals. But I wouldn't be surprised if non-human animals eventually did get to that point and they were the next apex predator or whatever, the next top of the hierarchy. And then humans went extinct and they enslaved us. I mean, hey, what are you going to do? You know, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying there is no such thing as right when you're dealing with an animal species who's moving with limited information. The audacity of us to think of right and wrong is a privilege. The fact that you and I get to sit here and say, is that right or wrong to eat a mushroom? What an amazing experience, right? I don't think cows universally experience joy. I'm sure there's a cow that doesn't give a fuck. But for the cows that do, are they the more superior version of cow? You know what I mean? And do they get to be at the top of the cow hierarchy because they have like an awareness? Trevor Noah said that in that podcast of like, he doesn't like the idea that dumb things can't suffer, or that because it's dumb, it doesn't deserve dignity or life. But I don't think it's about dumb or smart. It's about self-awareness. You can be smart and not self-aware. That's why I say self-awareness is great, but what about like introspection? You know? Who knows?
If an organism or an entity has it, then it is something it's like to be that entity.
Evolutionary biologist John Mallett is focused precisely on the distinction between the sentient and non-sentient world.
The function of consciousness is to take many types of sensory information from all our senses and assembling that into a mapped picture of the world, sort of a simulated theater of the mind.
On this stage in our minds, we arrange our sensory impressions like actors and props. Everything that happens around us also takes place in this simulation. With the help of this inner world, we're able to foresee what will happen next and try out how different actions will affect our environment.
And the functions of the emotional aspect of consciousness is to assign importance to various objects that we perceive or various stimuli.
Because there's a great deal happening in the mind stage at the same time, nature has come up with a brilliant invention: feelings. The actors that trigger the strongest feelings in us have the greatest impact on our behavior.
Yeah, this is what I want.
John Mallett has examined countless brains. From this, he's developed his theory of the formation of consciousness. He says that anyone who wants to understand why feeling came into the world needs to take a trip back in time to our planet's ancient history, to the early Cambrian period.
I'm hooked.
The story starts out a little over 500 million years ago with sea scum on the ocean floor. It's called a microbial mat.
These microbial mats are made up of bacteria and algae, a layer of one-celled organisms, like a giant green carpet of plaque on the seafloor.
It was maybe this thick on all the shallow seafloors on Earth, and just a tremendous nutrient source, a tremendous food source.
The first animals existed at this time, but we wouldn't recognize them as animals today.
Some of them were really bizarre, anchored to the mat, and then they were like shaped like leaves. But the ones we're most interested in is worms. There were so many different kinds of worms, as we see by their worm trails. It was even called a worm world.
There's a big difference between this worm world and today's animal kingdom.
There apparently was no predation at all. It was a world without claws and teeth, and the worms, as the most active animals at the time, just seemed perfectly happy and satisfied with their rich buffet of their food source of the microbial mats. And then everything changed.
You know, that reminded, first of all, vibes. Like, imagine a world where like we couldn't hurt everything. We couldn't hurt each other. But you know, when we had Annie the cow, when my brother had Annie the cow, Annie was big. Annie was really big. And one of the things we were careful about was her not being near the kids. Because the truth is that she could kill them very easily. And I don't think she, I think with every animal, dogs or anything else, like there's a cautiousness that happens. Like Indiana was really good with the kids. I told the kids how to treat her, and Indiana was great with them. But, you know, there are situations with animals where they might not intentionally hurt you, but they could accidentally kill one of the kids. And at that point, my brother, my sister-in-law are the most responsible for their kids. And we would put the blame on them for letting them be near the cow because the cow's too big, right? And so it kind of sets up a understanding of this cow can't communicate with us. I can't tell this cow, please don't kill my offspring. And this cow unintentionally might kill my offspring, and it would be very sad, right? And same thing with like humans is like, I could tell a human, please don't kill my offspring, and they might do it on purpose, which in that case, you know, there'd be some sort of, you know, understanding of the situation in a way, but then there would be sort of a non-intention. And then that adds a lot of compassion. Like I have a lot of compassion that for people who accidentally kill people, right? I have not a lot of compassion for people who do it purposefully, but I have enough dignity in myself to, you know, I think react appropriately. But I think there's something to be said about a disconnect between this idea that we're the same, but I can't ask the cow not to kill my offspring. But we make it a point to ask humans not to kill our offspring because there's a hope, because we are the same, we can communicate. And when we don't, and we do kill the offspring, it feels like a violation so deep. I think far less of a violation than when a bear does it or when a cow does it. Because, you know, I don't ask the cow not to kill my offspring, but the cow, not that it requests it of us, but we are asking not to kill the cow's offspring on behalf of the cow, who I'm not even sure in all situations, you know, is having a repercussion from that, though I think there is obviously a repercussion from anything that we do, including taking human offspring away from human parents, which we do for the sake of the human offspring, right? So there's something to be said about that, you know, but I think we have to, this is really difficult because I think, again, this goes back to what do you think humans are doing on the planet? Like, what do we think we're doing on the planet? How did we get here? What is the meaning of our life? And because we're having this conversation with billions of people with all different ideas of what we're doing here, it causes so much friction, I think, and which is why we're bad at solutions, huh? Because how are we going to come up with good solutions when we're all starting from completely different points of reality? I really do think this is a struggle for humanity, which is why philosophy channels, we're still debating what is love and what is humanity and what is dignity and who is God, because there are no answers when we're talking about a species that evolves slowly but quickly and is pretty bad at solutions. Yeah.
The first worms began to eat one another.
It's probably just as simple as one species of worm starting with scavenging, finding a half-rotten piece of worm and finding that's a really rich nutrient source, and then to specialize on eating other living worms of other species.
That's how these worms, more or less by accident, became the world's first meat eaters.
And with that, it set off a huge competition, a huge competitive Cambrian arms race.
At dynamic speeds, it took a few million years. The hunted animals developed diverse strategies to protect themselves from predators. Shellfish came into existence. Worms learned to bury themselves in the sand.
But the most interesting counter-strategy against predation was fast escape.
Up to this point, life on Earth followed a slow rhythm of growth, just as plants do today. But if you wanted to respond to threats in real time, then you had to be able to accurately perceive the world around you.
That led to the evolution of camera image-forming eyes, where they could see the predators coming. Real sensitive skin where they could feel vibrations from predators coming. Or for a really great sense of smell, so they could smell that a predator's in the area and could be coming.
The most decisive factor for successful escape was knowing that predators could still be there even when senses didn't perceive them. At that moment, the inner stage was born, and with it, consciousness.
The predators were evolving in the same way. In order to catch the prey, a prey that hid well, or prey that moved away fast, the predators also had to evolve image-forming camera eyes so they could see their whole environment just like the prey could. They could build this theater stage of the mind that I told you about.
And along with consciousness came feelings, giving significance to the impressions on the inner stage.
If there's a big, dangerous predator coming, suddenly that gets assigned lots and lots of importance, and the importance.
Did you guys know I saw a clam and they opened up and you could see its eyes? And apparently they don't see like we see, but they look for light and stuff. And I was like, oh, like I never thought about clams having eyes.
Ranking of all the things on our theater stage.
From an evolutionary standpoint, feelings exist primarily to save us from being eaten.
So this is how I see humans. I see humans like this, that they eat because they're looking for food and sustenance. This is what I mean when I say, like, are vegans and I saying this? This is humans to me. This is how I see humanity. That if you zoomed out and looked at us as a species, this is what we're doing. So the audacity to be like humans should think about how not to eat animals is like asking this thing here not to eat other things. If you zoom out, we're not that special. So yes, I agree that like individually you can make that decision of what you think is a choice and not eating animals. But asking all humans on the planet always to never eat animals or animal adjacent things just feels like you're asking this thing not to eat animals. You are giving humans so much more credit than I can for their self-awareness. I just don't think they're that self-aware because they're just like little animals. You know?
Eaten. Animals talented in perceiving pain and fear prevailed.
The taxon that was best at escaping the predators was our own ancestors, the first vertebrates, the first fish.
All of the vertebrates of today descended from these first flight animals: fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. And the first predators turned into the arthropods and cephalopods of today. Insects, spiders, crabs, and octopuses had the first predators as their ancestors, and we're linked to all of them by the magical capability of feeling.
That would mean for all the other organisms, the lights are out. There's nothing it's like to be them.
So a line can actually be drawn. There is life without consciousness, plants and fungi, and perhaps...
Chad says, we're not asking worms or Neanderthals to go vegan. We're asking you. Same thing. It's like the same thing. If you mean me, Brittany, that's different. But if you mean you, humans, that's the same thing. See, you're doing it again. We're putting humans at a higher level. And I don't think that's universally true. It might be true individually, but it is not true generally. I mean, there are humans on the planet who still believe in gods and things like God's talking to them in their head. And we have the audacity to mock people who believed in Zeus. Like the same humans that are like, wasn't that so funny that people believed in gods and would sacrifice humans? You go to church every Sunday. This concept of modern humans thinking they're so advanced is the problem. Maybe you individually are on a different journey than the masses, but you thinking that you can control the masses tells me you're not. This is why I say radical acceptance, girls. Radical acceptance. Live by example and accept that people are where they are evolutionarily speaking. If we're all animals, which we are, then not everybody's evolved to be the same on the same journey. Sounds like you haven't either if you think you can control people. I don't try to control the bear, nor do I try to control the humans. I simply try to encourage a direction towards individual joy, which hopefully will be universal joy, which won't be attainable, by the way. It's a construct.
Perhaps worms, mussels, or jellyfish. Their movements are just reflexes. Because they're unable to...
Discord said YouTube says you just implied that humans deserve better treatment to cows because they can communicate in reason, but now you say we are like barely sentient life forms? Exactly. We're both. Yeah, we're both. You got it.
Feel anything, what we do to them doesn't matter to them. And there are animals that can suffer. Animals like us and the ones we eat. If we want to avoid inflicting suffering, then it makes an enormous difference which beings we choose to eat for nourishment. Doesn't that say it all from a moral standpoint? Visitors to New Orleans, Louisiana can observe an extremely rare species. Dan Shahar is a philosopher who argues in favor of eating meat.
It's so easy to make bad arguments here. Like, you've heard bad arguments and they're at the tip of your tongue. You know, this is tasty, so therefore I should eat it. That's not a good argument. We need to take this a lot more seriously if we're going to formulate a genuine defense of this practice that most people engage in every day.
His argument starts at the supermarket.
This hidden one, I think that might be our winner, actually.
For him, there's a difference between buying a pork shoulder to barbecue with neighbors and being responsible.
By the way, I'm just going to say this out loud. The two people in chat that are Vegan Gains fans, you're going to get scrutiny because Vegan Gains is like a very unethical person. Like, he's very interesting and everything. And I watched a little video about him. He's obviously autistic. Him filming his dead grandpa. Him having his weird like arguments about veganism. I think he's an autistic guy with a strong sense of justice, and he's uneducated and doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what I think about Vegan Gains. Also, very impressive, his gains. I'm very impressed with his physique. I am. But his argumentation, okay, he's an autistic guy with a strong sense of justice, in my opinion. As an autistic woman, I'm just sensing a lot of, and a strong sense of justice is very negative because you run a loop of thinking you're correct, even and you can't let it go, even though you might be deeply wrong. So for the Vegan like Gains supporters in chat, like, forgive me if I raise an eyebrow and question you, because Vegan Gains, that's your guy. There are like so many better vegans out there, and that's the one we're like on the side of. Okay.
For the conditions in which an animal is kept and killed. The impact of one sale is so small, it hardly makes a difference.
Okay. A grocer can't afford to make their decisions about what items to stock in a way that would be sensitive to whether or not one person decides to have, tofu for dinner tonight.
Hold on. Chet says one is aware of the consequences of their actions, and the other is not, barely aware of it. Is not or barely aware of it. Do you think we should hold both to the same standard? I don't think we should hold both to the same standard, but I don't think humans are universally self-aware. So I think it's a spectrum. I think everybody falls into a category. This is why my level system is about the relationship to introspection, because I meet a lot of adults. Like, how many adults are like, I've never asked myself why I like this food. Oh, I've never asked myself why I think that. Oh, I've never wondered why I think that way. And you want to put them on the same level as somebody who sits and meditates every day and thinks about everything about their life? Like, these are two different levels of self-awareness. And I think some non-human animals are having a greater relationship with life than even some humans are, because you can see them problem solving and forming ideas in a way that at their level is like incredibly profound, versus a human at their level is like not even having that profound experience. So I look at all humans, if you zoom out, as a part of like life itself, right? I don't think we're unique. And I think this arrogance we have of assuming every human is self-aware to the same extent just doesn't pan out with how humans have acted. What makes humans stubborn in their bad ideas? What makes people think that they're better than some other people? What makes people think they know the answer for 8 billion people? It's a biological experience you're having, right?
Or pork chops.
He sees vegetarianism as a type of activism, but he says vegetarian behavior will only have an effect when many people take it up.
But
oh, okay, thank you, chat. You said vegan gays and vegan gains are different. Oh, I thought you were saying vegan gains. Wait, did we say vegan gains in the chat? Oh, but I did think two of you were saying vegan gains. But okay, one of you was saying vegan gains, and one of you was saying vegan gays. Okay, two different people, right? I don't think I know who vegan gays is. I'll look it up.
Even if you think that individuals don't make a really tangible difference, it's surely the case that the vegetarian movement overall is making that kind of impact. We should celebrate them. We should applaud them. To the extent I disagree with vegetarians, it is mainly because vegetarians...
Okay, vegan gays. I don't think I know this person. Gays as an aesthetic, like look. Okay, I'll look at them. I'll subscribe and check them out.
Often think that it's wrong not to be a vegetarian. And that's the thing I don't think is right. There are a tremendous number of really important problems in the world that are crying out for people to tackle them.
Chat, vegan gays? We would love we need a vegan gays. That's what we need.
And my view is just that it's okay for people to focus on some of them and, accept that they're not going to tackle every problem.
That's the central point of Shahar's argument. One person alone cannot be active in all social movements at the same time. That's why no one is obligated to take part in a certain movement.
Just as we don't need everybody to be hospital nurses, just as we don't need everybody to be farmers, right? We don't need everybody to be the same kind of activist. What we need are activists of many kinds tackling many different kinds of problems.
She is a lesbian. She is gay. She's a lesbian. Vegan gays. Is it intentional homophone? Homophone. Oh my God, we love her. Subscribed. We'll check out one of her videos. It's getting late for me, but maybe we'll look at it for a second after this.
Problems and collectively working to make the world a better place.
Shahar holds that the strength we have available to act morally is a limited resource, and going without also requires strength.
There are costs, right? Maybe you like to eat meat. Maybe it's convenient for you. Maybe it's a way of fitting in or connecting with certain traditions that are important to you, or maybe you just don't want to have to approach mealtime as if it's this morally weighty decision. Vegetarians tend to think that those costs aren't that important, but the number of people who try to become vegetarian and give up on it for precisely these kinds of reasons suggests that this is something that is important to be reckoned with, the costliness of taking on this form of activism.
Shahar has decided not to pay the price, yet he says his decision requires even greater commitment elsewhere for other causes to be justified.
Meat eaters, for the most part, have a job to do in looking themselves in the mirror and saying, am I doing enough to try and tackle the problems of the world? And I think
it's just as convenient to eat meat as it is to eat vegan or vegetarian in most developed countries. So it's interesting, but I would say the social stigma has got to be the hardest. And also, like, again, people who make vast prescriptions, like, you're not being, this is the problem with bubbles, bro. Aren't bubbles just the absolute best worst? It's like, I love these conversations about humanity and what it means to exist, but I'd really like to ask this question outside of your fucking prescriptions. Jesus. You know, can we have some conversations about actually how fucking magical and also how non-special it is to exist at the same time? It is so cool that we exist, and also it is so not special. You know what I mean? It's both. And I love that I love that certain places around the world are like vegan or vegetarian for religious reasons, as chat brought up, or meat eating because of social situation, but also the privilege of it. Do you understand what it's like to be born right now and to have like mass produced meat, to even have access to meat in general? And then it's about like good meat or bad meat or meat with parasites or non-parasites, or, you know, like salmonella and chicken. Like, it's so, I'm just like fascinated with this whole conversation we're having without any of us zooming out and remembering, like, how did this even happen in the first place? Why are we even here? Like, what's going on? Like, this is so fascinating. We just go, you know, we go to our supermarkets, and I get it, and we zoo and we don't think about it. But I think that's why I like these documentaries. It makes it more tangible. Like, where is your food coming from? But also, you know, why do we do this? Like, why did humans create this little system? Like, what a little beehive we created for ourselves, huh? What a little ant colony we created for ourselves. Like, yeah. You ever see ants go into death spiral? I feel like humans do that when they genocide. I feel like humans do that when they rot on a couch. It's like their version of a death spiral.
I think if people do that, I think they will tend to find that the answer is no. You know, they should be doing more. But I think that that's true of vegetarians and vegans too, right? You know, vegans and vegetarians are doing something about a certain set of problems, but there's no way that, you know, eliminating a certain set of products from your diet is a satisfactory response to the range of serious problems that we face in the world.
Shahar's theses sound convincing. A single purchase makes no difference, and not all people should commit to the same things. But what if we take those thoughts further? How would we answer pedophiles who could make the very same argument?
What?
That downloading a single image makes no difference at all, and that instead of supporting the rights of children, we should commit to another good cause. Can something that is morally wrong really be so easily rationalized?
Yes, it's a lemony kind of
Okay, grab a plate, handmade, make it happen.
What remains is more likely our admission that doing without animal products is harder for us than we wish it to be. But what would happen if you take taste out of the equation? Researchers all over the world have long been looking for alternate ways for us to satisfy our appetite for meat.
Okay, minus that. I get it. It's a philosophy question, you know. Hold on. I was thinking about yeah, when I think about veganism and I think about priorities and I think about what's the priority, I will say it is going to be difficult for me, even though listen, when I talk to religious people or meat eaters and they're like, we're not like animals, I fully 100% believe we are evolved animals on a planet. 100%. I 100% think I am just here as a part of the ecosystem. But then when I talk to vegans and they're like, animals, they're just as important as us. It was never about who was important. You're doing this thing again where you're equating the value of an animal life to a human life. And I'm saying it's with peace and love. It's not about that. You know, if you asked me, if you could snap your fingers and feed all the starving Palestinians right now some chicken, would you? Girl, I'm gonna snap my fingers faster than you can say snap. But if I asked a vegan that question and you didn't feed Palestinians in war-torn genocide right now in war-torn Palestine because you're vegan, you're kind of a danger to people. Because I'm sorry, like at some point you got to make a priority over human life. And at some point, not at the expense of everybody else. But like, you're an animal on a planet and you better eat, bitch. And if you wouldn't feed Palestinian people who are truly fucking suffering some fucking meat because you feel like that animal life, like there's something there that's going to piss me off. Now, at the same time, when I see a meat eater feel entitled to an animal, non-human animal, to the point where it's abusive or destructive or, undignified, well, then I look at them like, hey, are you a fucking psychopath? What's wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? Are you fucking crazy? Hello? When I see people take a litter of puppies and throw them live while they're alive in a garbage can, I'm like, hey, hello? Are you crazy? That's crazy, But if I could save human life by feeding them other animals, I would. Now, same thing, if I to some extent, if I was a bear and I had to feed my cubs, I'm killing you humans. Fuck you. Don't come into my forest, bitch. I'll kill you. But also, what are you gonna do? I'm trying to be realistic, but I think it comes with humbling ourselves and realizing we're animals and then what to do with that information, with that freedom, whatever that means. Chess says, what's your opinion on people feeding their cats and dogs vegan diets? I don't care if you feed your baby, your dog, vegan diets. I care about whether or not you're doing everything in your power to feed that animal with what it needs to the best of your ability, right? So I don't care if babies are vegan. I don't care if whatever. I think you should make sure that your baby and your dog is getting exactly what they need, right? That's the point. Now, with that said, I think most people are bad parents. And most people are bad owners of animals. Because regardless of parents feeding their kids well, you don't even treat your kids well. So, okay? So, with peace and love. Okay, let me see. This is Vegan Gaze. She's a lesbian, so we love her.
I have this fantasy of dying and then being accused by hosts of animals that I've eaten, from prawns, fish, and all the others.
We're here in Norwich today, seeing if animal lovers are vegan or not. We're giving out free snacks and hoping to entice people, and we'll see how it goes. So you've told me that you might not be an animal lover, but you think you might be maybe, but you're not sure because you eat them.
Yes.
Yeah?
I think eating them sort of precludes you being considered an animal lover to a certain extent.
Do you want to be an animal lover?
Well, I am an animal lover in part. I do have cats, but then again, those cats have been modified for my comfort in that they've been neutered. Mm-hmm. So again, I've intervened in a way that might not be so what the cats themselves, my pets, would have wanted if they could have wanted. So again, my loving of animals is limited by these elements.
Yeah, why would you say that you eat them? What makes you think, yes, they are a food animal and I can eat these individuals, whereas you wouldn't, probably not with your cat, right?
I think in my case, it's very much a product of the culture I was brought up in. Mm-hmm. Food was generally had a meat product with it. Had a bacon in the morning and bacon fat, dripping, and then there would possibly be a roast chicken once a week and things like that, and the odd pork chop.
Chat says, Brittany, would you kill humans and feed their meat to an animal that could only eat human meat? Okay, first of all, no, because I've said it 1,000 times. I don't think we should be killing humans unless it's in direct self-defense or in some cases abortion, depending on how you define a human. Okay. But if I could feed already dead people to this animal, sure. If the people were already dead. Look, Humans are so fucked up as an animal species that we can't even pay organ donors for their organs because we're afraid poor people will force themselves to sell their kidneys because they can't afford shit. Humans suck. Humans suck so bad. We can't even create a system in which we can utilize every part of the human or us or society because other humans will take advantage of other humans. We suck so bad as a species. I can't even underestimate, I can't even articulate to you how bad we suck as a species. We're not even good to people. I don't know why you guys can't get that. You know what I mean? We're not even good to people. And we have every reason to be good to people. We're not even good to people, let alone not human animals. Guys, let's focus on the gluttony first. Let's focus on the hedonism. Let's focus on the introspection. Let's focus on meditation. Let's focus on the fucking basics. Everyone's trying to fucking go to world, they're trying to save the universe. Save the universe, sis. You don't even know if you're in the universe. Girl, you don't even know if you're alive right now. Ma'am, you don't even know if the Matrix is real or if God's real. We can't even agree on our origin story. Y'all trying to do too much.
I was brought up with that, and I haven't been able to overcome that habit.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that you could see yourself overcoming such a habit?
I think that the moral arguments for vegetarianism are very, very strong. I think that all animals have, if they don't have a level of intelligence, certainly are able to feel and suffer in ways that we do as well. And I think that I'm persuaded morally by the argument, but unfortunately, as in so many other areas of my life, I'm somewhat immoral sometimes in my actions, and I regret that. And sometimes I do have this fantasy of which I don't believe is going to happen, but I have this fantasy of dying and then being accused by hosts of animals that I've eaten, from prawns, fish, and all the others.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting as well, it's not just the animals who we eat, animals are tested.
He is. Chat said he's so real. He is so real. See, this is a real conversation with a real person. This is the shit that's so good, bro, about humanity. This is a real conversation. None of this fucking vegan conversation, none of these meat eaters in fucking YouTube or chat are having actual that's a real fucking conversation. Hey, I'm really trying to face myself. And I wonder why, why do I do this? I think I might be unethical. You know what I mean? Ugh.
On, they're used for clothing, and as well as that, people don't realize about the dairy and egg industries, that animals are killed in those as well, and they're also used in ways where their babies are taken from them, so that we can have their milk, things like that. So have you ever looked into veganism and the benefits that it could be to you as well as to those animals?
I haven't looked into veganism, no. I do know one or two people who are vegan. I think that veganism might be a step too much for me, but if I was able to change my behavior, it might be towards eating more vegetables and reducing the amount of meat I eat, which is already occurring to
Kay says internet conversations are literally factory processed meat compared to this man's all natural vegan conversational skills. Literally, I think that's the problem. I think we just it's so easy for us to just go around and assume we're Chatter, you're really I can't tell if you're literally purposely misunderstanding me or you just come from a specific bubble. I'll answer your question, but you're giving me vibes, bro. You're new, first of all, very new to my content or something. But you said, why would you not kill humans when you said humans are barely sentient and humans suck? How old are you? Are you a kid? Are you a teenager? What's going on? Who am I talking to? Because I don't know why you're asking that question. Are you saying you don't understand the language and you don't understand that I'm just being oh my God, humans suck? Are you saying that the comment humans suck is justification for killing them? Are you saying I get to kill humans because I think they suck? Are you saying because they're barely sentient, I can kill them? I'm just confused. You said I'm just trying to point out your hypocrisy. You don't even understand my belief systems about the universe. It's not hypocrisy. That's the problem. You're not getting. There is no hypocrisy. I don't believe in moral objectivism. I don't think morals are objective. Like, there is no hypocrisy. I think we're animals on a planet. You're trying to hold a whale accountable for eating a fucking penguin or a seal. What are you trying to do, bro? You trying to take whales to fucking court over eating a fucking seal? You ever see the way they fucking abuse the fuck out of a seal on a fucking iceberg and they fucking throw that shit around? That's what humans are doing, and you're like, hey, don't do that. Okay, you go tell the whale not to do that, bro. You think, you know what I'm saying? And whales got language. They communicate. Like, they have whole ass systems. They got tribes. Humans, you know what I'm saying? You better watch out for whales, bro. You know, most vegans are probably autistic. I think most anybody who's into philosophy, politics, or justice is autistic for sure. You know? Chet says, would you eat chicken nuggets if it would save another chicken? That's the question. You know, dolphins too. Dolphins be crazy. They be raping everybody, though. Dolphins be crazy. Okay?
To a certain extent.
Yeah, and it's good.
Veganism is a bit too far a step, possibly because I know the eggs are stolen. I don't drink milk, but the eggs are stolen in a way. So I can see some of the logic behind it, yes.
Yeah, so like with the hens, they are selectively bred to overproduce eggs. So they end up expelling loads of nutrients from their body.
And by the way, bro, I already said I would kill humans. No, don't take me out of context. You said, why would you not kill humans when you said humans are barely sentient and suck? First of all, I do think I've already stated. Excuse me, chat. Did I not fucking state it? Does nobody hear me when I talk? I already said there are plenty of reasons to kill people. And I gave the reasons why to kill people. And then I said, here are reasons not to kill people. Same with animals. Here are reasons to kill animals. Here are not reasons to kill animals. Don't fuck with me. Chat trying to gaslight me, bro. I was like, I feel like I say this every time and people pretend not to hear me. People do this like, oh, Brittany's anti-killing. I just said it. Why do people do this to me? Literally all they hear is Brittany is trying to harm reduce and they're like, oh,
terrible conditions, and yeah, they end up being killed when they are no longer of use.
Bro.
And no longer lay eggs. So that's kind of the issue there, that we're seeing them as a commodity.
Yes.
The thing is with veganism, you don't have to give up. Like you can have vegan meat. You know, in Aldi you can get 2 vegan chicken breasts for £1.49, and you still got the protein in it and everything that we look for when we're eating these animals. So it might feel like a step too far, but you're not really giving up.
True. Chat says you're triggering the inner contrarian. I swear to God, that's what I mean. Nobody's having real conversations. All humans believe in a form of violence. All humans believe killing is necessary and reasonable. All humans kill. All humans kill life. All animals kill other animals. Nobody is different. Nobody is different. You know what I mean? Chat says you are obviously changing the context. Do you think cows in a slaughterhouse are killed in self-defense? Go watch my veganism. Did you watch my podcast on veganism? Did you watch it? Did you watch it? Tell me right now. Be honest. Because I answered these questions in that video. I feel like you're not asking the question you think you're asking. Like, you're not asking the question you think you're asking. And that's the problem. This is what I'm saying. Aren't the bubbles so fucking clear? You're talking about literally with peace and love, bro. You want to ask humans to stop killing animals or do whatever or be, you can't even fucking figure out my conversation. That's what I'm saying. We are so flawed as a species. We can't even understand one another and we're speaking the same language and you want me to understand the fucking cow, which I do, by the way, I think better than you do. I think I understand animals better than vegans. The argument is I think I understand and respect animal life more than vegans do. More than these vegans do. Because I think human and animal life is like the same, but not enough to think the way vegans think about them being the same. You know? Chat says, I'm sorry I didn't watch it, but can't you explain yourself now? Nah. I've been here for almost 6 hours. It is almost 1 a.m. my time. No. No. You could have asked me clarifying questions instead of coming at me and trying to get me in gotchas, trying to point out my hypocrisy. Instead of getting to know my brain and how it works, you were busy pointing out my hypocrisy. And that's the fucking problem. You could have come to my chat. You could have been open-minded. I could have wanted to meet you where you're at, but you yourself said, I just want to point out your hypocrisy. Well, then now you're not going to get my time like other people who genuinely asked good questions and were seeking clarification. Your debate bro mentality is useless here. We don't like it.
Just changing them for something else.
Yes,
like,
I understand.
Like I have in the morning like scrambled tofu instead of scrambled eggs. It's all just about like learning and doing a different habit. You know, we are creatures of habit, and we are creatures of comfort. But as you say, you're very compelled by the moral argument, and maybe, you know, if you would aspire to do something that's better for the animals, and you don't have to be, you know, that fantasy you said about them meeting you and being angry at you. You don't have to partake in that.
Yes, I can see what you're saying. In fact, today I have a friend who is attempting to eat a lot less meat, if not going completely vegetarian, and I will be cooking him a mushroom curry, which I've decided on the way walking here that I will have myself, which is something I would normally not have. I normally have usually some meat of some kind. As for tofu, I have to think I've ever tried it. I may have had it. My friend has had it.
Oh, he doesn't even know if he's really tried tofu. Ooh, he's about to be blown away, girl. I asked the girl at the local store, like, when do you think we'll get the tofu in? She's like, whenever they send it to us, girl. And I was like, okay, it's fine.
So certainly that speaking to you has made me think that perhaps it would be something that I could try, and if I liked it, then it would be good.
Yeah, I mean, I've been vegan for 10 years now, and I'm quite lazy, and I was stuck in my ways. I used to love eating the organs of animals, but then
Same, bro. Fish head, fish eyes, liver, hearts, gizzards. I'm not even gonna play, guys. I have eaten every part of the animal. Balls, cow balls. I've eaten everything. I'm a hooligan my whole life. Not eating meat is crazy for me. Like, but here I am, girl. Here I am, girl. You know what I mean? Like, I've had it all, you know?
And something switched in my head where I realized I'm an animal too, and I wouldn't want to be subjected to what we subject or seen as a commodity in any way, shape or form, you know?
I'm very persuaded by the idea that animals have a high degree of intelligence, a great degree of capacity for feeling and suffering, and I am persuaded that very much so that the animals that we keep in for farming do suffer to an extreme, almost to an extreme extent. Even those that are kept very well suffer, and I am definitely persuaded by that argument.
Yeah, I've been to farms myself and I've checked them out because people say that they're happy, the animals are happy. I've never been to a farm where the animals aren't in horrible conditions, even if they are in nicer conditions. Those conditions are not in their interest. They're not free. They're not safe, because one day ultimately they'll be sent off to be killed, won't they?
Yes, I've also experienced going on quite a number of farms and to slaughterhouses, and I know what goes on in those places, and I agree with you that even the best kept animals aren't free. Although obviously one of the implications of a mass movement towards veganism would be that a lot of these farm animals wouldn't be bred, so they wouldn't come into existence, which is a good thing, I think, because it's much better that they don't exist than they exist and suffer in the way that they do.
Yeah, selectively bred into these.
Vegan Gains in chat says, would you be willing to debate me on veganism? No, thank you. Goodbye.
Bodies that some of them can't even carry.
I agree with you totally. Yeah, they are very much deformed animals that have been deformed for our benefits.
Yeah,
and
to
you see also that with non-farm animals, like many dogs, I think, are also bred in such ways that the kennel club is breeding selectively animals that actually have defects that cause a considerable amount of discomfort and suffering to those animals.
Yeah,
so
like pugs.
You can even see that in domesticated animals.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. It's been a really interesting conversation. And if you'd like, there's a free snack.
I
You can
love
actually get these
this
in-
girl.
Oh.
Vegan gays. Gays like gays. Loved this conversation. I'm subscribed. I love it. I'm going to definitely check her out. She's got vibes, bro. She's got vibes. Vegan gaze. I will go ahead and put that in the chat. Love her. Love her. Okay, girls, we did it. We've been here for a while. It's time. I have ruined my bedtime. I've ruined my bedtime trying to get that podcast out. Okay, now that it's out, now that everyone has said their piece, and thank you for the recommendation on that YouTuber. We love her. I'm going to head out, but I'll be back tomorrow and we'll do it all over again, okay? Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Great convos today, and shout out to the people that got blocked. I love blocking a bitch. You know what I'm saying? I love it. All right. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Hug your pets. Hug your human pets. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. Oh.